where we sit now with deepfakes and AI, etc. But before we get too much into that, I mean, what do you think's missing today?
I think creativity at the moment is the key, and being really good at using the tools.
What would you say to people who maybe looked at AI or looked at X, Y, Z and said, oh, it's just a trend, it will die next week?
I think they're massively wrong. I don't think it's like crypto.
I guess, is it a doomsday scenario before we started, where I could have, in theory, not actually invited you? I could have used whizzy AI tech to create this Stuart.
I think that's going to be a future problem, and I don't think it's as far away as even 2 years. I think we've seen with certain hacks happening out in Hong Kong, Singapore, where people are being invited onto calls with their entire board, and that call with their entire board was deepfake.
Did you know that 93% of you are not subscribed? So if you could please do me a favor and you're enjoying the show, then subscribing would mean the world to me, and it would allow me to grow the show and continue to get larger and larger guests and continue to bring what's missing in marketing today. Thank you ever so much for joining me, and I'll enjoy the episode. Hello, my friends. I hope you're well. I hope you had a good day, evening, or night. Today, I'm with Stuart talking about what's missing in marketing today, of course. And also, I guess to an extent, Stuart, it's about where we sit now with deepfakes and AI, etc. But before we get too much into that, I mean, what do you think's missing today in marketing?
Well, coming from Origin Secured, we're always going to say trust and verifying trust. I think one of the things we're seeing with lots of marketing agencies, lots of companies, is this model of make as much noise as you can, say whatever you want to say, no one can really prove whether it's true or not, and hope that it catches before you get caught out. And I think that's the biggest issue we see with marketing at the moment, is bringing the trust and the verifiability back into it.
I mean, because we were alluding to, I guess, is it a doomsday scenario before we started, where I could have, in theory, not actually invited you. I could have used whizzy AI tech to create this Stuart, you know, which I haven't done, by the way, for the record, anyone watching. But there is going to be a potential world in maybe 5-10 years, or maybe, you know, technology moves quickly, so it could even be as little as 2, if not 1. You know, is that kind of where it comes from? Do you think the lack of trust, like actually confirming that, yes, I am talking to Stuart today, and yes, Stuart did actually come on my podcast? I
think that's going to be a future problem, and I don't think it's as far away as even 2 years. I think we've seen with certain hacks happening out in Hong Kong, Singapore, where people are being invited onto calls with their entire board, and that call with their entire board was deepfaked, right? And I think they got away with like $20 million, whatever it was, in that particular one. So I think that's coming. I think that's going to be sooner rather than later. And I think we're seeing that online, where you'll get images of people like Martin Lewis or whoever saying something that just isn't true, or supporting a project that is a scam. So I think that's coming. But I still think just traditional trust, right, is a problem. How do I verify that I've worked with the MOD, as an example? How do I verify I've worked with this organization? How do I verify I've worked with this person? And I can make loads of noise and say loads of things about it, but I don't have maybe a podcast to prove that I've done it. So I think that in that sense, we have to find a way of enabling people to verify that information, but without risking all of the personal data that goes with it.
I mean, I wasn't actually going to start here, but I think it's important for me to start here. Someone like me, right, who has been on the internet for, I'm going to say, shy 10 years. I might be in deep trouble when it comes to AI tech and AI training and deep fake stuff, right? Like, what can I do in your view?
What, to protect yourself?
Yeah,
I think is very challenging. I think our product will go some way to helping that. But even still, even with kind of Origin secured verification on top, all we're doing is verifying whether something is real, right? We're not necessarily proving something's fake. And I think you can argue that if it doesn't have that stamp of approval on it, or you can't verify it cryptographically, then it's highly likely to be a fake. But it still doesn't stop someone pulling their phone out on the street and recording you. That's still you. But it's going to be very, very hard to detect the difference.
More, I guess, as I think about it more, is it actually more down to an integrity and trust thing? Like, someone looking at it, you might look at it and say, well, I know Colin. I've known him for however long, 2 years, let's say 3 years, right? I don't think, my gut tells me that's not him, because he wouldn't come across that way. He wouldn't say it like that. He wouldn't, like, why is he involved in that? That's weird. That makes sense. Like, is that actually maybe the defense?
Maybe, but I think if you look at the way things happen in the media and the press, that's typically not the approach that most countries take. It's very much kind of someone's appeared on an online platform doing something they shouldn't be doing, and they're instantly vilified regardless of whether it was them or not. So I think there's an element of education and adaptation that we need to go through as a community. Absolutely, that will help. I think technology will assist. I think that will go some way to proving it as well. I think it's really going to be education. I think we need to teach people to be safer online, and to be able to identify when something might be a fake, which at the moment I just don't think we do enough. I think we rely heavily on third-party organizations who we think represent security, and in some ways they have been secure, but when you've got trillions of dollars flying around markets every day, if you carve off even 10%, even 1%, right, these are huge numbers. Fraudsters are going for them. So I think we need to adapt and find new ways.
Do you think maybe as marketing, or as maybe as like just a medium to small size business, what can I do then?
What can you do? I think, again, having things like this will help. I think having endorsements from organizations will help. And again, going back to what Origin Secured is about, it's about having endorsements, right? How do I verify that I've worked with this organization? How would you verify you worked with Origin Secured? Well, you can have my video with you online. But outside of that, it would be a case of you could put my quote up on your website. But again, how do I verify that was real? You might have to get one of your customers to come and talk to me. So I don't know if we actually have an answer to that question at the moment, other than we know with Origin Secured, we can cryptographically prove you've worked with us, and you don't have to pick up the phone and call me to get me to prove it. So it's
difficult, right? You know,
Absolutely.
I think everyone thinks trust and brand, and you know, like I'm a big advocate for trust and brand, and I think that the only really, like to quote Gary, the only thing that matters, or the only thing that will be left, will be brand when everything is commoditized by AI.
Yeah.
But
will even that be left? Because if you look at some of the AI tools that are coming out now, I mean, we're looking at them. We use AI throughout the business. And I know a lot of companies say that, but genuinely, from cursor all the way through to the front end, products like Replit are coming out. You can take an existing front end and you can copy that, and it might take you 2 weeks, maybe a month with a couple of half decent devs. So you've spent millions investing in this product, in this brand, and then someone comes along and just copies it. It's a carbon copy. And if their marketing skills are better, if their social media skills are better, if they're better at hacking that kind of influencer side, well, where's the value then? Like, is it more valuable to have a really good kind of marketing team, or is it more valuable to have a really good brand? I think they don't always go hand in hand. You can have a really great brand, security, integrity, strength, and it can be destroyed in minutes.
I think that's difficult, right? Isn't it? I think that's, I hate to use Bud's term, but like that's where personal branding comes in.
Yeah,
because like if I'm saying and I'm endorsing something, yes, it could be AI'd, but then as I say, maybe it is that. Like as I sit here and think about it, like maybe it is just that because of my track record. Because like then people, I guess the question there though is it then down to the person consuming it to make the decision?
Well, that's kind of the approach we've taken, right? So the approach we've taken is it's down to the individual to choose who they trust and whether or not they believe that's true, right? So we can have, and we'll get into the tech more later, but we can have a series of endorsements for yourself, right? So we could endorse you cryptographically. You could be endorsed by the passport office, right? Or by an ID service provider, or by the DVLA, or by your bank or your solicitor. All of these endorsements build up trust over time, right? And the more of those you have in sequence, in the right time frame, the more people will trust you. And I think a big question on top of what you've asked is, if we're moving more to a solution where you need kind of integrity and trust built over time, how do people break in at the beginning? Because at the moment, the big reason that companies do that is they're trying to make a name for themselves. They have a great product, they've got a great idea. It's not always fraud. Often it's just a small company trying to make it. We need to be able to create environments where those companies have an opportunity to prove themselves. Because if we just say, well, you have to have brand integrity and you have to have a history,
and you have to be around for 5 years, etc.
Then it's going to stop that from happening.
It's interesting because I'm rapidly approaching like 6 years full time and 10 years like doing the thing. And I'm like, oh, it must be really hard for people starting out. But like genuinely, like when I was starting out, AI wasn't a thing. And that's the big conversation with AI at the moment. It's like completely obliterating those grunt jobs that people did as junior editors and junior tech people and etc. Is it down to us then as providers, like medium and larger, like to say we're going to choose, or is it purely just it's going to get commoditized because it's efficiency?
I think there's going to be a huge amount of commoditization. I think there's going to be lots of consolidation, right? More importantly, there'll be lots of consolidation. I think standing out from the crowd is going to be challenging. I think it already is challenging, right? If you can have the best product in the world, but if you can't get the message across, or you can't convince people what it actually does or how it does it, it's not going anywhere anyway. I think we need to create more of a fair opportunity for smaller companies. And I know that the government have got lots of programs in place. We're working with the MOD at the moment. They've got loads of programs in place to try and fast track SMEs and give them opportunities to deliver. I think we need to do more of that. And I think we probably need to have better controls over, well, how are these contracts won? How are they tendered for? Because ultimately they're geared up for companies who have got hundreds of people to spend hours and hours and hours of time building this kind of knowledge up over time, and then you've got a small SME that's run by 3 people with no experience.
But also, I guess you could flip it on the other side when you look at AI or things like ChatGPT, large language models, etc., where actually that could be the greatest equalizer that you've got, right? Because someone who's maybe solo or 2-3 people, then arguably, if they're leveraging AI and they're early, they could actually be keeping up with 100 staff in regards to workforce because they're working quite smart.
Well, they can, and I think, look, we've certainly benefited from it, right? Lots of smaller companies are benefiting from using AI, but so are the larger companies. And I think if you, I'm going to get in trouble for talking about this, but one of my favorite TV shows is The Wire. And there's a scene in there where one of the characters is out of jail. Cutty, I think his name is. He's sat with this other guy, and they're talking about doing something they shouldn't be doing. And he gets handed a gun, and it's supposed to be a revolver. And he's like, "Oh, I'm used to using a revolver." And he goes, "Yeah, but that doesn't hold 17. And he's, "Oh, the game's changed." And the other guy goes, "No, it hasn't changed. It's just got more fierce." And I think for me, that's what AI is, right? Yes, there's going to be less entry-level jobs. Yes, there's going to be less opportunity for people coming out of university. It doesn't mean anything's changed. The industry's still the same. It's just more fierce because the competition isn't now just with someone, one of your peers. The competition is now one of your peers who can control 4 or 5 AI prompts and do the work of 12 people rather than doing the work of 1. And so, yes, these companies will benefit smaller ones, but I think you're in a more fierce environment because those larger companies have access to just the same technology.
Do you think it comes? I mean, there's kind of like, there's 2 strands here. Number one is like the larger companies is like turning a ship, right? A massive ship. When I'm a speedboat, I can go, woo, you know. But I think the more important, I guess, question is around, number one, how agile you can be as a company, but also number 2, it's the mindset, I guess, in some ways, because I think like with the commoditization of automation, technology, etc., like we could go down the mindset of, okay, we're all going to be out of jobs. Bye-bye, farewell, right? Or we could go, actually, how can I utilize this as a tool? And, you know, I was having a conversation with someone very close to me about another filmmaker the other day, and I was very worried for his model, looking at his business model, because traditionally he's, in this case, brought in as a camera operator for other video production companies. And there's been a large conversation in the space with those who are listening about, you've kind of got 2 models that you can really like business model-wise that are still profitable and can still work. Massive Hollywood stuff, which big crews, big money, lots of stress, and then the 1 to maybe 2 at most, like production size, right? The issue is, I guess, the middle class filmmaker, you could say, in my realm, could be and potentially is going to be commoditized, especially if they're not utilizing or looking how to use AI, how to do prompts, how to, especially if you look at like the AI generation stuff that's coming out and like Google VO3 and etc. Like I looked at it and went, oh, right, okay, I need to talk about strategy more then. Because the idea of filming stuff is going to become less profitable than I think it was.
Yeah, potentially. And again, playing devil's advocate to the other side, does it become less profitable, or does it just shift into a different community? So is it now not the middle class filmmaker, right? Is it now opening this up for everyone to be able to access it? And actually you get more creativity out of it because there are people who are learning to use those technologies at a younger age and more efficiently. I think my cousin is doing phenomenally well in Sydney at the moment as a filmmaker, right? She's still going through school, but she's done several productions. She came up with this phenomenal idea about a particular singer, and she's been talking to their team about being able to produce a particular song. The idea behind it is incredible. you won't get AI to produce the idea, right? Not yet. That might come in the future, but at the moment, AI is just really, really, really good autocomplete. Lots of people are going to be really upset with that, but it is, right? They're just predicting tokens. We're not yet at a point where it is finding new ways of doing science, right? It might find a new mathematical way of folding a protein, right? But that was always there. It's just able to run more permutations. But it's not going, I've got this great idea for this film, and I want this, and I want that, and I want the other, and I want the other, right? That's still really a human kind of product. And I think,
do you think that's where the opportunity lies then?
100%. I think creativity at the moment is the key, and being really good at using the tools, right? I still think there's going to be lots of jobs. I think they're just going to change. I think you'll have less entry-level jobs, not necessarily a bad thing, but you might just have lots of people who are really, really good at doing the prompt engineering. That will become a big job in my opinion.
What would you say to people who maybe looked at AI or looked at X, Y, Z and said, oh, it's just a trend, it will die next week?
I think they're massively wrong. I don't think it's like crypto, right? I think my co-founders and I always disagree on this, especially one Mark. He's very optimistic on the crypto side. You know Mark, and he loves it. I'm still very much of the opinion that there's been too much happening with the mainstream cryptocurrencies from a dark web standpoint, right? From a criminal historic standpoint. So the AML piece and the KYC piece can be incredibly challenging if you can trace it back on the blockchain to criminality, because really you should be taking that as proceeds of crime. So I think there's a major issue with that. I think the difference between that and AI is AI genuinely has solutions, right? You can take someone who spent the last 20 years of their life learning how to spot tumors in lungs, right? They might have a really good accuracy, 80-85%, and then you can train an AI model to a 92-93% accuracy in 3 or 4 months. That's a huge jump, right, for us as a species, in my opinion. So I just don't see AI dying. If anything, I think it's going to become more and more integrated. And I think actually what we're going to see is that AI is going to become smaller and smaller and smaller. And I don't think it's going to be long before it's fully inside your device, not in the cloud. It will be inside your device. You'll have your own private AI, and it will learn you more and more and more. And this is why Origin set out to do what it does, right? As more and more information is being collected, you need to secure that in a better way. You need to be comfortable that your data is yours, that you have control over who accesses it. And if they do manage to get access to it, that you can revoke that access. And if someone is storing your data somewhere, you've got some level of encryption yourself over that data. I think that's much more important as a conversation. Is not necessarily is AI going to be a great tool, 'cause it's not going anywhere. Is how do you secure the data? How do you scrub the PII out of it? I think,
because I know that, you know, other large language model providers I'm sure have done similar, but I know OpenAI, owners of ChatGPT, got into some hot water because they basically, what it seemed like was they were basically ignoring copyright law completely. And they just went, oh, look, the internet's got loads of internet and information on it. Let's just take that. Thank you. And I don't believe that could be undone now. We're kind of in the wild, like we're in the Wild West in that respect, as in like ChatGPT knows everything and they will know everything forever.
Yep. And again, there's only so much data in the world, right? So forget kind of some of the data that people think is proprietary for their organization, right? Where they might have taken 4 or 5 pieces of information and done something cool with it to produce another metric. The actual data, there's a finite amount, right? OpenAI found that out really quickly. You can still download pretty much the entire website scraping, and you can pay to download that online, right? There's several companies that offer that as a service. Anthropic will have done it. Google would have done it. Apple would have, all these organizations, if it's not just specific to OpenAI, every single company has done it. And I think at that point, there has to be a kind of really important question being asked is, how are you protecting your information? Not just from a copyright standpoint, but even from, we were talking about this the other day. So M&S, their hack, right, which was social engineering, well, how secure is me sending a 6-digit passcode to your phone? The phone's not linked to your identity. It's not linked to anything other than you've told me that's your phone number. And yet this 6-digit code magically makes it secure. I think that's a big issue. And if I can now use an AI, and it doesn't have to be open AI, right? The safety protocols are there, but you can use any of the open source versions like Llama, whatever it might be, run it locally on your own machine. There's loads of tools out there like anything LLM that will allow you to do it. Well, I can now connect that online and I can say, right, go and find the maiden name for Carlton's mum, right? And give it access to Facebook, give it access to LinkedIn. And what we were saying before about kind of marketing, whoever makes the most noise, whoever's connected to the most people, well, you don't know who half those connections are on LinkedIn. Yeah. So now if I can connect into you through all of these fake accounts that are being kind of managed and hosted in really not very nice environments, then suddenly your maiden name of your mum is not a security kind of question. Yeah, it's actually a security risk, right? First name of your dog, whatever it might be.
School, so on.
So I think that's really dangerous. And so we need to move away from just usernames, passwords, and security questions. And we need to move more towards contextual permissions. And it's one of the things that we do at Origin, which is create context around access rather than just you've got a username and password and know that my favorite and no artist is whoever.
One of the things that a lot of people are talking about online right now that I wanted to kind of pick your brain on is AI influencers. Do you think they're happening? And do you think they will be the future? Because a lot of people are saying, well,
how would you
95% of people aren't going to care that it's AI, even if they know, even if you can tell.
I don't think anyone would be able to tell. I think there's already influencers out there that people have said are AI. I think the big one that I found quite amusing, we had a big chuckle of, I think one of the adult content creators worked out to be an AI generated model. And I just think that's hilarious, right? That these people are paying for this personalized service and they've got no idea that it's not even a real person. And I guess the question, like you said, would they even care, right? The illusion is there that they're receiving that personalized service. And I think it's the same for all of us. If you had the choice between ringing up the bank and them saying, press 2 for this, describe your problem, and just go around in that never-ending loop, or would you like to talk to an online chat agent that's an AI model that you know is not real, is not a real person, but at least is conversing with you in real language in real time? Which would you choose?
I think, I mean, as someone who uses AI, and we both I'm sure do, in depth, I think for me, I think it's about understanding what the contextual relevance that you want from it. Like for me, if I want to analyze information and data quickly, AI will be a better solution in me asking you to, so I have all this data, Stuart, can you create this and this from it? Well, you're gonna go, no, that's totally a pain in the ass. But when it comes to like emotional or creative decision stuff, that's where I think human connection will still come in. And I think that's going to be the thing that people maybe need to focus on. And that's why, like, I found it really interesting since launching the podcast and it having a hybrid element. People are, I guess if you want to go like strategically around it, like the show up rate is higher for in person than it would be online, right? And I think the same is going to be true when it comes to like in-person events and stuff. And I can see kind of this two camp book, which is like people utilizing AI, good idea, but also a constant want and drive to have that human connection, online events, online person, podcasts, online conversations, etc. And actually, from a marketing standpoint, if you don't have a podcast, I would say now is the golden age to have a podcast, because this is the kind of conversation people really want. They don't want you have a conversation with a robot necessarily. Do you think?
I think there's a lot there. So if we go back to, I think in-person meetings are becoming popular again, right? We went through that stage. COVID was a nightmare, but even before that, lots of people were like, oh, it's much easier just to do it online. It's like, yeah, it is, but you don't get the same feeling, right? You can't gauge someone's reaction properly unless you're sat in a room with them. And I think there's a lot to be said about the environment, right? So the environment today, I can say something and it's not just your facial expressions, but I can feel the environment. If you say something wrong, you can feel it change. If you say something funny, you can feel it change. And I think you lose that online. I think we'll start seeing people doing more and more in-person meetings, more and more in-person conferences. I guess the question really I've been asking a lot recently is the younger generation, right? When I was kind of 12, I was out from morning till evening every day doing whatever I was doing. It's not always the right things to be doing, but I was having fun. Whereas my 12-year-old, getting him out of the house is a nightmare. And it's not just because he's on his devices, because we limit his time on his devices. He does lots of exercise. We do Muay Thai together. We train together. We do loads of stuff together. But him and his friends don't go out. Like there aren't loads of kids in our area playing outside, and it's the perfect area to be doing it because it's quiet, there aren't many cars, there's loads of open spaces. So I don't actually know where it's going to go, if I'm honest. I think it really comes down to this next generation and the generation after. How do they interact with each other? And if we don't keep encouraging people to maintain the social aspect of it, I think it will be an issue. And again, the trust side of it, I can trust you more if I meet you in person most of the time. But even then, you still have people who are really, really good at kind of convincing people of things in person that aren't necessarily true.
I remember a handful of years ago, I did a talk as part of a business panel at a local college. For obvious reasons, I won't mention which college, and the consistent thing that came through all of the feedback that we gave to these students, like we all gave little talks on our business, gave some context, then we did an open Q&A, and the constant thing through all of it was, you need to work on your communication skills. You need to work on your communication skills. You need to work on how to articulate. But I think sometimes especially someone who talks on content a lot, who does content a lot, who's constantly trying to do that 1% to improve how I come across, the words I use, when I pause, etc. I guess to an extent I take for granted the fact it sounds really weird. I know how to communicate, right? But I do. It's even the little nuances, like how I do a stupid noise, or how I pause, or when I pause. I mean, is that something that, like, and if so, like, if that's, we need to either invest that in our children or put that into like schooling level, and or when we're in the workplace or looking for careers, etc. I mean, is that something that's, do you think, weaker as humans? Obviously it's a broad stroke, but do you think it's something that we all need to improve on?
I think it's a muscle, right? Communication's a muscle. I think being social is a muscle. That's not to say people who suffer from any anxiety aren't right to feel the way they feel, or that there isn't an underlying issue there. But I think a lot of the time it is a muscle. And I think the only way you can exercise that muscle is to push yourself past the comfort zone and do it. And we aren't pushing people to do it, right? I think we've got to an age where someone can self-diagnose as having a problem, and then we go, oh, okay, well, we won't talk about it anymore. Like, it suddenly just stops the conversation, and suddenly it's not, well, that's the end of it, right? Well, I think that's a problem. And I think that goes back to what you're saying before around kind of school-age children. Yeah. I think my wife and I foster, right? And we've just had a 2 and a 4-year-old that will be leaving us shortly, and we've had them since March. And when they came, like, the little girl was nonverbal, the little boy had some issues with kind of speech and understanding and some other bits. And in the last 6 months, my wife's done an incredible job getting them to a point where you wouldn't really know that they're that far behind. Like, they're not as far behind anymore, right? If you were to put them into a mainstream school when the little boy's starting soon, yes, he's going to need a little bit more help, but he's not that much further behind. But it's because we didn't just go, oh, okay, well, they've had a hard time, so that they get a pass, or we think they might have some anxiety issues. No, let's get them outside. Let's get them on the climber frames. Let's get them interacting with other children. Let's explain to them repeatedly. No, it's not just about saying, oh, kind hands if they do something they're not supposed to do. No, that's not right. Explain to them why, and spend that time educating them. And I think we don't do that with kids at the moment, right? There's so much, people talk about it all the time, but there's so much power with the kind of the child. And there needs to be some power with the child, absolutely. But you've also got children walking into schools stabbing people, right? That's a problem. I'm not saying we can solve that with Origin, not at all, right? But I think that's how far back we need to go. I think we need to start at schools. I think we do schooling wrong.
Does that come from boundary settings? I mean, like the statistics from like a quote broken household is ridiculous, you know. Like, mine is true in that respect. You know, I didn't have my dad around for 20 years, and since about probably a month ago, 2 months ago, I spoke to him for the first time in 20 years.
Mate, congrats. Right? How did that make you feel?
Big deal. It was just like, it is what it is. You know, like, I wasn't there to be like, right, I'm going to, and I wanted to make sure that when I did it, it wasn't coming from a place of anger. It's like, right, I'm going to pull 20 years. And it was, right, okay. But I did it for a point of view of, I need to make sure that I do this so that I don't regret if I'm told he dies. I did my best, I tried. And I think, but then also I've set a boundary to say, this isn't a fully open door as well. And I think for me, that's come from years of building on it. And that's why I asked you about, that's why I guess the question of like, do we naturally have boundaries, either in work or from parents to kids as well?
I think we spend a lot of time teaching people how to drive, right? Lots of time teaching people how to drive. We spend a lot of time teaching people how to communicate at work, right? You can't say that. You can't say this. You have to say it this way. You have to say it that way. We don't spend a lot of time with children teaching them boundaries because sometimes the parents haven't been in a position to learn those boundaries in the first place, right? Not everybody has the same start. I had a similar experience with you. Didn't see my dad for a long time. And I did go in different directions, and I was lucky enough to meet my wife who kept me on the straight and narrow. And I didn't speak to him for a long time, and he passed away. So before we had a chance to reconcile, whether we would have not, I don't know. So I'm really pleased you managed to get through that. But there's a lot of people that don't have that kind of, they don't know themselves enough, right? They don't have the same strength of character. They haven't gone through the same experiences the same way and come out the positive side of it. I think we encourage people, and TikTok and the others drive me mad because it's 10 ways you know you've got ADHD and 10 ways you know you've got this and 5 ways you know you've got that. And we're just creating excuses all the time for the behavior. And so boundaries, I think we all know where the boundaries are. I think a lot of the time we just choose to ignore them.
Is that personal though? Because my boundaries and your boundary may be different.
They should be, right? Otherwise it'd be boring. They absolutely should be different. But I think there are some basics that we should be able to agree, right? Certain spaces are private. Yeah. Certain words shouldn't be used. Certain things are unkind. Certain things are kind.
It's just mutual respect stuff though, right? Like,
oh, absolutely.
Like you don't need to be, just because I think you may be acting in a manner that's maybe unkind or etc. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm better than you by saying that you're being a dickhead, for example.
Do you know what? I was on a train recently and there was a gentleman using his phone in the quiet carriage, and there was a gentleman sat opposite him, an older gentleman. And I've never known how to turn around and say to someone like, why you got your phone on? Why are you listening to it loud? Why are you not using headphones, etc., etc.? Because it always comes across as really aggressive, right? And the old guy just literally just leant over and went, "Excuse me, I just wondered if you'd seen that sign." And the guy looked up and saw his quiet carriage and he went, "Oh, sorry, mate," and left. And that was it. There was no big like hurrah. There was no shouting. And I thought, well, that's a mutually respectful way to approach that situation. Would he have approached it the same way if it had been a 13, 14-year-old teenager listening to his music loudly? Would the teenager have responded the same way the man did? You don't know. But I think we should approach things in a respectful way. And again, that boundary issue, mate, that's a hard one, right? There's people that have spent their entire lives working on that to try and find a solution, and they still haven't figured it out.
I think I keep coming back to this whenever I talk about something like this, and I keep coming back to it's self-love, self-development, self-you. It's reflective of you. So, but from that perspective, I guess it's kind of down to you to do the work to then see the different reality, if that makes sense, right? And I think for me, that's sometimes where people struggle, where they for whatever reason they want to bury it, they don't want to deal with it, they don't, etc. And I think everyone has a level of trauma. It's I don't know how I'm using that word, but the level of trauma will either make or break you, and then it's up to you to see how you deal with that to then move forward.
So I think I'm smiling because it actually brings up a really good example. You remember you'd go to the gym, right? I want to lose weight. You go to the gym, you're trying to lose weight, and the guy go, well, if there was a pill you could take that would make you lose weight, everybody would take it overnight, right? But it doesn't change the fact that you need to create these habits and these kind of self-motivation that drive those behaviors, right? Because this is really important. And then we had Ozempic and Manjaro and all these other things come on, and people have utilized it. And I think it's a great tool. If you need to kickstart that process and you're nervous or anxious about going to the gym because of how you look, great, kickstart it with that, but don't rely on it. And I think we've created an environment where I feel depressed, here's some tablets. I feel anxious, here's some tablets. I feel overweight, here's an injection. I feel this, go do that. I hate going to the gym. I hate working out. I'm not someone who enjoys it. If I haven't eaten properly during the day, I will throw up. It doesn't matter how much I train, right? My body just absolutely hates it. But I push myself to do it because I want my son and my daughter to see me go through those hard things and realize sometimes short-term pain gives you long-term gain. It gives me an extra 5 years with them, then it's important. And my dad was 41, 42 when he passed away, and I hadn't spoken to him for a long time. So I don't want to be in the same boat. I'm only 3-4 years away from being in that age category. So I'm going to do everything I can to.
Do you think we need to not live with regret then?
100%.
And if we can take actions that are maybe uncomfortable today to mean that we're not going to be regretful in 5-10 years?
Yeah, I've lived a lot of short-term pain for long-term gain. And if you ask my wife, she'll tell you that it's been kind of lots of long-term pain for not very much gain, but actually we're starting to see the fruits of our labor. And I've got lots of friends who I've grown up with who haven't always taken the same approach. There's 1 or 2 of them that absolutely have, and they're smashing life and they're doing really well. But there are still an incredibly large number of people I know who are living month to month, and whether that be just kind of taking out finance on a new car because they want another car, or they're not taking those kind of short-term pains of, well, actually maybe I'll just hold this car for another 5 years. Nothing really wrong with it. The plate might be, I don't know, my plate's a 17 plate, right? I've got no interest in selling my car. I love my car. I've had it for a long time.
Yeah, but you don't get the, oh, that's a cool car. Oh, well done. You got a new car. Tick box from your social circle, though.
No, you don't. But again, it's that confidence of being able to say, well, I don't need it. And again, you go back to what you're saying before about boundaries and how you're brought up. Lots of people don't have that. And again, from a trust standpoint, well, who's going to give it? Right? Because you do need a parent or someone you trust in your life to give you that validation. And if you're missing it, you're going to be looking at it from all the wrong people.
Do you think we come from a place of like strong, I guess, I'm just thinking of the best word to describe it, but like for me, it's like we can only think about this way because we come from a sense of privilege.
Yeah.
Because I'm always aware, for example, like, and not to like dwell on what's happening in the world right now, but there's areas in the world where like children are starving.
Mate, I look at what is happening in the Middle East, and it fills me with dread that we kind of won. And even then, we still had to struggle.
We're in the fortunate position to have the available time, energy, and resources to sit here and have a conversation that we can put on the internet.
It was a genetic lottery, right? Like, we just happened to be born in the UK. We just happened to be born into the families we were born into, or the environments we were born into. It doesn't mean that we haven't had to struggle, haven't had to go through interesting times. But it just
do we have to frame it in our aspect of when we come up, it is a privilege. We're coming in from a level of passive privilege, because in 95% of cases, yes, there's exceptions to the rule, etc., etc. Everyone has the different story, but in most cases, in the UK especially, or Western culture especially, like, we haven't really need to worry about most of the essentials, either because state looks after us, and or because we come from a family that can look after us, and or we're given the tools to be able to create income that then means we can take those, have those things.
Just having the opportunity, right? I think cars aren't exploding next to us. And I think when you can walk down the street and a bomb isn't going to go off, that creates a level of opportunity where you can focus on different things. You can focus on building wealth. You can focus on improving yourself and moving up the social ladder, so to speak. My upbringing, my parents, my mum, my stepdad, everything they could for us, but we still went without certain things. But my dad loved holidays, right? So we did one big family holiday every year, and he loved to travel. He loves politics. He loves history. So we would go all over the place, and we would go and actually really explore the areas we went to. We'd meet locals. We'd understand the history of the place, and that gets you out of your comfort zone, right? Because now you've got the social aspect of it. You've got the verify point, because I'm actually in the country speaking to the people at that location. And I think that kind of shapes you as an individual. Whereas if you spend your entire life just seeing everything on TV, you can just turn it off. And it's not the same. So I think we absolutely are very privileged. Even if you're going through hard times, you're still not necessarily worrying about the same things other people are. But it doesn't mean your story is any less challenging.
Though. And I thought that's why I've always, for as long as I can remember, I've always talked about the fact that I don't have to walk 3 miles to get 50-50 chance if I die from drinking the water that I got, like I have clean drinking water, etc. And it sounds slightly ridiculous, but like also just the odds of being alive is 1 in a trillion, right?
Yeah.
Like,
and being alive now, like, and if you look
in this age as well, with this level of opportunity, etc., which is maybe why I can sometimes come across quite brash, because I'm like, I don't have time for people who maybe victimize themselves. Cause I'm like, you don't understand how lucky you are.
I feel the same. I've look, I'm not gonna get the violin out. My life hasn't been anywhere near as hard as some people. And some of the children that we've had come into our care, their starts to life have been like horrific, really horrific, and how they are going to shape themselves and cope through life, bouncing around kind of the fostering care system, I dread to think what the outcome is going to be at the end of it, because how can you kind of fix that? But then there are a lot of people who haven't gone through those experiences quite like that, who, like you say, kind of want every excuse under the sun not to be doing something, not to be doing this, not to be doing that. Why can't I just have a pill? Why can't I just have an injection? And I think that's one of the things that AI can't do, right? AI can't solve that. That's a social issue that we need to solve together. And I don't think we're going to solve it by all being in our homes tapping away on AI. We have to be out with people, meeting people and doing it ourselves.
Moving back to what you do.
That was a bit of a detour.
Nice detour. But digital licensing, where does that sit?
We've discussed this at length. So one of the key things we wanted to solve of Origin was, how do we verify information about something without revealing the underlying data? And I think a really good social example of that is when police do stop and searches, right? I experienced it quite a lot when I was younger because of the environment I was in. My friends did as well. We'd get stopped and searched by the police lots of times. And sometimes it was okay, and sometimes it was really not a nice experience. And I think it always started with, what's your name, what's your date of birth, what's your address? And even if I give you my name, date of birth, and address, how do you as a police officer verify it, right? Does he have any tattoos? Does he have any markings? Does he, I don't know, look a certain way? But you kind of become generic.
Guessing, right?
Lots of guesswork, right? And lots of gut feel on the police officer side. Whereas we wanted to try and find something that would, and it wasn't just for this specific reason, but it lends itself really well to it. We wanted to be able to provide technology to the environment, to the world, that kind of removed that friction. So a digital license isn't like an ID card. There isn't a centralized database of all your information in one place. That's ridiculous. If that gets breached, it's going to be horrendous. The fraud will go through the roof. What we've done is we've used kind of a decentralized approach. So we've taken some concepts from blockchain, but removed the blockchain because it's inefficient and doesn't really work for this context. But the idea behind it is, you can have an ID service provider, right? So it's a government approved company, verify your identity and give you a cryptographic endorsement that sits on your digital license, which you can carry on your device. It could also be hosted in the cloud, but the idea behind it is you've got control of it. So now if I was to come and stop and search you, you would be able to present that credential to the police without revealing your name, your date of birth, or your address. But the police would know to a degree, he lives within a 5-mile radius. There's no outstanding warrants. He's verified that is his identity because he's done it with a biometric check on his thumbprint. And we can see that biometric check that's linked to that IDSP hasn't been changed on that device. And then we can link it to other credentials. He's got a full-time job with an employer. Don't need to know who the employer is, but he's employed full-time. We can see that he is part of a charity, or he does this, or he does that. There's all these different aspects we can start to build into that check. And it all comes from, I still haven't revealed any of the data underneath it. These are all independent cryptographic proofs coming from third parties. But that police officer is now sure that individual doesn't have anything outstanding. And I think that would help. I'm not saying it's going to solve the issue, but it certainly would help remove some of the friction. And if you then start to expand that out to kind of the business world, so if we're looking at things like, how do I onboard employees in a fast and efficient manner whilst maintaining their privacy? So one of the tools that we're doing for the digital cleaners license is we do the right to work checks. We do a modern slavery check by making sure that the bank account name matches the name on the ID. Real basic check, but lots of organizations don't do it, right? And that's one of the flags for modern slavery. We then can go and endorse all of your employment history, right? And again, we're not the verifiers. We're not verifying the data. We're not storing the data, right? But we're going off and having those independent third parties endorse you. Same for your certifications, your training. And I think in that environment, when you're dealing with disparate workforces where English quite often is a second language, not your primary language, these people, they kind of get left behind, right? They come along with their paperwork and they have every right to work. They have every intention of working, but it might take 5 or 6 meetings and 10 or 11 copies of their documents. Now, where's all that documentation going? They've got no idea where it's being stored, no idea who has access to it, no idea what copies are out there. But we're expecting them to just continuously do this. And if they're now working 3 jobs, we're extrapolating that 3 times over. So for us, it's about digitization, yes, but without just copying the existing paper process and doubling the problem, right? You have to do it in a different way.
That would fix the problem we opened with?
What, going
for
back?
Someone like me, for example, who, let's be honest, if deepfakes become mainstream in AI, someone points an AI with that mindset, I'm screwed.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a way of being able to verify something's real. But again, there's then nothing stopping someone from creating an AI deepfake and just putting their endorsement on it anyway. Right? They haven't had to do the work. Like, the AI has done all the work. I think it will become more important for organizations and in fact probably more important for creators to be able to verify that's their work, right? I was the one that created that first.
Here's my endorsement. In some ways, from a maybe not a legality point of view, but kind of a copyright plus model, I guess you could say.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the things we've seen with the endorsements is, and you'll get it all the time with correspondence from the BBC, right, or for Sky News or whatever, our person on the ground. Well, that's great, but I don't know who that person is. I don't know their credentials. I don't know where they're from. I don't really know if they're from that country. I don't know what their background is. Whereas if you were able to say, here's the credential that's been lent to this article, well, now I've got, well, yeah, he's got an IDSP verified in that country that he comes from that country. He's got a university credential that says he went to that university. He's got an employment credential that said he was employed there at these points in time. That's not to say people can't build those profiles up at a state level if they really wanted to go to that level, but it becomes much harder to do, right? The threshold for access to fraud becomes really, really high, because when we're actually taking these interactions and monitoring them, we create an encrypted hash of the interaction, and that gets stored on what we call event chains. So not blockchain databases, but the event chain is a point in time. And so you can't go back in time and put something on the event chain in the past. It has to be done in time. It's temporal. And so in order for someone to perform a high degree of fraud, it's going to take them 5, 6, 7, 8 years to build that profile up. And they will have to do it in multiple chains simultaneously. And they're just not going to be able to do that.
And I guess it comes back to that point, which is like, it sounds horrible whenever you say it, but like, you're making it less likely that you're the one who gets targeted, because the burden of likelihood that your stuff gets stolen, etc., is so much higher than Barry, than Sally, than James, so on, and that's, I hate to say it, because it's like, oh, go and steal their car, not mine, because mine's a pain in the arse to steal, for example.
There is that, but again, from our standpoint, I mean, we want to give it to universities for free. Right? We want to give it to schools for free. You have the Online Safety Act that's happening at the moment, and I think you've probably seen some degree of access to adult content reduced. But it's seen VPN usage go through the roof, right? Because we know how people are accessing it, just going around the issue. And I think they had, was it Keir Starmer's driver's license got leaked online, and people using that and a picture of him to be able to skirt around the sides of it. That's the same tech, by the way, we were talking about at the beginning, that some of the retailers are now choosing to use to verify their staff, right? It's not with an IDSP, it's just a localized check that looks right.
I guess this was a big conversation like a handful of years ago, and I've covered it in the social media show and etc. But like, there was this big conversation, and lots of jurisdictions across the world have said, below 16, you're not on social media. And that seems to be the future, because it's like, we're now like, half the world has basically got that.
How do you verify you're under 16?
Exactly.
Right. And again, with Origin, it's one of the things we were saying, if we give it away to students for free, you can have a cluster of credentials, right? And so from our standpoint, it's about enabling the verification of a credential to create context. And contextual permissions is something that we've kind of started to patent from using our tech. So the idea behind it is, I can access a system. I don't need a username and password, but I need a credential from an IDSP. I need a credential from my employer. I need a credential for someone linked to that system. I need a credential maybe from a school or university. All of those credentials must confirm specific assertions about myself, right? I'm under 16. I'm a UK citizen. I go to a particular school in a particular area. that means we're putting the control of the people that need it, schools, etc. But we're not then enabling people who have bad intentions to come along and manipulate that system, because they would have to manipulate it in 5, 6, 7 areas at the exact same time. So now if you want to access the internet, well, you could have your Origin handle with all of the credentials on it, and we would know straight away how old you are, right? And parents mostly can be trusted. So your parent could create a credential for you, but if that doesn't match your school's credential, well, then that's going to create an issue. So you don't have the permission to access that that service or that particular piece of content. And that for us is really important. Context is much more important than just, well, we think you might be over 18 because you click the button. Yeah.
For those people who have enjoyed this conversation, who may want to see more of the content, delve into a little bit in more depth that what you and the team are doing, where can people reach out?
They can reach out to us directly, so they can come to us via the website, or they can reach out to us on social media or LinkedIn. I think we're starting to put more video content out there. So going back to what you were saying before, about kind of verifying trust, how do you prove it in the marketing world? Well, for us, it starts with video, right? And yes, there are deep fakes out there, but from our standpoint, I mean, we're able to verify our technology in our videos with our technology, right, which is important. We're certainly seeing kind of proof of concepts with the MOD gain lots of traction. We're talking to OFDIA, the Office for Digital Identity and Attributes, about shaping kind of how the UK consults on digital identity. And I think all of those aspects are important. So it's not just about us. I think people should be looking at digital identity as a whole in a much more holistic way. And reach out to us, reach out to the IDSPs, reach out to everyone. I think is something that people need to understand more, is that digital ID is more than just, here's my JPEG of my passport and driver's license. But yeah, reach out to us on social media or online.
Just before we wrap up, I mean, obviously you have worked with us in the past and you've done some video content. I mean, now the other side of it, maybe a year on, how was that experience? What was the things you maybe learned from? Except, like, how was it as a whole? Like, not putting words in your mouth, but I'm actually curious because obviously we haven't touched base since actually doing it last year. And I mean, was it how you thought it was going to be from firstly from the percent of what we did, but then also, like, was there any byproducts that actually came from like working with us specifically?
I think we realized really quickly that video was the best way. Yeah, 100%. And I think working with you guys and working with Lucas for the day, it kind of got into our minds a different way of thinking about things. And we were just on the cusp of really understanding how to talk about our product and how to talk about our technology. And by focusing on the video approach, and we've now released several other videos that we've kind of produced in-house, it kind of got us to where we are now, which is we know what our narrative is, we know what the story is, we know how to describe our technology. Whereas a year ago, we were still kind of trying to work out what it was that we were. And we were early to market, so lots of people trying to explain it to investors, trying to explain it to customers. It was a challenge. So no, mate, having that time with you and Lucas massively helped us kind of crystallize what we were trying to do. And then over the next kind of 2-3 months, I think that's when we nailed it. But it come off the back of the original filming we did, which was phenomenal. Yeah.
What would you say to people who are maybe looking at what's going on in the economy or etc., and maybe on the fence about maybe utilizing marketing right now, or like, because the traditional kind of known thing is like, when things get hard, you cut marketing.
Yep. Honestly, I'm probably not the best person to answer it, but I'll answer it as best as I can. I think you absolutely have to have a presence, right? You have to. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's about noise. Right, we spoke about it earlier. The more noise you make, the more you get noticed, the more the algorithm picks you up and the more it promotes you to the top. And it goes back to what we we're saying as well about the SMEs, like, how do you get spotted? How do you get noticed if you have to have that kind of credentials proving you've done something? I think consistency, right? And we had this chat about podcasts a year ago. I think it's something like most podcasts end after 11 episodes, something along those lines, right? So 11 weeks, 11 months, whatever it is, that's the kind of podcast limit. People go, oh, it's not growing, right? You have to push past it. And it's the same with the marketing. Yes, some people are really fortunate and they do growth hacking and all of a sudden they're a viral sensation overnight, but that's not the norm. And I think the only way you can build your message is consistency. You have to be in person at events. You have to be putting stuff online. You have to be writing articles. You have to be talking about it. You have to be meeting new people and spreading the word. So I don't think marketing just stops with video. I think it's something much more holistic. And it's something that you have to consistently do every day. And we have a great marketing team. So Hannah does that for us, and she's excellent at it.
If you were going to wind the clock back to speak to Stuart 10 years ago, 15 years ago, what advice would you give that Stuart?
It would probably be trust your gut. I think we've had hiccups along the way with everything that we've done, right? Whether that be businesses my wife and I started, with raising children, with kind of investors, whatever. There's always going to be a hiccup. Something's always going to come up that you weren't expecting, but you have to trust your gut. And even if that is completely in the opposite direction to what everyone is telling you, sometimes you just have to go with your gut, because at least at the end of it, you don't have the regrets, right? If you listen to everybody else and they turn out to be right, that's great. But if you listen to everyone else and it turns out to be wrong, you're going to spend the rest of the time going, oh, I wish I'd listened to my gut. I wish I'd trusted my gut. So I think take people's advice on board, listen to it, kind of take the best strategies, build them together, but ultimately trust your gut. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the time, Stuart.
You too. Cheers, Carl.
And if you did enjoy this episode and would like to see more like it, then I would love to hear what you think in the comment section down below. Why not subscribe so you don't miss next week's episode? And I'll see you very, very soon.
When you truly become comfortable in your own skin, that's when you become a more potent, authentic, and influential communicator.
Why do you think storytelling is important?
The storytelling is 100% something I focus on. It's just a part of a larger puzzle now, or a larger body of work. But stories are important for so many reasons, man.
What is the excuse that we make for the reason why we don't do the thing? Have the podcast, write the book, run the business?
So the 5 habits. Number 1 is transform your internal story. The second is ask conscious questions. The third is unearth your charisma.
I think it's really interesting, right? Because a lot of the conversations I've been having the last couple of months has been around done is better than perfect.
I'm a multifaceted human being. I'm not just one thing. And often labels can lead us, man, to shrinking, playing small and saying, I am this. But what if you're more than this?
Did you know that 93% of you are not subscribed? So if you could please do me a favor and you're enjoying the show, then subscribing would mean the world to me, and it would allow me to grow the show and continue to get larger and larger guests and continue to bring what's missing in marketing today. Thank you ever so much for joining me, and I'll enjoy the episode. Hello, my friends. Welcome back to a brand new episode. Today, I'm going to be talking to Ravi, who talks all about communication and actually why is it important. So that's going to be what this conversation is going to be about. But welcome, Ravi. How are you?
Good, man. I feel like we should have started rolling about 10 minutes ago because we had some good conversation about marketing, communication, books, all that good stuff. But I'm feeling good, man. As I told you in the green room or the coffee area, this has been a minute when it comes to me being on podcasts, given I've been focused on writing my book, being a dad, and all that good stuff. So it feels good to be here, man. It feels good to be here.
Well, thanks ever so much for coming down and for the time, of course. I mean, it would be wrong to not open the show with what you feel is missing in marketing today. I mean, we touched on it in the pre-show conversation a bit, but just to reiterate for the audience's sake, I mean, what do you feel is missing today?
When you asked me this question beforehand, giving me the material to prepare, I had to sit with this. And I had to sit with this for quite some time because I didn't want to give you a generic answer or one that's been heard before. And the one word that came up for me was intentionality. And actually, that's not just in marketing, that's in life right now. Intentionality. I mean, if you just scroll on social media, log on to LinkedIn, log on to Instagram, whatever it could be, there's an addiction to instant gratification, meaning, okay, I want to grow my follower account now. I want to achieve XYZ now. And as a result, I may put out AI content, which feels perfect, which feels like it's going to connect with people. But the truth is there's a disconnect because perfection doesn't exist, man. Perfection doesn't exist, and imperfection equals connection. And our intentionality behind things, our death grip on our desires, and the instant gratification that comes with it, it's just leading us to this place where, and it's funny to say this, the bar is so low in some senses, that the number one way to stand out is by tapping into human connection.
I think it's really interesting, right? Because a lot of the conversations I've been having the last couple of months has been around done is better than perfect. And I think that sometimes we look at the podcast idea we have, we look at the event idea we have, we look at the business idea we have, look at the book idea we have, etc. And we think, yeah, I'll add that to the list. Yeah, I'll put that on my to-do list. Do you think people need to is there a level of just you need to start doing stuff? Like you need to just choose one of them or two of them or three of them and say, I just need to do that? Because I think sometimes we put it on we kind of pin it up and we go, yeah, I'll get to that. But then we never maybe do.
What's the question behind the question? I'm curious.
The core, I think, is do people... So I guess what I'm actually asking there, and this isn't planned, so I've just come off the fly, but I think it's what is the excuse that we make for the reason why we don't do the thing? Have the podcast, write the book, run the business. Maybe someone's watching this and they're in their 9 to 5 and they're like, I've got that really business idea. I'm really passionate about X. But they don't start working on it in the evenings. They don't start because maybe they're worried about what people think, etc. These are the common answers I get. But is it just that?
I'd say it could be many things, and I can't answer it from everyone's perspective. I can only answer it from my lens. And I would say the two things coming up for me are, number one, fear, like we spoke about, where, I'll give you an example. I know of somebody who has a specific idea that they knew in that season of their life was in alignment. But there was always a reason why they couldn't pursue it. There was always, for lack of a better word, an excuse as to why they couldn't pursue it. And that excuse gave that individual the reason why, I can't do it now because of X. I can't do it now because of Y. But what those excuses and what that narrative was grounded in was fear. So there is definitely fear. There is definitely fear, but as the old saying goes, fear stands for false evidence appearing real, right? So yes, there's fear behind it. The second thing is, do you actually want the thing that you say you want? Or have you just logged onto Instagram and you've seen that Jamie is doing incredibly well now that she's left her 9 to 5 and is in this job and seems to be crushing it, and actually you like the idea of that? You like the concept of that versus the actual reality. And is it your ego saying, hey, I want a bit of that? Or is it actually your authentic self? Is it driven from your authentic self? I don't know. But I think those are the questions to ask ourselves, because the truth is this is my truth, actually. When I'm deeply aligned with something, it has a meaning behind it, which means the imperfect action, the work or whatever it takes to achieve that. The excuses, the fear, it starts to move to the sidelines because you know that not taking action is going to cost you more.
I think that's key. And I think people listening need to consider, is it keeping up with the Joneses, looking at the trend, etc. And that's why you want to be an entrepreneur. And I'm fortunate where I'm wrongly or rightly rapidly approaching 10 years in business, which is crazy in my head, and I'm looking at it going, right, okay, so the odds here are like, I've kind of done quite well, because the odds are that I think I looked up yesterday, I think about 25% of businesses don't survive longer than 5 years.
Really?
Yeah. And I'm just thinking, why? And like, from listening to how you just answered the last question, I think for me, the key is they weren't in line with, like, they weren't true, they weren't willing to die on that hill or put the flag in the sand or etc. I think entrepreneurship before COVID was cool, right? Because, or even during COVID, when there was loads of money floating around and it was, quote, easier, I think that's when people looked at it and went, yeah, that's cool, let's do that. Oh, work-life balance, oh, free, oh, I make lots of money, and I get all the time, and I get all the freedom. But now we're in a world where what most people I talk to, and I'm sure you've had it as well, which is like, well, this is just normal. This is what real business is. Things are harder, you maybe lose a client, or things are harder in the economy, etc., etc. That's just another day at the office, And I think for me, I think that's where the true entrepreneurs will stand through. What do you think people get wrong, though, in either that step or then how they communicate that step to their friends, their family, maybe the clients they want to work with, the market? Because obviously a lot of what you do is about communication, right? And that's why I want to focus on that, because it is your unique skill of expertise and etc. But I also think it's the most underrated one, because it's like, well, there's not much to it, Colin. You just have a conversation, right?
Well, before I answer that, to back it up for a second, you know what was cool when I was growing up was everybody wanted to be an investment banker. Everybody, there was like, everybody would watch the movie Wall Street. Gordon Gekko, greed is good. And they were like, okay. And the movie American Psycho, Patrick Bateman, they're like, okay, I want to be an investment banker. And it's so funny how entrepreneurship is now the thing. Like, I think about my daughter, she's nearly 3. I think at 10, she's probably gonna. A YouTuber won't even be a thing then. I don't know what will be the thing, but it's crazy to think how these things move in seasons and how whatever is flavor of the month, people gravitate towards. The question is it in alignment with you and your goals in this season of your life? Ravi now with 2 kids under 3, married, is very different to Ravi in his 20s. Very different. But in answer to your question, so actually to back it up, is the question, what do people get wrong about communication in business, or have I missed or misunderstood that?
What do you think people get wrong when they communicate what they're looking for, either in a personal relationship? Let's start there. And then maybe then going into a business relationship and how we show up and how we communicate.
When you say what you're looking for, meaning how they communicate their desires to the external world, I think, actually scrap that. I believe that often we forget to look within before we communicate our desires to the external world. And I think it's important to, in today's noisy world, just find solitude, regulate your nervous system, and find neutrality. Alignment for me is the thing that I say I want actually the thing that I truly want, or is there a path that is more aligned to me in this season of my life? I think that internal communication is super important and really tapping into your unique genius. I believe everybody has a zone of genius. Everybody has a zone of genius, but so much of the time when we look externally, we say, oh, Colin's doing this thing. Colin's pushing out content 24/7. That looks so dope. That looks so cool. Maybe I should do that. But actually, your zone of genius may not be being in front of the camera. Maybe your zone of genius is writing. And you should go all in on writing. Yet, what looks good is Carlton on video. So you disown your genius and you move towards a path of misalignment. But hey, sometimes we need to have the disconnect to allow for the reconnect, right? And that's a part of the journey. So I think, once again, actually scrap that. I believe that looking inward is a step that is often missed in today's world when it comes to thinking about our desires in business and personally.
I think that's really important for people to consider, but also like it made me think of where I was at the early part of my 20s, and now I'm in my later half of my 20s, right?
Yeah.
And I think the definition of the word success when I was 20 was very different to what it is now. And I find like I can say this now, like in hindsight, but I find that really interesting in how it's developed and changed. And I think that's kind of to an extent what some people misunderstand, right? When they look at maybe I'm going to do this business and maybe it didn't work, or maybe they gave their all for 5 years and then actually they're like, you know what? Yeah, I could, but like I'm just going to go get something that is close, but not there. Right. And it's a job and it does what I need it to do, but then I can focus on everything else. And they're putting that first. Do you think that people sometimes struggle to, I don't want to say the word abandon what they used to call success or what their definition of that used to be, but do we need to, as we move forward in the seasons of our life, do we need to constantly readapt and constantly be okay with changing what success means, do you think?
It's funny you say that, because if I think about the version of me in my 20s and what I defined as success, so different So different. And it's wild. But I also needed the 20-year-old version of Ravi to, like, actually, a better way to put it is I acknowledge that younger version of me. I have compassion for that younger version of me. And I know that he did the best he could with the consciousness that he had at the time versus berating that version. You know, some people say, oh, God, man, I was such an idiot. I did
So many years. Yeah.
Actually, we did the best we could in that season of our life with the tools that we had. So I've got to honor that version of me. But when I look back, I'm like, wow, I'm glad I've evolved. I'm glad I've evolved. And I think we do need to be comfortable with not labeling ourselves. We need to be comfortable with labels. I'll give you an example. Somebody could say, I am an entrepreneur. I am an entrepreneur. And on the face of it, great. Gives that individual a sense of belonging, pride, identity, brilliant. However, let's say that one of their buddies hits them up and says, hey, Jamie, I've got this role at Netflix. It's in the C-suite. I've spoken to people internally. We think you would be incredible for it. But Jamie's like, hold on, but I am an entrepreneur. But actually, it's not working for them in a way that they would have hoped. And actually, being in the C-suite at Netflix could be more expansive and abundant for them, but they reject it. And they say, no, but I'm an entrepreneur. So the labels that we give ourselves can often create these mental cages where we shrink our desires, we play small, and we often reject abundance. Versus, instead of saying I'm an entrepreneur, we could say I'm somebody who runs a business. Instead of saying I'm a podcaster, is I'm somebody who has a podcast. So when we expand our identity, we expand our being, and we allow abundance to organically find us. So, for example, when it came to writing my first book, this was a first for me. I haven't written a book before, so I intentionally thought about embodying the label of I'm a world-class author. I am a world-class author. So I could embody that identity to write something I'm deeply proud of, but quickly switched it to I'm someone who writes books. Because does that mean I say no to speaking? Does it mean I say no to coaching? Does it mean I say no to consulting? No. I'm a multifaceted human being. I'm not just one thing. And often labels can lead us, man, to shrinking, playing small and saying, I am this. But what if you're more than this?
I think for me, and what I was thinking of as you were like explaining that as well, I think you can have your definition of success in the correspondence to the season you're in, right, as well. And I think I understand why people would like, I need the X, whatever it is, right? I need the car, I need the house, I need the wife, I need the lifestyle, whatever. But I think you can undo what's possible if you stay true, like if you only solely focused on that, rather than saying, I want to go north. Yeah, but Colin, you're not being specific on where north. Okay, but I know I want to go in this direction, and then see what opportunities then arise from there, and then reflect on what happens. So at this moment, yes, I run a marketing company. Sure. Okay. But if you had this same conversation nearly 10 years ago, I would have said, I do video production. Right. And if I had just locked into, no, I only do video production, that's all I do. I work with other video production companies and help them create content. Cool. Then it would have pivoted or changed what horizons I could have met or gone to. And what I found was that people, they tie what they're doing and their self-worth to it together. And I think that can be sometimes the issue. Massively. Because then you're tied to, like using your entrepreneur example, then you're tied to, oh, what if I'm not an entrepreneur? Now I'm lesser, right? Because that kind of implies you failed. And then to you, that means actually me as Colton has failed. Not the company has failed, or not the company served its purpose and it got me to the Netflix role, or etc. Colton has failed. Colton will not be able to win. Colton will not be able to be, quote, successful. Do you think we need to, is that inner work thing that we need to do? If someone is listening to this and going, shit, that's me. They've tied what they are to them and their own kind of self-belief, self-worth, self-love.
Two things are coming up for me. Firstly, picking up on something you said earlier. Something I talk about in the book, inside of Habit 1, is about being fixed on the desire, but flexible on the path. So let's say somebody says, I just want to generate more revenue. Broad, but more revenue, okay? And they have the idea that the path to get there is landing net new business. They build this whole team around it, but all of a sudden, this beautiful opportunity arises with their existing client base. If they are fixed on the path and go, no, we're just going to acquire net new business, and they reject this abundant opportunity, they may not reach that idea of more revenue. But the idea of pivoting, being open to the infinite possibilities to reach that said desire, which will evolve, and it's okay to evolve it, is super key. Yes, that requires inner work. But going back to your question about self-worth, I used to work in investment banking. And one of the reasons why it took me a long time to hand in my resignation notice back in August 2016 is when I left that world, was I had pinned so much of my identity and self-worth to I am an investment banker. I'm somebody who works in an investment bank. So much pride, status came from that, which stroked my ego, and it was beautiful until it wasn't. But that experience, I'm so grateful for it, man. I'm so grateful for it. And it was, I believe that everything, this is my belief, that everything's happening for you, not to you. Whatever you're experiencing right now is a lesson that you need to learn to be able to transform your identity into the human being that can receive and sustain their true desires. So somebody listening to this right now may say, man, I'm so annoyed that my team member or my employee just keeps doing this frustrating thing. They keep being late to work, or they keep missing XYZ, and you're getting frustrated. Why can it not be like this? It is not fair, you keep saying. However, you may have requested from the universe, whatever your North Star is, that I want to be an influential leader. Well, you've requested it. So as a result, the people, the projects, the challenging circumstances are coming your way to sharpen you, to expand your being so it can, once again, your identity can be transformed into one that is able to receive and sustain. So whoever's going through, whatever you're going through right now, see it as a gift, an opportunity to transform your identity. So if you are pinning your entire self-worth, over-indexing on career, whatever it could be, see it as an opportunity, right? Does it take looking inward? I believe so. For me, that's the way forward, but you got to figure out the right path for you.
I think for me, lacking in the business world, and this is a very broad stroke, there's obviously exceptions to the rule, but I think sometimes is lacking is the self-accountability side of it, right? So whenever I have a project or a podcast or something I'm doing, I'll go, right, even if it went well, cool. Great, it went well. Great, the client's happy. What can I do to make sure that experience was better? What can I do to make sure that that went closer to plan? Where was the issues? And there may not be a lot, but even if I get one thing, that will allow me to then build on it and so on. And this really comes into effect when you have something maybe that didn't go well, or maybe you unfortunately passed away some clients or etc., which I think, from my perspective anyway, is part of if you're growing, right? If you're adapting and you're changing what you're doing, the clients that you and a client come together and you both want to go north at some point, okay? Then a period of time passes and they may want to then go east because you may have got them to that point. And at that point, of course, you're going to part ways. But I think in business, we sometimes struggle to think about, oh no, I have to have this client because they were my first client, or we idolize that person that we're working with, or the organization we're working for, etc. Especially when you look at like my dream client list when you start out, etc. But the reason why I think it links here is because it's then how you show up. It's then how you communicate. It's then how you communicate, A, in marketing, but then B, when you're having the follow-on sales conversations or continued client care conversations. Actually, do you think we need to take more accountability for that? As in the client needs to, some themselves, but also us as a provider.
Accountability for what exactly? You mean that
What we've done, because I think it's very easy to go, oh, it's your fault. When something goes wrong, it's your fault.
so just so I understand the question, is it when you're in a client customer relationship, something goes wrong, how does one react to it?
Yeah. Or it could be just in general, like when you do, like, I'll give you another example. When you have an idea marketing wise and you go, right, I'm going to give my all to this marketing idea, and it doesn't quite go as well as you planned, for example. Oh, this should be this. And the reason why I never use numbers here is because they're all subjective to you. But, oh, we can keep pushing, we can do this, we can do that, etc. And I think for me, you have to sometimes tie the result from what you're looking to achieve in respect to the amount of effort, because sometimes that result is lagged by 3-6 months. So everything I've understood in business is I do stuff now for the growth I want to see next year, or the growth I want to see in 3 months or 6 months. And just to frame it back into the question, when you look for the relationships that you want to create and have, either in business or personally, I think they're very similar. Do you look personally, or would you recommend people look personally at looking for people who can take self accountability when things go wrong? Is the crux.
So just so I'm receiving that question, it's in business when you're finding strategic relationships, is accountability an important
Is
thing
it an
that you look
important
for?
element, do you think, moving forward?
I'll give you an example. Inside of my business, something happened in the past 4 or 5 days, and there was a mistake made. And I spoke to a team member about it, saying, can you help me understand what happened with XYZ? Now, they could have got defensive. They could have deflected, and they could have completely disowned the part that they had to play in that situation. But you know what this individual said? They said, I'm really sorry about this mistake. I truly own it. And here's what I'm going to do to ensure it doesn't happen again. And they provided a solution. Now, here's why I'm telling you this. That was the most beautiful response, which told me the story about the following story about this individual, that they have a character of intention. And it told me that moving forward, I can deeply trust them. And something I talk about in this book is that when it comes to trust, one way to establish it is through the 3 C's: connection, character, competence. In this imperfect moment, which is a gift, I got the opportunity to learn something about this individual that would have never happened if everything had gone perfectly. I learned that they're self-accountable, and I learned that they're open to owning their mistakes. And they showed up with a character of integrity. It was brilliant. Simultaneously, I had another challenge, or gift, shall I say, in the business that happened about 2 weeks ago with a third party. That didn't occur, which told me a different story about the individual in question. It told me a different story about that company. And it really has left a sour taste in my mouth. And I probably won't be partnering with them in a different season of my life once this project in question is over. So it's everything, man. Accountability in that sense is everything, because it leads to trust. And I don't know about you, but I don't have a meaningful relationship in my life that isn't built on trust.
Yeah. I think for me, of course, everyone's really happy when it goes well, right? But the reason I wanted to go there is because of what happens when it goes wrong.
Yeah.
And I think what someone does, what a person does, what you do will tell you a lot about A, the person, or B, where they hold that relationship, right, with you, if it's someone else. And I think that's why I always look at, okay, let's look at what I could have done better, but then let's maybe look at where the other elements, because everything is a two-way dance, right? But I think in some ways, whenever we bridge that across in business as a whole or in personal, maybe we don't necessarily go into each relationship when it's a new business relationship or a new partnership, etc., without the, I don't want to use the word baggage, but the residue maybe from previous relationships. I mean, do you think that people don't give themselves the time to reset sometimes? Like when it comes to either like you had a long-term relationship with a client and maybe you've got some other clients, but in that sector that you don't step back and say, okay, well, kind of building off that accountability question, you think sometimes we need to take that time to step away?
Can you give me an example?
Yeah. So let's say, for example, I worked with a client for a year,
Okay.
and for whatever reason, our relationship has ended. And I could, and again, it's kind of a level of privilege, of course, that can come from it, because if you're in the position where you can step back, it means you've got enough financial resource to survive at least for a period of time. So there's a nuance to the rule, of course, but if you can do that, do you think you'll show up better for the new clients in your next season, or the new business, or the new opportunities, or the new content when you can take kind of step back? Because I think I talk a lot about self accountability, but it comes from a place of I can give myself that space to say, okay, this is where I went wrong. And maybe if it's because I'm trying to mend a relationship with a client, perhaps, or maybe it's actually a relationship has ended, or a new one is about to begin, and I want to look back and see how I don't. Maybe the issues were, okay, how can we set up this relationship so it's more likely to be successful by learning from the past?
The definition of reactive behavior, in accordance to the spiritual wisdom of Kabbalah, is engaging in any behavior that is grounded, and I'm paraphrasing, in fear, lack, or scarcity. So if we are operating consistently from a place of fear, lack, scarcity, we're engaging in reactive behavior. And I think, rather, I believe, a lot of our day to day, especially when we're flying through our day on autopilot, meeting to meeting, doing X, Y, Z, we can unknowingly slip into reactive behavior. We can unknowingly and unconsciously end up having unconscious conversations, and we don't leave this space to look within. So in your example, let's say if somebody has lost a client and they haven't really sat back and said, okay, let's look at the facts here and what part did I have to play in that, and truly owning it, then they're going to make the same mistake over and over again. And they won't have the opportunity to transform their identity into the person they need to become to achieve said desire. So your point about self-accountability is important, but it's all down to the fact that, if your calendar is just, there's zero white space in it, and you don't have a personal practice in the morning or whatever it is in the day to ground yourself, it can lead to this unconscious behavior, which is a problem in today's world. Because in our conversations, one of the biggest problems is engaging in short-term behavior that kills long-term reputation.
Do you think that people have too many busy things happening? They take too many meetings. They take too many opportunities. They don't know how to say no.
I can't speak for everyone. I can speak for the clients that I've worked with. I can speak for the people in my world and through my lens and expertise. And what I can see in today's world is the addiction to being busy is real. And often work can be a form of escapism to run away from something we're experiencing, something we're feeling, or whatever it could be. However, I believe we've confused being busy with being productive. I believe that often the inability to say no isn't just, oh, I just love working on several things at once. I just love just chasing all these different things. But what's behind it? Is it your inner people pleaser who's struggling to say no? Is it a story that you're telling yourself of I'm not enough, which is triggering, which is a launch pad for these behaviors? What's interesting is I heard a quote a little while ago, which is stop setting yourself on fire to keep others warm. And in a different season of my life, that's what I did. I consistently set myself on fire to keep others warm. And what I mean by that is saying yes to people, projects, and opportunities that were misaligned with who I truly was and my desires, and then saying no to myself, which is a recipe for disaster. The question is, why does somebody struggle to say no? And when an opportunity does come up to say no, how can you do it with warmth? And I'm happy to give you an example of something that I had to do recently to actually say no with warmth. But actually, some people want to say no, but they feel guilty afterwards. What are they going to think of me? They don't want to be not liked. Am I missing out on this? But there is a way to say no with warmth.
Do you think that psychologically? Do you think we're naturally more likely to say yes because of that? We want people to like me. I'm going to say yes to you because I want you to like me.
If somebody is struggling to say no, on the face of it, people give advice that like, okay, well, what is it costing you by saying yes to this? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna focus on you figuring out what's aligned with you so you can start saying yes to the right things and no to things which are misaligned. That's great. I mean, an exercise which Dr. Zoe Chance of Yale University does with a lot of her students, she's a senior lecturer over there, is she gets them to say no. She said this on my podcast many years ago. She goes, I get people to say no for 24 hours to everything, as long as it doesn't result in a divorce or anything crazy, right? But get them to say no to everything so they can start flexing that muscle, which is brilliant. And that's great on the face of it, looking at all those things. And then there's going slightly deeper is, okay, but why do I struggle to say no? What is the story that I'm telling myself? Is it true? How long have I told myself this story? How do I reframe this story? How do I find positive evidence to start stacking evidence for the new story I want to tell myself? How do I reinforce that story? And is that work, that messy inner work that often people don't want to do? But for me, when you commit to a journey of introspection, that's when the beautiful things happen. And that's when organically becoming no doesn't necessarily make it easier, but it feels aligned. And you start wanting to do the inner work because you know the fruits that come with it.
I think for me, it's a mindset, right? I see it as something I've tried to do is like, I have a certain window of time, let's say 3 months, and I'm only allowed to say yes to one, maybe two things at maximum during that window. So is this really worth those two shots? Yes or no? And I think it's not like something you can like if it's a job offer, etc. And I like look and go, okay, is that going to help? Am I the right fit for the client? And sometimes I'll go, I don't actually know. That's when you explore more, you have more conversations, etc. But the key for me is making sure that whenever you do work with a client, or whether you do a body of work, write a book, run a podcast, etc., that it sticks into what you were starting to talk about at the beginning of today's episode, which was, is it authentic? Is it connected? And it's kind of I hate using it because it's kind of become a buzzword now, right? Being authentic on social and being authentic in content, but only you know whether you are. And something I did want to talk to you about, and I know it's maybe something you're maybe trying to move away from, and I'd love to hear if that is something you're moving away from, potentially why, but like, why do you think storytelling is important?
Well, actually, storytelling is the fourth habit in my book. So the 5 habits are, number 1 is transform your internal story. The second is ask conscious questions. The third is unearth your charisma. The fourth is tell stories that inspire change. And then the fifth is become the trusted guide. So to hit on your point, storytelling is 100% something I focus on. It's just a part of a larger puzzle now, or a larger body of work. But stories are important for so many reasons, man. But let's take it back to the work of Zoe Chance for a second, Dr. Zoe Chance. So in her body of work, she highlights that human beings all have a gator, an alligator, and a judge within. Now, behavioral economists will liken this to system 1 and system 2. And what she says is the gator is the fast, instinctive, and unconscious part of us, where our emotions live, that drives 95% of our decisions on a daily basis. The judge, like a judge in court, is slower, more deliberate. It requires conscious effort to make rational decisions. So the judge, or rather the gator, is automatic. The judge requires conscious effort, and the gator is more dominant. Interestingly, the gator is the first responder in Zoe's eyes. The gator is the first responder. And what it's doing a lot of the time is actually filtering what information we should pay attention to. And it's rationalizing, or rather, the judge is rationalizing the preferences of the gator. Here's why I'm telling you this, is that a lot of the time we lead with facts, we lead with figures, and we lead with data. And it's not about not using them, it's about understanding the context and when to lead with them. But for me, what we need to think about is how can we prioritize the needs of the gator so that we can then appeal to the judge. And one of the most potent ways somebody can do that is through impactful storytelling. But the $1 million question is how do you tell a good story? So from a lot of the work that I've done, whether it's training teams at Oracle NetSuite, T-Mobile, Sherwin-Williams, they all want to know, how do I tell a good story that inspires prospects, customers, and people to take action? And through my work, came up with a checklist. I call it the Acorn checklist of what really a good story in a business setting needs to have. There's several things. There's hundreds of things that it could have. But if I just had to pick 5, it would be these things. So A of the Acorn checklist is actively interrupting somebody's trail of thought. So that's through an effective hook at the start of the story. C is your story should contain a story arc. And the story arc that I traditionally teach is the 4 C's: context, conflict, change, conclusion. And we can talk more about that in a second. O stands for organically adding business value. Does your story organically add business value? Because this isn't this one time at Bandcamp and you're telling a story and it spirals off to Pluto and it adds no business value. It needs relevance. It needs relevance. And then R stands for, does your story revive a 2-way dialogue? Not just talking at somebody, but does it spark a 2-way conversation? And then N, which is very important, does your story naturally, noticeably make the main character the hero, not you? And when you embody these ingredients, it really paves the way for somebody to tell a great story, which moves people. And hey, what are we trying to do when it comes to our prospects, our team members, our customers, our partners, or shareholders? We're trying to inspire change, moving them from a current set of behaviors, series of behaviors, to a new series of behaviors. And change is hard and change is messy, but storytelling can start that process and make it stick.
Do you think, because something that I hear from people who are starting out on video a lot is, yeah, that's great, but my story is really boring. My origin story is really boring. My day-to-day is really boring. I'm an accountant. I spend my life looking at spreadsheets. I spend my life looking at tax returns. I spend my life looking at paperwork. Is that true?
It might be that person's truth in that specific moment. Is it, we gotta honor that that's their truth. That's their truth in this season of their life. However, is there validity in it? I don't know. I don't think so, right? I'm sure we will be able to find cracks in the story that they're telling themselves. So I was recently speaking at an event called Atomicon. Incredible event, really cool business conference. And at the end of my keynote, this individual came up to me and they said, it's really interesting when you were telling stories about your kids and this and that or the other. There was humor in it. There was fun in it. It wasn't like, oh, I went through this immense pain and this happened and that happened. And that's what I struggle with. I was like, what do you mean? Tell me more. And they said, well, I'm struggling to craft my origin story because I don't have this huge moment in my life where, oh my God, I was down and out. I was at rock bottom and look where I am now. And for me, that's a recipe for disaster because it can leave you in analysis paralysis and forgetting that often the beauty is in the imperfect moments, the relatable small moments. When I came out on stage that day, I told a story about my daughter and how she was mimicking breathwork that I was doing in some season of my life. And as a result, it made me realize that how I do whatever I do in my life, she's going to mimic it. And my job isn't to tell her what to do, it's to show her who to be. That was the crux of it. But that came from a seemingly insignificant moment in my day-to-day life. So I think what it boils down to is creating a story bank. And I have a process for that, but creating a story bank where you're collecting these insignificant moments, figuring out which one of them can be transformed into a story and testing them versus sitting there trying to think of that one story and then going, I don't have it. I'm going to wait for it. And just doing nothing. So everybody has a story to tell. The question is, do you have an intentional, going back to our question at the beginning, do you have an intentional approach to finding them, identifying them, and then delivering them in low stakes scenarios to test and tweak and iterate for high stakes scenarios? It's a real process.
I think it's something that you'll adapt as well. Like as you move through the seasons, right? Like you might not talk about the current season or the season you just come out of, but you potentially will talk about maybe season 1, season 2, season 3, etc. And I think for me that allows you to tweak and adapt and show that you're a non-finished article as well. Building off that, like my level of success at 20 was very different to now and will be very different in 10 years. And I think that's the constant thing. And the thing that kind of goes through the core of that is, what's my improvement today? What's the 1% thing I can do? What's maybe the thing I heard from you today, or the thing I picked up whilst watching something, or the key takeaway from the book I just read, or etc. And I think sometimes we don't give ourselves that time. That's why I asked you about the kind of the busy schedule thing. And something that I've tried to do is book less, like put more barriers in the way of those meetings, put more barriers in the way of guests coming on the show or etc. And then have more of a filter of who comes on, why, who am I having a conversation with, why, how can I be present in content, what content am I doing? And the reason why I do that is because then I can be more present and more focused on, and doing less work means I'm more present in the work I'm doing. And it means actually I'll be more transformational, so to speak, to that client, to that customer, to that guest, etc. I hope, I believe, anyway, in that respect. But for those who've really enjoyed this conversation, where's best to reach out to you? Where can they get the book? That kind of thing.
Yeah, so if you click the link in the description, I'm sure you'll put it in the description, but you can pre-order my book now, which is available on November 4th, and it's called Relationship Currency. And really what it's about at the core is teaching people in any conversation how to build trust, cultivate authentic relationships, and master the art of communication along the way. So, hey, if this conversation has aligned to you, then pre-order a copy and I'll see you on the other side. But otherwise, I'm on LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, all the places, just at the Ravi Rajani, and you can find me there.
Magic. Thank you so much for coming on. And if you were going to talk to either yourself 5-10 years ago or someone who's your junior, what advice would you give them?
About life, about communication, because I could take this so many places.
Wherever you want.
Let's stick to communication. And I would say the following. I would say you can listen to podcasts like this You can watch videos, you can absorb books, courses, and all that good stuff. But if you truly want to be able to communicate with influence and with intention, it doesn't begin with that. It first begins with a journey of introspection. And for some people, that can mean seeing a therapist. For some people, that could mean journaling, seeing a coach, or speaking with a friend where you can speak freely and remove the mask. But here's my truth. When you truly become comfortable in your own skin, that's when you become a more potent, authentic, and influential communicator. So start within and then look at all the cool stuff, such as the podcast and the books. But hey, if you can't look within first, there's no hack, gimmick, or trick that will save you.
Thank you ever so much for the time, ladies and gents. I hope you took value from this episode, and thank you for coming and
Thank you.
spending the time with us today. And I will see you very, very soon. If you did enjoy this conversation and would like to hear what's missing in marketing, probably tomorrow or today, then be sure to be subscribed. I'd love to hear what you think in the comment section down below. And I'll see you very, very soon. What would you say to people who maybe are on the receiving end of the obsession?
I think you've got to be a part of it yourself and experience the ins and outs of the day to day, rather than just when the person comes home and they've had a bad day.
I think that's true in anything that you do. You know, marketing or fitness or writing or driving or whatever the skill is that you're trying to build, with consistency and with showing up when it's harder is when it will work. I think what you touched on there is a really common misconception in marketing.
I'm not a fan of it. I'd much prefer the in-person world.
So if you were going to speak to either yourself or someone 10 years your junior, what advice would you give them?
So I'd say take the risk, take it sooner. I waited too long. So I left it and I left it and I left it, and then I went, okay, I am going to do this now.
Did you know that 93% of you are not subscribed? So if you could please do me a favor and you're enjoying the show, then subscribing would mean the world to me, and it would allow me to grow the show and continue to get larger and larger guests and continue to bring what's missing in marketing today. Thank you ever so much for joining me, and I'll enjoy the episode. Hello, my friends. I hope you're well. I hope you had a good day, evening, or night. Today, we're filming a brand new podcast, as you have seen, with Matt from Involved Health. Thank you so much for coming on.
My pleasure, Colton. Thanks very much for having me.
No, you're very well. Good to be back. For those who don't know you, Matt, how did you get to sit in front of me today?
I'm sat in front of you today because I've sat in front of you before. We've done some work together before. You've helped with some of my social media marketing. And we had a few of my clients come in and do some testimonial work. So, and obviously I've seen your work with other businesses and other people in and around Salisbury. So, yeah, it's nice to have you back here again.
Absolutely. I mean, I think we'll get onto that a bit more in depth later, but how did you, because you're obviously have you always been passionate about like helping people with personal training and fitness as a whole? Yeah. Like, how did you get into this industry?
If I think back far enough, the origin story is I loved sport, I loved fitness, I loved playing sport and being involved in fitness and health related activities. I was absolutely rubbish at everything else. So that it was like, how can I make what I enjoy and what I'm half decent at into potentially a job further down the line? So left school, went to college, pissed about in college and sort of experimented in a few different sport and health related activities. And then through pure chance, I ended up working at the University of Bath, sports training village and sports setup that they had at the time. That was back in 1996, I think it was, 1997. So I'd have been about 17 years old, showing my age now. Started off there. Ended up living there on campus in a sports house with the Great Britain Olympic swim team, and being part of that campus and being involved in the university gave me a massive exposure to high performance sports, a lot of different athletes from a lot of different sports and disciplines. So I got to see how elite level athletes were trained, how they lived, how they recovered. I got to understand what operating a sports facility was all about. Part of my role was making sure that the gym was in operational order, looking after swimming pools, all sorts of different stuff, athletics tracks. So I had quite a broad education, if you like, being at a university, into how that world works, and it just snowballed from there, really.
Was there or is there, should I say, because there's obviously still athletes who are around that you may train and work with, you know, but is there a kind of commonality in respect to the mindset? Because I think athletes and high performance people, I think there is some standard traits. Maybe it's like the cliche wake up at 5 a.m. kind of morning routine stuff, or it's actually their mindset as a whole, would you say?
I mean, I couldn't comment for everybody because everyone's got their way of doing things, but I think there's dedication, there's discipline, sometimes obsession, and I think all of those things are quite interesting to me. I feel like I'm a relatively driven person. I work hard. I put in a lot of work over the years in the industry and with this business in particular. Some would say potentially sometimes I might be a little bit obsessed, but I think that's a good thing. But
Would
you
say
certainly
that's necessary for high achievers?
yeah. You can't be a high achiever and not be obsessed. You have to throw yourself into whatever it is you're wanting to do or build or grow or be a part of, and if you're going to deliver a highly successful business or an environment, depending on what aspect you're working in, I think you have to be obsessed. I don't think it works if you don't. Not at that level, anyway.
What would you say to people who maybe are on the receiving end of the obsession, right? So maybe they're with someone, their partner, their mother, etc. Like maybe when they're starting out and it's their parents, or maybe as it develops into a full-fledged business, what kind of can that support person do? Because I think for obsessed people who are very driven, like we get it, but sometimes that they don't get the attention or the thought process when it comes to, I wouldn't say how to deal with an obsessed person, but how to support that's a person in that respect. Of course, in your own experience.
Yeah, I mean, first off, I'm not a parent. I don't have any children. But what I do know from the backgrounds I've worked in is sometimes the obsession starts from the parents, and the kids or young people are pushed into something, and the parents, I mean, you know, when people used to say pushy parents, I think actually sometimes those parents are just obsessed with creating an environment for their kid to thrive, and sometimes that's awesome, and sometimes it can be, you know, sometimes terrible. So in terms of how to support someone who is obsessed in trying to deliver high performance, tricky one. I think you've got to be a part of it yourself and experience the ins and outs of the day to day, rather than just when the person comes home and they've had a bad day and they,
Is
use the phrase
uncomfortability
kick
and
the cat
stress
almost.
that kind of comes from that? Is that normal though, for a high achiever? Is that a sign or a byproduct of them being high achieving?
Stress.
Yeah, like so from a partner's point of view, or etc. You know, like in that respect.
I think there's elements of stress for sure. They will be stressed about delivering an outcome on a performance. You know, if they're trying to compete, they want to win. They're stressed in the build up to a competition, can be stressed at the competition. And then there's the stress if the competition doesn't go so well. So yeah, stress definitely plays a part. Obviously, I've not competed myself at a high level. I've experienced and lived around those that have, and more often than not, I think the stress is a positive, like the person has responded to it. But I definitely saw a couple of occasions where maybe it didn't.
And obviously, maybe with high achievers, and especially in athletes, they maybe get knocked or they have an injury or equivalent. I know you do some, you know, support in that realm. I mean, how was that kind of a byproduct of what ended up happening as you were learning more about training? And
yeah, the manual therapy side of things has come in relatively late in my health and fitness and therapy career. Initially, it was fitness-based provision, be it circuit training. You know, back in the day, it was circuit training classes. Then I got more and more into the personal training side of things. And the therapy aspect for me has probably been the last 10 or so years, 10 to 15 years, I reckon. Whereas I've been in the fitness and PT industry for I've forgotten how old I am, 24, 25 years. So yeah, pretty much since I walked through the doors at Bath University, I've been involved in fitness since, and that's changed, throughout the years. Therapy's become a big part of that.
I guess, how was it a natural progression from, so you train
Yeah.
people and maybe they have injuries, and then you saw it as like, actually I can help people here with X injury or Y injury to actually help them with their recovery to get back and train as hard as they actually maybe want to mentally.
Yeah, I mean,
but
certainly
their body isn't there yet.
Yeah, it was a combination of things really. One, I started to listen to, most of my clientele is Gen Pop, so general population. So it could be business executives, stay-at-home mums, or dads, doesn't matter. But it's across the board, probably age 25, 30 plus, up to my oldest client's 94. So they would always mention niggles and aches and pains. And it was like, right, how can I train around it? How can I train through it? And then I was like, hang on a minute, why don't I just try and help them deal with it more directly? And because of the nature of my client base, the need to be able to do therapy work was becoming more and more clear to me. So I'd say around about 15 years ago, I really started to delve into the therapy side of things. And 15 years later, that's probably a fairly significant part of Evolve's business now.
Do you think that's one of the things that makes you unique in comparison to, say, another personal trainer, another gym, another etc.?
I think when I first came to Salisbury, for those that don't know, I didn't grow up in Salisbury. I wasn't born here. An opportunity came, where are we now? Probably around 2014, 2015 maybe, to start getting involved here in Salisbury. So what I realised through that is a lot of places had personal trainers. There were some gyms around. Sadly, there are fewer gyms around at the moment. That's another story. And I realised that nobody was really creating an environment where it was seamless. So you could be down here in the gym, maybe having a therapy type workout. You could be upstairs on the treatment table. You might have ligament damage that needs hands-on treatment and things like that. So the ability to put the two things together is really, really important, because as a professional then, I can manage and help the client through a myriad of different options. So I can be involved in their fitness training, I can be involved in their therapy work, I can guide them on their stretching and flexibility, and it all has a carryover. It's better for the client because you've got one set of eyes keeping an eye on things. I'm not saying I can be all things to all people, but it does assist. But also from a finance perspective from the client, if you have 1 or 2 PT sessions a week, then you've got to go to an osteopath, then you go to somewhere else for a massage. Most people know what these things cost these days. That's serious money on a weekly basis. Whereas within a visit to here, they can have a PT session. They might need just a few minutes of hands-on work or some help with a stretch. And they've spent a fraction of what they would spend if they had 4 or 5 different professionals helping them. So it's almost trying to create a multidisciplinary environment, but the one person is delivering that multidiscipline.
I think for me, like, that's maybe the unique selling proposition of what you do, but it allows that synergy. So if there is an injury that happens, either unfortunately with during training or like outside of training, and then when they come into training, then it can be maybe tackled like faster or potentially better, in that respect. But do you think, I guess then, the next question I was gonna go into was like, how consistent or like how focused should the average person be on fitness? Because I think as a whole, it's always been a part of my life, but I think maybe I'm unique. We're looking at, like, I don't know the figures off the top of my head, but the numbers are like constantly changing, constantly adapting, and I don't think for the better in respect to obesity and other such concerns in that respect. And I think, is it a shift? Is there like from what you're seeing, or is it still maybe it's upper middle class? Is the people who can afford it? You know what I mean? Is it because from my perspective, it was always quite snobby. Oh, you work out. Is that it was always that for a long time?
I think what's changed is the media. So you look at anything in life now, the media get their claws into it, and that can be good or bad. There's definitely an increasing problem of lack of physical activity in schools. I can remember when I went to primary, I can just about remember when I went to school, primary school and secondary school. I was lucky, I had great PE teachers, I enjoyed sport, and the provision was there to do it, and we did it for a few hours a week. But talking to clients now who've got kids in certain schools, and they barely get an hour a week of like taught physical education or the chance to just explore different sports. And I think these days, a lot of that seems to be happening outside of school. And then it becomes choice. Then it becomes, can the parent potentially afford it? If you're in a school environment, it's kind of delivered for you, to you. But to have to choose to go out and take part in a sport, it's not just the kid's choice, it's parents going, I work 3 jobs, I can't take you to wherever you need to be 3 times a week, or I can't afford for you potentially to have all the kit you need. I saw some kids walking along, I'm pretty sure it was hockey, and the stuff over their shoulders and what they were carrying and what they were wearing, I'm thinking, if you've got 2 or 3 kids, that is costing you some serious money. So the chances are you are in a slightly higher class. I don't like this class differential that people have, but yeah, it's definitely a problem. And I think, you know, I understand from my perspective what I charge for the work that I do is reasonable, and it certainly isn't affordable to the masses.
Do you think the key is the educational piece then? Even if it's just like having resources or having more people talk about bodyweight workouts, calisthenics, etc.
I think it's good to get the message out there that exercise is good for you, and sitting on your backside all day eating, you know, chips and whatever else is probably not very good for you. But I think the key thing is the provision of facilities that are free and accessible to anybody. These parks now where they're starting to put exercise equipment and like bars that you can do pull-ups or hang from and stuff like that. They're awesome, and we need more of those, but we also need people to understand how to use them. So we probably need to find some sort of community scheme where people who are big on calisthenics and outdoor workouts and almost like parkour and stuff like that. If you've got people like that who are helping kids from quite a young age get into that, then there's probably going to be a natural progression as the child gets older to, I want to carry on doing stuff like this. I want to go to the gym. I want to play in a team, or I want to partake in an individual sport, but I'm prepared to put in the work to do it. These are all the things we need. They're not being provided, not at the level they need to be. I'm quite lucky. I'm fairly well travelled. And a lot of places I go, you go to places and they've got outdoor, again, environment comes into it, climate, things like that. But even countries where the climate's a lot like ours, they've got outdoor parks, they've got outdoor physical activity. We're a long way behind in this country in certain areas, and that needs to change, and fast.
Do you think, like, because for me, it's like, number one, it's a priorities thing. Number two, it's a mindset thing. Like, there's one thing having the education. Once you've got the education, you've then got to have oh, I'm really busy, but I need to do it anyway, right? Because I look at it from a perspective of, I'm very fortunate where I'm younger and I've had a level of fitness in my life for a very long time. But I understand that if I want to continue to be able to do the job I do, I need to be in better physical condition than...
Yeah.
So I can continue to do it for 10, 15 years.
Absolutely. But what I'd say to that is, if you get the exposure from a young age, and it's a positive exposure, not, oh, I hated PE, they made me do PE in my pants and socks or whatever. I can remember, you know, back in the days when I was at school, if you forgot your gym kit, it was plimsolls and pants and socks and off you go. There's no way that's happening now. It wouldn't be allowed. You know, it's if you expose somebody to a positive health and fitness related activity from a young age, and you can do that consistently for a while, then the likelihood is you don't have to worry about mindset, motivation and things. It's almost inherently in there, ready to go. There will be people who went to school and hated PE and hated exercise who have grown out of that, and some will have gone, actually, I need to look after myself and my health because I've got a family now. And there'll be other people who go, well, I hated it at school and I hate it now. And we've got to get those people back then.
If you were going to give advice to maybe those people who hated it at school, who maybe haven't done what they should have done, maybe they know they're not, like, because I don't think you say to anyone who's like not in good shape, I don't think helping the problem is, haha, look, you're fat. Or,
oh God, no.
That's not, that's because they know. It's not like they see themselves every day,
Sometimes you've got to have hard conversations. Part of my job as a personal trainer is sometimes you have to have very difficult conversations with people, and in the best way possible, you're trying to explain to them that the situation they're in is not a healthy one, it's not a good one, and there's a desperate need to change. In terms of mass information, I think you've just got to say to people, like, hands up if you want to die young. Not many people are going to chuck their hands up.
Yes, please, Matt.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? I can't speak for everybody, but most people are going to, well, of course I don't. Who wants to live as healthy and as long as possible? Probably most people.
Yes, please, Matt.
Yeah, exactly. So if we can say to people, look, there's still time for things to change, for you to have those positive experiences, and ultimately it's going to massively benefit you. Some of the hardest conversations I've had to have with clients, I remember one guy, I'm still in touch with him now. This is when I used to PT back in Bath. I literally had to sit down and say to him, I know his daughter had got stuck into him. She was not far away from graduating university, had been involved in a relatively long-term relationship, and there was a wedding on the cards. And this particular chap, the girl's father, was not in a good way. Very successful, but very highly stressed executive. He owned a very particular international business, and he was flying all over the world, airports, long hours, eating all the wrong foods, a lot of client hospitality, so a lot of drinking, and he'd got himself into a real mess. And he'd had a heart attack. And the daughter had sort of said to him, look, if you want to A, see me graduate, and B, see me get married, you need to sort yourself out because you're going to die soon. And I think when it comes, if you're a father, I can imagine your daughter looking at you and saying that. That's got to be a gut punch. So he came to me and he said, Matt, I need you to help me. And we did a lot of good work. And that was 10, 12 years, probably even 15 years ago. And even now, he's still out running half marathons, going out for big bike rides. It completely changed him. But he said to me, the turning point was his daughter saying those things to him. If he'd read that in a magazine, he said I probably wouldn't have taken a blind bit of notice. But he said, my one and only daughter says that to me, and she's like got tears in her eyes. It's like, I won't use exactly what he said, but he had to sort himself out. So sometimes you've got to be fairly hard on people, and other times it's how you create a different message or a different environment that might encourage people to get involved.
Thank you for sharing that. And I think even just through that message, I don't want to use the term wake some people up, but hopefully you'll wake some people up to maybe, my next question was going to be around like age, and I think the science is semi-conclusive, and you probably did confirm or deny, but like for me, as far as I look at it, like the healthier you are in your 20s, the better your 30s and so on, right? But there is a point where it becomes harder, but I think that could be perceived as, well, I'm not going to bother then. Is it that, or is it actually you just...
there's no doubt that as you get older, things get slightly more difficult to do. Yeah. Within reason. It doesn't have to be that way, and it isn't just a linear decline. You were fine in your 20s, not so much in your 30s, 40s are getting bad, 50s onwards, you're bollocks. That's not true. Obviously, if you haven't done anything for a long time, and then you come into a gym environment or a fitness environment, maybe you take up running, you're going to find those things slightly more difficult, slightly more comfortable at first. And if people tell you it's all going to be easy and sunshine and rainbows, you know, no, it's not. And you have to be honest with people about that and set the right expectations. So part of any personal trainer's job, but certainly how I look at it is, you have to set expectations. Sometimes you have to put a limitation in place because sometimes people attack it too hard and they can do themselves damage. And sometimes they can attack it so strongly that it actually becomes less healthy. So it's striking a balance, pretty much like everything in life, really. You want to try and find balance where you can, knowing full well that the perfect balance is not achievable, I don't think, for anything. Sometimes you've got to be a little bit obsessed, like I said earlier. Sometimes you have to rein it in a little bit. But it's just finding that balance and working with the person. And it's building a relationship. So it's not just turn up through these doors and go, hey, Matt, just bark at me or tell me what to do. You have to build a relationship. There's an element of trust both ways. You know, the client needs to trust that I'll provide them with safe and effective exercise or safe and effective therapy treatment. And I need to trust that when they leave here, they're not going away and doing 10 times more stuff that maybe they shouldn't be doing, or their lifestyle is bad because they go, oh, I can offset it by going to see Matt, so I can carry on drinking heavily and eating all the wrong food. So it's a relationship, and the relationship's built on trust. And that trust comes with me establishing at the start of the process what are their expectations of me and what I expect from them. And it does go both ways. So that's crucial, I think.
Do you think some people struggle the long-term mindset of the results? Because fitness is, from how I look at it anyway, it's a compounding thing. Like once you're consistently doing it repeatedly, then the results will compound. But there is, like, I would say probably a month, maybe 2 months, maybe 3 months where you maybe don't see, it's the question analogy of you go to the gym, you do a thing, nothing changes. You go the next day, you do the same thing again, nothing changes. But there is a day
Where it does start
where there's a change.
Yeah. It's consistency. I can write the best fitness program, the best strength program, the best flexibility program for somebody. But if they're not consistent, they won't get the result. It doesn't matter how good one session is, it matters how good 20 sessions are. So most of my clients have been coming to see me for years. I mean, I've still got clients who are training with me now that we've opened the doors to 12 years ago when we first opened, and they're still training with me now. That's consistency. And they very rarely miss, they have the occasional family holiday. We tend to wind down a bit at Christmas as a business and let people go and have a good time and then attack it again in January. But the overall key is consistency. It doesn't matter what one session's like, it matters what 25 sessions are like and whether they are relatively close together. If you do 25 great training sessions but it's spread across 15 years, it's not going to work. But if you're consistent more in week in, week out terms, then ultimately you will be successful.
Is that what you would say sometimes, even when on the hard days, like how I look at it is if I can show up on the really hard days where I'm really busy, really tired, etc. Not like really tired as in exhausted.
Yeah,
like,
you find
I've shown up. It's not the best workout, but it's still a workout.
Yeah.
And it's building that momentum. Or would you say that you need to then focus on recovery there?
You find out most about people when they're having their bad days in any shape of life, or any walk of life. But in terms of training, I get people to walk through the door. I haven't got very many skills, but I'm pretty good at reading people. And one of my things as a personal trainer is when somebody, or a therapist, when somebody walks through the door, I can tell pretty quickly if they're having a shit day. So then you have to say, right, well, the person still turned up, so that's a win. So how do I structure the session now to make sure they go away feeling like they've had a win? And any personal trainer will tell you this, any personal trainer. the number of times someone will say, I didn't feel like coming today, I've had a shit day, but I've finished now and I feel much better for it. Every PT's had that conversation, or every PT's had that text message or WhatsApp message, whatever it happens to be. And that's crucial, like the ability to read the room, if you like, read the person, and still deliver a session and try and give them that encouragement and that consistency, even on the not so good days. That's when you get really good results for people. And if there are PTs watching this, then they're all going to be nodding their head to that. There's not one that won't be.
I think that's true in anything that you do, you know, marketing or fitness or writing or driving or whatever the skill is that you're trying to build. I think that's with consistency and with showing up when it's harder is when it will work. But you mentioned at the beginning roughly that obviously we worked together before today and that respect. I mean, how did you, what, if you can recall, it was a while ago to give the audience some context, but like what were you looking for when you reached out to me for that project?
I think it was, how do I deliver the message of how we can help people, but through the lens of another person? So it's easy for me to say, hey, I do personal training, I do osteoarticular joint pumping for therapy, but most people are going to go, I haven't got a clue what you're talking about, Matt. But you're able to derive answers from people by the way you ask questions, and that's a skill that I haven't got. So I think that was one of the key things, is it developed into a conversation with you and some of my clients, and that conversation brought out some interesting answers. And it was an interesting experience for me, actually, because they said things to you on the camera in the interview that they hadn't said to me. So you get a different perspective on why they're here and what they think of the place and whether I've done a half decent job. Hopefully it seemed to be that's what they thought, which is good. But the key thing for me was the ability to extract information from them that I hadn't got myself. Even though I know the person and I know what they're trying to achieve, the way they explained it to you was different, and I found that really useful. And that kind of then helps you think, well, how do I put that message out further down the line? So that was pretty cool.
What, I mean, either since or in general, like, how do you look at marketing in the current landscape? What do you think people should do? What do you think people shouldn't do? Is it a time, obviously it's nuance related to the business, of course, but is it a time, I mean, a lot of people are saying the creative industry is struggling, people are saying the economy's hard. I mean, in the nicest way possible, I've heard that for nearly the 10 years I've been in business. I've always heard that. So I don't want to be this way, but I'm like, but what's really going on? You know what I mean? Because for me, there's always something going on. There's always something going on in politics, there's always something going on in geopolitics, etc. But right now, at the time of filming, what are you looking at from a marketing point of view that you think is really going to work, or you know, are you leaning into more referral based stuff? Are you maybe like keeping your costs lower because you are seeing the climate, or are you going the other way?
I'll try and unpack that. I think the key thing is be transparent and be honest and upfront about what you do and how you do it. Don't bullshit people. Like I can't deliver, I don't know, think of someone who's in incredible shape, who's on TV a lot. Can't think of a name now. But if I said to all of my clients, you can have that in 3 weeks, I'm telling some porkies, yeah? So be honest with people about the process. Explain to them that, yes, you can achieve some brilliant results and sometimes life-changing results. And it might not just be the way you look, it might be the way you feel, it might be the way other people view you, it could be all sorts of stuff. But be honest and transparent about what you do and what you can deliver. Most of what we've got here at Evolved has always been referral based. I mean, you know, because we've had this conversation previously, I'm not a big marketer. I don't do, what is it, sponsored ads or Facebook, whatever it is. Wouldn't even understand how to set one up. So on that side of business, I'm probably not very good. But I came here to Salisbury, I knew two people. And we've built a business that does 80 or 90 sessions a week between myself and my colleague Charlie. We've been here 12 years. that's referral. That's not marketing. That's referrals. It always has been, and I suspect it probably always will be to a degree. I think the challenge for me and how I grow Evolve now is I need to market to the people who don't know I'm here and that people can't refer to because they don't know we exist. You know, you can only get referrals from people that know you're here. So I should probably try and get more people to understand that we're here. You know, if I had a few quid for every time somebody comes and said, I didn't even know you were here, Matt, until someone told me about you, I'm like, oh, I really need to do something about this. But yeah, I think marketing for me now is being able to explain to people what we do and how we do it, and saying to people, do you want to come along on the journey, as opposed to come and get fit in 6 weeks, which I hate that message in the fitness industry. It's rubbish.
I think what you touched on there is a really common misconception in marketing, that people think it's either referrals or it's word of mouth or it's ads or it's content or it's this or it's that. The reality is all that content's going to do, all that marketing's going to do is apply fire to your word of mouth. Yeah. If you have good word of mouth, happy days. Yeah. If you've got bad word of mouth though, you can kill your business very quick because it's just going to make things better or continue things moving faster in whatever direction the business is currently going in. So what I say to clients when I start working with them, and I think we had this conversation when we initially started thinking about working together, I said, okay, well, are you moving the trajectory you want to work in? One, and then two, how can we utilize video content that's scalable that allows you to then do that upon scale, right? So instead of you having to trade one-on-one time with each person, you can say the stuff you want or get your clients to say the stuff you want on camera to then be like, okay, cool, this is what real people think. And social proof, which is what you're talking about, getting your clients to talk about it, is infinitely more value in a marketing context than you saying it. Yeah, exactly. In the nicest possible way it is, because in the same way with me saying, I'm going to say video is a good idea because I have a monetary tie to whether it's good or not. Yeah. In the same way you're going to say PTing is a great idea because you have a monetary tie. We don't even necessarily do this deliberately, but we're naturally going to because it's our natural sales process, marketing process, however you want to articulate it. And that's why hearing from clients, that's why we ask people about marketing, is really interesting and really important because then to an extent they're making the decision all on their own. Yeah. And I think for me, as the landscape changes, as the economy does what it will do, I think and it's more of a mindset thing and seeing how people either want to shift or don't, because and I guess actually this is a question of, in your case, do you actually need to market? I would argue you don't even need to market because from what it sounds like at this stage right now, at the time of recording, you're close to full capacity, if not full capacity, and you don't really have enough space or staff or both to scale. No. So actually, should you market?
Yeah, tricky one, isn't it? Yeah.
Maybe,
finding
maybe
good.
If you want to create a waiting list and you're trying to develop another product and you want to keep things going, but you wouldn't market in the same way as if you were trying to fill a new class, for example.
Yeah. Finding good people in the industry locally is quite difficult. So it is something to factor in.
Because I think for me, it's a key on whether it's a scaling issue, and that's why I think any marketer listening to this, they need to ask the clients they're talking to and the people they're talking to, what does their client, the person they're doing marketing for, helping with marketing, what do they actually want to get out of it? Yeah. Because there's one side of it's like continue with the reputational gain that you can gain from doing video, sure, but that's a way of doing it. And then it's a bit more punchy or a bit more maybe paid ads or etc. would work if you were trying to fill a class in quick time. But actually in the position you're in, for example, you wouldn't want to do that necessarily. Again, that also kind of changes to an extent of what stage you are in business, which we'll come to the next question, which is like, do you think businesses like have stages? In the respect of like when you're starting out, you're constantly looking at growth and then you maybe get to a size and you're like, oh, actually, hold on, maybe I don't want to grow beyond this? Either speaking about what you've done or in general? Yeah,
I think it depends on the type of business. This is a people business, it's a service-based business. Can I produce 10 of me to look after thousands of people? Not really. So there's that element of I can only grow to the extent that I am able to deliver sessions for people in some regards. Could I bring other people in? Potentially, yes, but there's challenges with that. Could I go online? Possibly, but I'm not a fan of it. I'd much prefer the in-person world. One of the things that COVID taught me was I don't like Zoom very much. So I would be keen to avoid that. So yeah, it's a tricky one actually. So I think in terms of stages for a business, I think it does depend on the type of business you have and where you want to take it. You know, do I want a franchise evolved? No. Way too much stress, way too much money involved, way too much leverage.
What are things about stages and where you are in your life as well, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm 45. Yeah, 45. Do I want to be franchising a business at this stage in my life? Probably not. I've certainly got a fair few years left doing what I do, and I feel good. But I'm not sure I'd want to put that sort of pressure or stress on myself. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with where we are as a business. So in terms of growth for us now, it will be, I think it's improving what we do as opposed to doing more things or trying to be more things to more people. I would like us to go in a slightly more medical direction, and I am looking at maybe bringing a medical professional into the business, whether that's as a part of it or a service that is available to people. I won't go into the exact details of that because I know someone else will just jump on it anyway. Yeah, that's one of the things I might do. But in terms of how businesses grow, I'm not going to pretend that I'm a sort of serial entrepreneur business grower, because I'm not. I've worked really hard at this one thing, and I've tried to be consistent. I tried to do the right things by people, and it seems to have worked so far. You know, we've been, as Evolved Health, it's been 12 years now, and hopefully a few more years yet. But no plans in terms of trying to launch a huge business. I think those days have passed now.
Is there anything else you want to mention before we wrap up?
Being in Salisbury has been quite interesting actually, because it's a very different dynamic to where I was previously in Bristol and Bath. Obviously, it's a little bit smaller. Everyone in Salisbury tends to know each other. And so for me as an outsider, it was relatively challenging to grow the business initially because people didn't know me. But thankfully, because my work seemed to resonate with people and I seemed to do a good job, the business has been able to build and grow. But I think if you're a young person trying to start a business in Salisbury now, I don't think there's ever been more opportunity, but I also don't think at any stage it's ever been harder. You know, whether it's, you know, don't get too political, but you know, there's a lot of financial pressures on businesses the last few years, and they're only going to get bigger potentially by the sounds of it. I still think there's too much red tape in business, and that needs to be looked at. But also, I think there's a scarcity of space and facilities for people to start businesses. You know, if you want to go into town and rent a building there, you have got to have some very serious money behind you. And if you're a young person with a dream trying to start out, sometimes those stories happen and it works, but a lot of the times people are going to fall flat on their face quite quickly. So I think there needs to be some way in which young people who have an idea and something that can really grow are supported locally. I don't just mean by national government, but you know, maybe there are some property landlords who've got a space in town and think, actually, I could divide this building up and people could have, you know, some really cool startup businesses in here, and I'll help them. I think that there needs to be things like that, and there's not a lot of that around at the moment. I don't know if there are any groups in Salisbury. I'm sure there's like a small businesses association or group in Salisbury that might be able to, you know, jump in and say, actually, Matt, we do that already. But I think we've got to try and support young people in Salisbury, because one of the things I have seen over the 12 years I've been in Salisbury is that the demographic is getting older and older and older. And young people now leave Salisbury, and I've seen it in the time that I've been here. They disappear, they go to Bristol, they go to Southampton, they go to London, wherever it is they've gone, but they're not here. And that's because they don't see opportunity. And I think that's really sad. I mean, like I say, I'm an outsider, but Salisbury's my home now. I live here now. I've lived here for a couple of years or so. I eventually got fed up of commuting to and from Bristol. But I think we need to make sure that we create an environment for young people. And I don't just mean fitness-wise. I mean any business. I think the local council needs to do more. You know, the local Salisbury, Wiltshire Council as a whole could probably do more. On a national level, I think they've got to look at things like business rates. It is seriously expensive. You can have business rates that are higher than the rent you pay on your building. That to me is insane. Like, that's just stupid. So I think someone somewhere needs to get a hold of that. But yeah, anything to try and make the town, the city, I should say, more vibrant would be a really good start. And there are a few businesses coming into Salisbury now, and in the town centre, different food and restaurant businesses and a few other bits and bobs. So there are some positive signs, but a lot of these people are older and have got money behind them, or their chains potentially. So something for younger people to say, you know, we want you to stay in Salisbury, we want you to build life in Salisbury, build a business, yeah, and, you know, stop seeing it disappear 50 miles down the road. It's, you know, maybe I'm wrong, but hopefully someone else sees this and goes, he's right. But that would be my one thing for Salisbury, having been here a long time now and sort of seen a few different things.
For people who may be interested, really enjoy this conversation, they want to see more of you, they want to connect with you, they want to reach out to you, where best to do that?
One of the best ways is probably on the Evolved Health website, which has got various contact details. We're on Instagram at evolved_health. I hope I've got that right. We've got Evolved Health Salisbury is our Facebook name. And if someone decides they just want to rock up and knock on the door, that's not always the right thing to do because it might be with clients, but we're based down on Churchfields. We're in the Glenmore Business Park. There's normally an open door policy, so if someone wants to come and say hello, they can do. Or if they don't want to reach out directly through me, they can contact you and say, is it worth having a chat with this guy or not?
Absolutely, would always be the answer. If you were going to speak to either yourself or someone 10 years you're a junior, what advice would you give them?
What advice would I have given myself 10 years ago?
Yeah, if you could talk to even maybe longer, when you first moved to Salisbury 12 years ago, what advice would you give to that Matt? With the hindsight and with the knowledge you now have sat in front of me today.
Take the risk. Honestly, take the risk. I'm quite pragmatic, so I tend to, I analyse a lot. Probably one of my faults is I overthink things. So I'd say take the risk, take it sooner. I waited too long. So I left it and I left it and I left it, and then I went, okay, I am going to do this now. And I should have done it sooner. So to anybody else, take the risk. To myself, Matt, you should have done it sooner, because it's been brilliant. But yeah, take the risk.
Thanks so much for the time, Matt.
My pleasure. And
if you did enjoy this video and you would like to see more like it, make sure to be subscribed. Leave me what your thoughts and comments were down below, and I'll leave Matt's information down in the description as well as always. And I'll see you very, very soon.
I've built the business off from the start, starting from in my bedroom to getting a smaller office now into quite a big unit that we have now. and it's just grown and evolved over the years, and we're lucky to be in this position today.
Do you actually make people want to buy?
A great looking website as well, a good homepage, something that's going to engage the customer. Maybe on their first visit, they might not necessarily purchase anything, but if you end up having a good marketing strategy in place to collect emails, you'll send them on the journey that we've got set up for them, and they might not buy until the fourth or fifth time, but at least we have a thing in place where we can make it the best chance possible.
But I think, is it just like you have to keep that momentum to, I guess, be successful on social, would you say?
Yeah, consistency is key, because obviously the more consistent you are, the more views you're going to get, the more followers you'll end up getting.
Cool. Hello, my friends. I hope you're well. Hope you had a great day, evening, or night. Today we're with Ben talking about how to actually run an e-com store, what role social media plays, but also what's missing specifically in marketing. Hello, Ben.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm very well, very hot at the moment.
It's not the best day to do this, but here we go. We're here on a Saturday, working. So good on us, I guess. For people who don't know you, what do you do? What are you known for? What are we like? What is the kind of infrastructure and like the business model?
So I have an e-commerce store, and I have been doing that for the last 6 years. Specifically, I sell pre-loved terrace wear fashion. So looking at brands such as Stone Island and CP Company. You can't go to the football without seeing these brands anymore. And that's just where I've built the business off from the start, starting from in my bedroom to getting a smaller office now into quite a big unit that we have now. And it's just grown and evolved over the years, and we're lucky to be in this position today.
Do you think you're quite I guess I was going to say like a new way of looking at this kind of business? Because I think traditionally you would have like a clothing store, right? Like the TK Maxx's of the world equivalent, right? What made you want to, and was it always the plan to have a website rather than, and do it through, online sales rather than necessarily, right, we're going to have a 2,000 square foot or £2,000 a month, whatever it ends up being, like retail location to sell our product?
Well, the perspective for me was that you're going to pay £2,000 a month for a retail store as it is, and that's without building up any customers, and that's very much limited to who you can target as well. So having a retail store, not everyone's going to travel hours down to come and see you without a reason, but whereas if you have a Shopify store which costs $39 a month, you can get anyone all over the world to have a look at your store. So that was always the passion and drive for me, to spend $39 and then I can have everyone shop. But of course, with an online store, the conversion rate's a lot lower than you would if you have someone coming into your store, because you kind of get that feeling of, I really want to buy that, and you'll probably buy it in person, whereas if you look at it online, you end up just cutting it off and not buying it.
How do you, maybe on the website or like, we'll get on a social, I'm sure, but like, how do you actually make people want to buy online? Because I've always been like, unless you're like the Amazon, right, and I've got a specific destination or a specific thing in mind, I'm going to go click, click, done. But if you're not that, how do we get people to sort of go to the website and then actually make a purchase? Because I think that's the struggle. Because, you can push traffic to a website, but it's then how do you convert that traffic into baskets, into sales, into, people actually buying the things you're selling?
So it's all to do with sort of like specific stock buying as well, making sure we have the right products available, because if at the end of the day, if you've got a store full of stuff that people don't want, they're not going to buy it. But if you buy the right things, it's going to look great. A great looking website as well, a good homepage, something that's going to engage the customer. Maybe on their first visit, they might not necessarily purchase anything, but if you end up having a good marketing strategy in place to collect emails, you'll send them on the journey that we've got set up for them, and they might not buy until the fourth or fifth time, but at least we have a thing in place where we can make it the best chance possible, because not everyone on your website is going to buy something. That's just kind of standard.
So do you think it's more about someone hits the website, maybe they look at something, then they'll come back, then they'll come back again, and then the fourth time then they'll buy something? More than hit the website, buy?
Yeah, unless you're specifically looking for a certain product that we have, people just tend to, because I don't really release my drops before, I don't show people what we're going to drop. So a lot of people go on there to see what we've got, and they might not necessarily want anything, but they all still go on there until they find something they want. So they might not kind of find anything for the first couple of weeks. But because we've obviously built up a lot of cash flow in the business now, there is always something available for everyone. So we make sure we cater for every single size, from anything from size small to 3XL. And so there is something for everyone, but not everyone's going to check out, and that's just kind of what you got to put up with.
I guess in some ways, is that then like a strategic strategy around like retargeting them with meta ads, or like reminding people like, hey, through email marketing, like abandoned cart stuff, like, is that the focus then? Like, is that where you see maybe the return customers, or is that or that could be a focus for maybe an online business that's maybe struggling to make their website like work?
Yeah,
Would
so
you say?
I would say other businesses, make sure you focus on retention marketing, making sure that the customers that you do get, they make sure they return and have no other reason to shop with another store. That's standard for online businesses. Email marketing as well. People might still be shopping around for that sort of stuff. They might have just forgotten who you are, which is pretty standard. Be like, hey, we're still here. That can drive conversions as well. And it's just making sure that you keep them in that sort of like customer journey and make sure they keep coming back. So we've currently got a 12-month journey set up. And at the end of the 12 months, if we can't retain the customer, we will stop emailing them. But that's kind of how we've retained our customers over the years.
What kind of timeline would you say that? Because I think sometimes email marketing is it's a very traditional sense of marketing, but I think sometimes people look at it as we do a sequence, maybe 30 emails, 60 emails across like 2 months, and then I think there's a balance, right? I mean, what would you say? Is it like a daily thing, like in regards to like how you send them and like what you send, and or is it actually like we're going to send you 1 a week or 2 a week? Like, how do you structure that from your perspective?
So we don't want to hound the customer, because if you keep daily emailing them, a lot of Chinese companies do it. They just hound you every single day. I bought something from Alibaba. I get an email like 4 or 5 times a day, and that's enough for me to block them. But we kind of just send something to them in like a structure, maybe like one week, and we won't email them for another 6 weeks, and then 12 weeks, and then 6 months, then 9 months, then 12 months. So we don't hound the customer. Also, not hounding the customer and sending loads of spam emails will not make it go into their junk box either. So it's important to look at that as well, and just not absolutely hound them every single day.
And what are those emails? Is it just like, hey, we've got a new thing? Like, is it news? Like, how do you structure those?
So we've got a load of different sort of email structures for certain customers. So for example, if you bought something, there's always a thank you message that goes out. We've also got stuff maybe a week after they purchase, be like, how did we do? Leave us a review. If they haven't purchased in a 3-month time frame, then we'll send them an email, possibly with like a discount code. We're also looking at making a monthly newsletter as well, because a lot of customers are interested in what we do, what's evolving, what's changed, and to send out a monthly newsletter to be like, hey, we've done a podcast this month, or we've renovated the office, and just little things like that, because a lot has changed in the last 8 weeks, and I would love to tell the customers. So we haven't got that set up yet. So I feel like the customers can also almost feel a part of the business when you start emailing them with these sort of really nice things as well.
Do you think that sometimes people either get overwhelmed with the number of channels that people say should market, right? So people who follow the show, they're like, you need to do video content, you need to do a podcast, you need to do email marketing, you need to do social media, you need to do... Would you say people get easily overwhelmed?
Yeah,
like with so much going on with social,
yeah,
and the marketing channels they could be on.
It's quite difficult because there's so many social channels and so many places you can market to nowadays. And I feel like if you primarily focus on Instagram and TikTok, all of the content you post on TikTok, you can also post on Instagram as well. They were the two that I really focused on and got good at, and also built up the following on. But obviously there's places like Twitter, which not a lot of people in my industry use, which I don't use too much at the moment. You've got Facebook, there's loads of other places. YouTube as well is a really important one, which not a lot of businesses do. And I feel like the reason people get overwhelmed is they try and just do it all on their own. And when you start outsourcing these things to people, work it for the first 2 years, get it really good, but it's good to the point where it's too busy, outsource it. And that's what people do. They get themselves overwhelmed because part of growing a business is starting to outsource things to other people. For example, Elon Musk, did he do everything to earn his $1 billion, or did he outsource a lot of his sort of things that he needed to do? And that's kind of the direction that I've took. People don't want to spend money in their businesses. They don't want to spend £800 a month for a social media manager, but that £800 that you spend on the social media manager makes you productive in other areas in order to grow it elsewhere. And that social media stays really high because you've got someone paying £800 a month for a £4,000 return on investment.
I think for me, and I'm sort of focusing on this as well, and I've since we had the media day, which I'm sure we'll get onto later, like I've looked and I've been very fortunate where the podcast is doing really well. So I'm like, okay, great. But it's now eating up time that I could be spent servicing clients, talking to clients, being a marketing and sales person, right? And I think for me, like, is it comfortable to be like, hey, I'm going to spend $1,000 or I'm going to spend $2,000 a month on like scalability for the podcast? But I'm like, actually, what potentially could it give me in regards to new clients, opportunities, etc. if I do that. And I guess the conversation sort of comes back to is social media just a momentum thing? Because if you look at the podcast now, the day of filming, we've got quite a lot of momentum, right? I think the last numbers I did were just under 235,000 or so across 5 platforms. For us, that's pretty good, right? But I think, is it just you have to keep that momentum to, I guess, be successful on social, would you say?
Yeah, consistency is key, because obviously the more consistent you are, the more views you're going to get, the more followers you'll end up getting. And obviously if you've just stopped dead for 6 months, a lot of the people that were watching, because the way the algorithm works, you're just popping up on their feed based off of what they sort of search for. And if you're not creating new videos, they're not going to get shown, and people are going to just slowly forget about you. So the most important thing about social media is staying consistent. And this is the problem I had. The business was growing so much that I didn't have time to do social media. So that's when I got into contact with you, and I was like, let's just do a media day and get 40 videos in advance, and then I don't have to worry about it for a month. And then I can do 8 hours or 16 hours per 2 months on content, whereas instead of stressing about it, trying to do it myself, trying to edit it and everything like that. So it's definitely a big time saver for me.
Do you think that people, what's consistency, right? Does it have to be, in your experience, does it have to be daily? Does it have to be weekly? Does it have to be we're going to do, because I do basically daily non-negotiable. And then when I can, I try to do 2, 3 or 4 posts per day, every day. But also that's with the caveat of saying, if I'm traveling to do the podcast, or I'm traveling to do this and travel, so last week at the time of recording was the first day in London, and maybe I got 2 posts. Now, that's pretty good when you consider I wasn't at home at all. But for some businesses, they'd be like, how did you even get 2 posts out because you were traveling, or the business was really busy, and etc. Is it just preparation?
Yeah, I would say there's lots of things out there which you can use to kind of schedule your posts in advance. So if you know that you're going to London on Wednesday, on the Tuesday evening, schedule your post to go at 12 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock, or whatever. But I feel like for businesses, you don't have to post daily. You can post weekly. It depends what sort of business that you have. So if you have a podcast, nobody's going to expect you to watch a podcast every single day and make an edit and make it work. But some people would work weekly. But for someone like me who's trying to sell a product and needs to be seen on the face every day, I think daily's good. You don't have to post 2, 3, 4 times a day. That would be better. But at the end of the day, you need to put your time into perspective, and also the cost of the content as well. To get 2, 3, 4 videos out a day would end up getting quite expensive, especially if you outsourced it as well. And that's also very time bound as well, especially to keep up with that's 120 videos a month or posts. It depends what sort of you're trying to achieve with it all.
For me, I see it as you've got to work smart and hard at the same time. And because of the nature of the podcast, it's an hour conversation. I can extract probably, if I really wanted to, maybe 10 to 15 clips that I can edit. Then I can chuck AI involved and get 20 to 30. So there we're talking, I've got nearly a month of content if I just wanted to squeeze it. The reason why I found it's really working with the weekly shows is because people are now starting to get into the rhythm of there's going to be another show next week. And normally I haven't really built a schedule yet. I probably will, but for me it's actually around Saturday there's going to be a new episode, because by the time I run out of clips and I've done the week of work, client delivery, etc., I've then got a position where I've edited the new show's ready, so then I can start marketing that show. But I think sometimes, and this is kind of what I was alluding to about all the platform thing, do you think people get shiny thing syndrome sometimes? Maybe they'll see what we're doing on Instagram and TikTok, for example, and going, oh, that works really well. Oh, I have to be on Instagram and TikTok, even though they've just decided to commit to LinkedIn for a while, or they've decided, etc. Do you think, or maybe not even just looking at social, maybe they're we're going to do email marketing really well. Do you think that people should sort of commit instead of go into depth on, we're going to get really good at this one thing, rather than we're going to try and do, we're going to build up this side model and we're going to do this. And the same in business. So instead it's we're going to have a coaching model, then we're going to have, we're going to sell products, and then we're going to do events, and then we're going to do consulting, and then we're going to do marketing, and then we're going to do media days. And so, do you think that's a bit, can that be, because obviously it's good to diversify, but when does that get too much? I guess the question comes, do you think?
Well, if you put it into perspective, if you leave a plane on autopilot and jump out, it's going to run out of fuel. So to focus on one thing at one time, to make sure it gets to where its destination, the plane theory is making sure it gets to its destination before you do another project. So I would always say focus on one area, get really, really good at it, and then look at other things as well. Because if you don't master that thing, you're never going to become really good at it. So if I just focused on LinkedIn, and then I just left it halfway, and I thought, nah, I'll have a look at that in a couple of months, and I started focusing on Instagram, you're going to lose the touch that you started to build up on LinkedIn, because people that saw those daily posts that started to really enjoy what you do, they're not going to see that content anymore, and they're just going to be like, oh, that's a shame, and I'll go and look at someone else that is doing it every day. That's the mistake that I made with YouTube, and that was just more of a time thing for me. I started doing these videos, just vlogging my day, what I'd done in the office, and a lot of different things that we get up to in the business. And I'd done that consistently for about 2 months, which built up a lot of traction. A lot of people were there, ready, interested, and it just got too much because the time thing for it as well, because you spend probably maybe 45 minutes worth of clips every single day, which isn't too much of a problem. But it was the 2, 3, 4 hours a night that was editing it. But I could only keep it up for 2 weeks because you're trying to run a business around it as well. So I feel like if people stay consistent and get really good at that one thing to the point where you could pay someone and outsource it to keep it all going, that's where you want to be. Because I feel like if you put half-assed effort into something, you're never going to get that full reward that you could potentially get out of it.
Yeah, I agree, but I think it's also like you have to, it's how you show up as well. Like that changes how you show up. Because I think for me, like if I'm very focused on, so like for between now and the end of the year, only things I'm really marketing, like I have 3 main strands really, but the third one isn't really, it kind of happens passively. The first is the podcast. The second is the event in September. And then it's the service. But the service is a byproduct of everything else. So actually, I don't really need to market the service anymore. There'll be the odd video that's very specifically led towards that, but it's less important now because I've got infrastructure and I'm really far ahead regarding the podcast. So it actually allows me to go, when I'm really busy with client work and when I'm really on client delivery, actually takes the pressure off a bit because I don't need to go, oh shit, I need a guest for like Wednesday so I can get it edited and ready for Monday. I can just go into the archive. And I think for me, one of the first conversations we had was about creating a content surplus. I mean, how do you look at it, I guess, outside of, for maybe people who are maybe starting out, obviously there is an option to bring someone like me in to go, here's 40 something videos from one day, cool. But if people maybe aren't ready to do that, how would you say they could create a surplus of content?
Well, I've learned quite a lot since doing the media day with you, because my social media for the last 2-3 years, where I've been taking it quite seriously, it hits levels of inconsistency sometimes where I don't have time. But I feel like if you have a set day every single month where it's just this pure content day, you don't have to worry about anything else, it's just pure content, you can build a big bank and a surplus of content, and then you're able to dish it out in days and in whatever sort of direction you want it to go in. That's what I wasn't doing. For some reason, I would just film it on the day. I'd be like, right, I've got an idea, I'm going to go film it, edit, put it out at 7 o'clock tonight. And that's not very sustainable. That leads to days where you don't post for a week because you film that video, it does really well, you get loads of orders, a lot of business from it, and then you're like, I don't have time to film more of these sort of things. But if you specifically focus on that day worth of content and then dish it out, that really busy day that you get and that video that spikes and gets you a lot of traffic and attention, you can keep that momentum up as well, which is really, really important for businesses and social media.
How did you find the media day as a whole? Because I think we're about maybe 3 weeks-ish out from it, maybe 2 weeks. How did you find it?
Really fun. I think it was great. I love being in front of a camera. I've always used my little DJI camera for my sort of videos in the last year or two. And to have something more professional, have like 3 massive cameras looking at you, was just something really fun and different for me. And as you've said to me before, it's not for everyone. A lot of people find it quite daunting, but I really, really enjoyed it. And it really does, you know, when you put it out on social media, how professional it looks and how like people think, wow, that's really, really cool. He's doing like a proper sort of setup now. And for the cost that it does and how much you break it down per video, it's definitely worth it, 100%.
How have you found the videos? Because obviously we're now in a position where I think 4, 5, maybe 6 have actually gone live, right? I mean, how's your community's feedback been? Like, how have you personally found them?
I felt less stressed about social media because I know today, for example, I've got a video that's already gone out today and I don't have to worry about social media, and the algorithm does all the work for me, pushing out to the right people. And yeah, it's really good. Obviously, yeah, it's brilliant. I have nothing more to say other than it's just I don't have to worry about it anymore, which is an important thing for business as well. Because once you start growing and scaling, you need to make sure you have things in place that, whether that's outsourced, to make sure it gets done.
Do you think that it's about, I guess in some ways, when you've got that bank, it allows you to then be more present with, in some ways, the other tasks that you need to do, right? So because you've got that bank, you're like, actually, cool. I don't even need to, it's not even partially in your head at all, you know? Like, it's, I've got all those pieces of content. I know I'm good for social media content. Okay, cool. What's the next problem I need to now fix? Because I think as business owners, we spend a lot of our lives just fixing problems. That's our job, really. That's what I try and do for clients. That's, of course, what you'll do within your business as well. But is it allowed you, I guess, in some ways to be a little bit more tunnel vision on the other problems that you have?
Yeah, so in the last 6 to 8 weeks, I got a consultant into the business where they basically go into your business, find things, improve it pretty much. And it's allowed me to really focus on these tasks. So social media did take up a lot of time for me, editing and stuff like that. And I thought, to me, that was a priority because that was the only sort of channel that drove organic and all the sort of people that actually landed on my website before I even looked. I don't even know why I didn't look at like paid ads. I've never looked at paid ads, and I've built up the business to where it is 6 weeks prior, all through social media and also live stream shopping, which we'll touch on later. And I've only just started doing paid ads. I've only just started doing email and retention marketing, which are really, really powerful tools for businesses.
Do you think it's just a natural, like, I guess in some ways, natural progression, or like when we start out, we just throw a load of shit against the wall, right? And we see what sticks. Okay, cool. But is it a level of overwhelm, or is it a level of just, I guess in some ways, naivety to be like, why would I do paid ads? That just is burning money, right? Like maybe people don't necessarily appreciate or understand the ROI, and then what time window that ROI, return on investment, is potentially.
Yeah, I think the reason why a lot of businesses fail is because it's the money side of it. They don't have it's not the fact they haven't got the idea, it's because they haven't got the money to do it. I've thrown probably in the last 8 weeks, probably thrown about 10, 15 grand into all of this sort of things that I have been doing. And businesses might not be fortunate to have 10 to 15 grand to throw at these sort of things, especially with meta ads as well, because you can't just throw 1,500 quid into your meta ad strategy and expect it to work. And that's why you start doing little tests and stuff. I probably spent maybe £800-900 before we got the right strategy and the right cost per click and make sure that it works. But what people don't understand is that you spend £1,500 on ads, they think, what am I going to get out of that? You've got to measure, for every pound that you spend, I'm going to get X amount back. We're currently, for example, Meta, for every pound we spend, we're getting £5 back. And that's where you want to be with businesses. So it's not the fact that people are spending 1,500 quid. I mean, that's a scary amount of money to spend, but you need to think every pound that I'm spending or every 1,500 quid I'm spending, I'm getting £6 back or 6 grand back. And I feel that's what businesses don't understand, and they don't believe in it, but it's going to be the most powerful way, especially as e-com's growing and growing. There's going to be a lot more competitors for each and every business. And these are going to be the most important channels for people as well. And that's not to mention, you can look at these channels as well. And if they stop performing as well, is if you have a really good detailed dashboard looking at what's working, whether it's got a green light, it's got an orange light, it's got a red light. And if it's got an orange light, you can act on that. But if, for example, social media is in the green, you don't have to worry about social media. But maybe my email marketing is not performing as well. And when it's an orange, we can be like, right, why is it in orange? And we can act and perform on that. So it's important to have a look at those sort of things and definitely read data. Data is very important as well. That's what my consultant has really been driving into me. And I've learned in the last 6 to 8 weeks, absolutely loads of stuff that's so powerful for me to take on and learn and also talk about as well.
Yeah. I think sometimes we get maybe intimidated by data, right? Like maybe we'll see a video that gets, I'll use an example for you on your feed. Like maybe you get something that gets 10K views, and then you get the next one that's maybe like 1,100 views. And I think maybe someone would say, oh, the 10K must get you more business. Does it?
It's difficult because I've measured this one before, so I don't know if you see a lot of the dress-up sort of videos that I used to do. They used to get millions, like millions, hundreds of thousands of views, lots of traction and followers. But if you really do look into the data, a lot of the millions of views and sort of the traction and the followers, they're all people that were in like the Middle East and sort of countries that haven't sort of got that sort of economy behind it, you know, where these sort of people are earning £200-300 a month, they're not the sort of customers that you're looking for. Whereas that video I might have posted the other week, they got 2,000 views. Read the data, 96% UK, males 18 to 24, and then you end up making 4 conversions, and that only had, what, 2,000 views compared to the one that got 1 million views, which got 0. I think I was obsessed with numbers for quite a long time. How many followers have I got? How many likes did that post get? How many views did that video get? And that's not important. It doesn't matter. If I only got 2,000 views and 10% of people converted on that, that's 200 people. That's amazing. That's people would dream to have that. Whereas if I get 1 million and I got 0 conversions, but a lot of people would look at that and think, oh, that video is better because it got 1 million views, but that's not always necessarily the case.
Yeah, and I don't think it's just as simple as like more views is better, but also I don't think it's actually necessarily less views if they're the right views are better either. I think this is where your data has to come in and you have to actually know to an extent, you kind of need to know your shit because, like, I'll give you an example. I track every month. I track what is the overall views that all of the videos, all the posts, everything that I've done in 4 weeks got. What's that currently last 28-day number? And what was the last 28-day number? Now, if you're following that logic, Cartman cares about views. Okay, but then the next metric I track is how many sales have I made related to that jump, right? So, or how many potential deals or conversations have I had that could lead on to pipeline deals, right? And it's like, actually, then when you look at it that way, you're tracking all 3 metrics that matter. And I think sometimes, especially when people start on social, they just want the million views. They just want the 10 million views. They just want I'm going to gain all the followers in the world, blah, blah, blah. I mean, looking at just interest-based graphs, followers are becoming more and more irrelevant, to be honest. Sorry to say. But they are, because you'll be served content you enjoy. Simple as that, really. Right? Now, there's a difference between having an email list, because there you kind of own that data, right? And that's, I guess, the benefit of doing email. But we touched on live streaming, and I'm going to sort of tackle it as a live streaming element as a whole. I mean, because I'm looking to live stream the show, right? The podcast in the next couple of weeks at the time of filming. What benefit do you gain from live?
So I tackled live stream shopping a couple of years ago, and obviously live stream shopping for people back in the day, maybe if you were born in the 90s or early 2000s, was all tele shopping. And I got introduced to this idea in April of 2023, and I kind of visioned it as in, this idea isn't very modern, if that makes sense. I kind of visioned it as a tele shopping thing, something that's gone out of fashion. But what I didn't notice, a lot of big businesses such as TikTok Shop, a lot of big businesses are getting millions pumped into it for this live stream shopping idea, and it's becoming such a massive idea. So I joined a company called Tilt. Tilt of one of the leading sort of like, they're specifically for live stream shopping. They launched in March of 2023. And I joined in April of 2023, and I've built a lot of my business off of live stream shopping. It was actually at the point where my website was doing 0 because I was so focused and driven off of the live stream shopping, and that was more than paying all my bills every month, etc., that I just kind of lost interest and focus on the website, which is my long-term sort of plan. So probably maybe like a year and a half or 2 years ago, my website just plummeted. Everything I worked for earning these 5-figure months just went down to £1,000 a month. It literally just went to 0. And that's when I decided that the businesses are getting to the size now where I can't do this on my own. It's like there's too much going on. And that's when I brought someone in and I said, right, your job is we get the new stock, you upload it to the website and you look after it, and we'll grow it up again. And now we're at the point where we focused on live stream shopping. Also, the website's up and better than it ever was before. But I always do wonder in the back of my head, if I didn't let go of the website and I'd done that earlier, would my website be 4 or 5 times what it is now? But everything happens for a reason. But sort of live stream shopping is massively powerful. So if you are in that e-com space, especially with what I do as well, it's maybe for like a business like yours, obviously live stream shopping itself might not be the right fit, but for people that sell a product, whether that's jewellery, clothing, new clothing, shoes, anything like that, seems to be a really powerful tool at the moment.
Something which I'll be interested to see, which I don't know the answer yet because I haven't done it, but towards the end of this month at the time of filming, I will have had some live podcasts. Like I'll be filming the live sessions. And my thought process behind that is, At the moment, I've got like I said to you before we started, this won't be out until September unless I pull it through and let it skip the queue. It won't be out until September. And the reason why is because I've worked really hard the last course of the next month to get ahead. So I have the consistency, so I can always have a podcast every week. But the reason why the idea came from the live stream side was actually I could actually have a live show here because I'm filming all the episodes anyway. I'm setting up all these cameras, I'm setting up all the tech. It could work. And actually there might be and purely from one of my growth plans is to build the YouTube channel so it can become its own revenue stream. But if you want to gain watch time, one of the best things to do is live stream, right? So if I've got, let's say, a double podcast day and then some solo content on the end, I could do that in a 2.5 hour live stream, right? Now, it will take me some time, but also if you use programs like Restream, for example, and I'm not in a position where I'm in contract, so I can basically stream wherever I like. I could stream to Twitch, I could stream to LinkedIn, I could stream to TikTok, I could stream to Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, all these things all at the same time. So maybe each stream maybe only has 2 or 3 views, but across all of them, I maybe will have like 100 or something, right? Or as I build consistency, it will grow. And I think for me, like especially as a service-based business for me, like you're right, live shopping in TikTok style is like purely product led. But the thing which I think people maybe misunderstand or misappreciate about service is how you show up, and being the expert will be the reason why you will choose to work with me, will be the reason why the next client will choose to work with me, etc. And how much is that lifetime value of the client going to be potentially? You know, actually it could be pretty significant when you think about it that way. So actually spending the time, energy, resource and potential money to upscale what you're doing with your content could be the reason why someone chooses you over choosing someone else. But before we move too far away from like your live sales, live product sales, would you say, if you're happy to share, like what is your percentage between your revenue from a website versus the live side?
Well, I don't mind going too much into numbers about it because I think with the way HMRC is going now, it's going to be all on there anyways at some point. But we're kind of averaging on year. We're looking at doing about $250,000 on just live stream shopping itself, and that's every year, which is still going up. So I think this year we're looking at doing closer to 400,000-500,000 sort of on that live stream shopping, and that's a massive amount of money to, commit into. Maybe I think we probably do about 10 hours a week on live stream shopping. We don't even do that much. There's a lot of big businesses now that they specifically hire people to go 8 hours a day on these live stream shoppings, and I personally myself know they must be bringing in absolutely millions. So where the website is now, I would say that they're going to be quite level. I think the website's just beneath it where it is at the moment, but with the website and the momentum, because this was all organic, but once the sort of like the meta ads are completely perfect, the retention marketing's big, the email list is going to grow, it's going to end up being up there. But then that's not to say that live stream shopping could evolve even more and grow. I think they'll end up going pretty level, but whether that's live stream shopping on top or my website on top, I don't know at the moment. But I would say that they both play a massive part in the business, and just having them two alone is enough to make it a really big sustainable business.
Do you think, because obviously in your own right, you're clearly successful, right? I don't know whether you count yourself as successful, but like to the people watching, they would see you as someone who's successful, I would hope, right? Do you think you have maybe lifestyle creep, or like, how do you deal with that yourself? Because I think younger entrepreneurs who have seen success, whether that's the definition of you have freedom over your time, you make good money, you're making the money that you want to make or more, or etc., you've got the office, you've got the staff, whatever your definition is, do you think it can go to people's heads sometimes?
Yeah, I think it can create an ego problem with some people, where a lot of influencers start to flash their lifestyles and nice
So
cars.
look at me with my Rolex, look at me with my car, look at me with my house, etc.
That's the direction I never want to go in. I never want to be flashy. I never want to kind of like rub it in people's faces. I struggle with this kind of it's called imposter syndrome. If you wanted to Google it, it's basically where you don't feel like what you've achieved you deserve it, sort of thing. I feel like as a 22-year-old, I should kind of be just starting out in a career as opposed to doing what I do. And I kind of look at myself sometimes and I'm just like, wow, what have I done, sort of thing.
Well, why don't you deserve it? Because you've worked hard. You've worked hard for a long time. I know your story. And we'll give a brief. Do you want to give the audience, my audience, a little bit of a brief synopsis who maybe haven't seen the video we did in your media day about sort of how you got here? Because I think it could be perceived as like, oh, Ben's doing really well, right? As I alluded to before. But how did you get here? Just before we go into a little bit more depth on like the, I guess maybe the insecurity side of it, or like the imposter syndrome side. Because I think for me, it's just a sign you've worked really, really hard and you found something that works and then doubled down on it by taking the risk. But how did you get here?
So it all started back in lockdown of 2020. I think that's where a lot of kind of online e-com businesses started to really sort of like kind of drive to an extreme level because no one could go out
The
shopping.
rise of everyone being locked in a house.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't go to the pub. That's a lot of where people spend their money, and people had a lot of disposable income, so they're spending on these stores. So myself, I was working at Sports Direct, earning a very piddly wage, £4.58 an hour. But I was 16, so to me, getting that £200-300 a month was amazing. I could go spend it on whatever I wanted. I didn't have anything to pay for. So obviously you got furloughed, so that was an extra £200-300 a month for doing nothing as a 16-year-old. It's the most amazing thing on earth. They then got a job at the One Stop down my local area. That made me earn about another £400-500 a month. So I ended up getting about £700-800 a month. And then to a 16-year-old, that is an astronomical amount of money. I was like, wow, brilliant. I saved up for my first car. I was able to do a lot of things because I was so tied away and stuck at home. I couldn't go out and spend it. I couldn't go to the shops and stuff like that. And so it all kind of started from there, really. And I kind of got a bit more of an expensive clothing taste. I've always liked these really cool terrace wear brands such as Stone Island, but could never justify spending 180-200 quid on a jumper. I thought, what idiot would spend that? My parents still have that attitude, even though I might spend £700-800 on a jumper now. It's kind of perception at the time. That was a lot of money, and that what drove me to start looking on places such as eBay and Depop. The Vinted was in sort of like the horizon at the time, but it hadn't really grew to what it was today because their business model was amazing. They started doing buyer fees as opposed to seller fees, which drove a lot more people to sell on there. Therefore, a lot more people went on to there. But that's obviously another conversation. But I started shopping on there, and that £200 jumper that I was looking at, I could get it for £80, and I was like, amazing. So even though I was earning better money for my age, I was still being quite sensible with it. I think that's what I've always been quite lucky with, is spending money, but spending it in a sensible way. So if I am going to spend a lot of money, I need to make sure if I spend that 500 quid, I'm going to be spending that 500 quid in the most sensible way possible. And I picked up my first Stone Island jumper, and it was a worn navy Stone Island jumper. The badge had been through a wash a few times, but I picked it up for 70 quid. And when I put that on, I was like, this is amazing. I've got that £200 feeling for the price of like the third of it. And that same jumper, I sold it a couple of months later, even though I must have worn it to death, spilled so much stuff down it, all that. So I sold it for 100 quid, and I ended up making 30 quid whilst wearing something that I felt that I got that same experience with. And that led to one another. I bought another jumper. I paid another £70 for it. I sold it for 100 quid again. And that's when I got the bright idea of I'm possibly going to start buying stuff specifically to sell it. And instead, with the profits that I made, instead of wasting it like most 16-year-olds do, I was building up just a bigger pool of money, spending a little bit more. My parents were very controlling over this because they wanted me to save up, to put money away for when I want to move out when I'm older. So they were like, right, 4 or 5 items at a time. Don't buy any more. If you buy any more, we're going to kill you, basically. So I kept doing that, kept buying, making a bit of money selling, and it wasn't all plain sailing. There was a couple of times where I lost money, but that's just part of the business, and that's where you kind of just learn and develop over time. And then fast forward 5 years later, we're here somehow. Just all happened really quickly.
Do you think, like you mentioned the spending a lot of money, do you think like people maybe worry that you're spending, like, let's just use the example that you gave, like 500 quid, right? But they're coming at it from the perspective of, shit, that's like 20% of my monthly income, for example. Right now, but if your monthly income and you're in a fortunate position where you build a business where actually let's just use a number for the sake of it, of like 10 grand is your monthly income, then actually spending 500 quid is like, meh. You know what I mean? Like because it's less of your monthly income, it becomes, I hate to say less important because I'm aware of the climate, right? But it's like in context, right? Someone who makes £1,000, that's 50% of your monthly income. But if you make 10 grand, that's like around 5, maybe less, And I think for me, it's like actually, especially if you're then going to make money from it, or like you see it as an investment, or you can actually justify, or it is an investment in respect to it. The implication is you're going to spend this money. I'm going to spend this £1,000, £100, whatever it is, and I'm going to get 10x. I'm going to get 5x. I'm going to get etc. Is that the? Do you think that's the reason why, like your parents or like your friends may be like, oh, don't spend this money?
Yeah, I think going early days, for me to spend £400-500 was a massive deal. That's a massive amount of money. But as you say, as you grow and develop, the more money you earn, that £400-500 becomes less and less. And it doesn't matter as much as how humble people stay. Your perception of money seems to kind of go out the window a little bit. For me, for example, in the most nice way, humble way possible in front of the camera, for me to spend £1,000 on a new fridge for the office isn't very much of a big deal to me as it was when I would be 16 years old. And that, I think, regardless of how humble you are, wherever your beginnings were, I think that's always something that it's just going to naturally happen.
Do you think that also comes because, we've spoken about it before, but I think it's I guess in some ways a lack of understanding that there's an abundance of work. Because like in my industry, people have said to me, the creative industry is really hard. But I'm in a position where I'm like, how do I say this nicely? No. No, it's not. And I'm very cautious when I say that, because for me, I'm aware that it's because of the output. It's aware because of the work that I'm doing. But it's also because, for me, to an extent, it's like, I know what works with marketing now. Yeah. And I'm clearly doing something right. So it's like, let's just keep doing that. But also, as I win more work and as I have more cash, then the pressure comes off a little bit. So I think, is it just a perception thing? And is it just, because I've always said to people who are like, oh, it's really hard or things are really difficult. I'm like, yeah, but when did you last market? And they're like, oh, 6 months ago. I'm like, wow. Yeah. I hate to point the finger, but no shit.
Yeah,
Do you think it's just a perception thing?
Yeah, perception. It's just kind of because I know now that if I want to spend 50 grand a month on stock, to the average sort of like person, they're going to be like, oh my God, if you spend 50, what if you lose that money? But I know now if I invest that money, I know what I'm going to get back out of it. And I think that's just something that you learn over time in business. So if you have a service business, if you spend X amount in marketing on ads, for example, you know that for that investment, you're going to get X amount of revenue back from it. And if you get that perception over that sort of thing, then you kind of relax a lot more. And I think my parents began to sort of relax that sort of like, right, you're not allowed to spend more than £400-500 on stock at a time, because they knew what I was doing was working. I think the biggest fear for them was that I'm going to spend £400-500 and blow the lot. Yeah. And which I don't blame them. They're parents at the end of the day. They care about what you do and want to make sure they have the best for you. So and now they, if I spend 40-50 grand a month, they're not going to be like, oh my God, you can't do that. You're our son. But they know what I do works. Yeah. And I think that's what businesses need to kind of let go of the fact of just make sure what you do and what you spend works. So don't commit a massive amount of money on ads. So I think, as I said earlier, I spent £800 to £900 a month on my ads to make sure they worked first, and then we up the budget instead of blowing £2,000 a month. That's kind of the way to go with it, really.
I think, especially in ads, it's like test, rotate, test, rotate, test, rotate, sure. But like moving a little bit back to what we were talking about maybe the lifestyle creep, or in the position where I guess in some ways, because to me, I'm sat here going, why does he feel imposter syndrome? Because for me, it's maybe like you're outside your comfort zone. Okay, but then you're just outside your comfort zone. That's just, okay, just stay there for a bit, do it for a bit, and it'll be in your comfort zone. You know what I mean? Like, for me, I find that interesting. I don't want to delve too deeply because I'm aware that like we're on the show, but like for me, imposter syndrome is just you're doing something that you haven't done before, so the evidence in your head is like, oh, okay, this is new. Oh, this is difficult. Oh, this is challenging. I'll give you an example. At the time of filming, last Thursday, new studio, new people, but not new people, I knew the people, but like new studio, new space, new costs, new podcast, new idea. Wasn't really feeling comfortable about it, but I pushed through and did it anyway, And I think those 2 episodes are really, really good. I think they work really, really well. I think the studio in London will be a very different thing to what I do on location, a very different thing in Southampton. And it's not like one is better than the other, right? If you want to go technical, sure. But also, in the nicest way possible, like the one in London's worth, like I pay more for it. And it's also in London. So I got to travel and it takes more time, etc. So like, and again, it's like also, are we locking in where it is now in respect to, because the one in Southampton, for example, is in a build stage as well. So actually, it could go full production like that, and actually then they would be on the same level. So I think for me, imperfect action is what matters, and I think that once you gain some momentum and you have some success, you could say. I mean, we were talking about when you were driving me back from the media day about like looking at a car as like a maybe not a great investment, but actually it's the context in which you apply to it, right? Like for me, if you enjoy that car and that's your like treat to yourself that allows you to keep working hard and keep making, let's just put a number on it, an extra £50,000 a year, £100,000 a year, whatever it ends up, wherever your number is, then actually why shouldn't you spend that money on the car? You know what I mean? Because if it's at what point, I think sometimes as business owners, we don't, for a very long time, I was like, yes, I won, and then straight on to the next thing. I was very, very bad at celebrating the wins. And I think it's kind of the way you counterbalance imposter syndrome, in my view, because it allows you to give the evidence to say, no, actually, you are pretty good. You are actually clearly doing something right, you know, regardless of age. Because I think it's in subjective terms related to, actually, I would say the age is your advantage, because you looked at the business and went, yeah, but someone who's maybe 50 will go, I have to have a retail store. Because that's what they grew up with. That's their perception. Yeah. They can't think, I can make 400 or whatever it is, like nearly $1 million a year just on live stream shopping and on a website, right?
Yeah, no, I agree with all that completely. It's good perception of it all. The imposters sort of thing for me is that I'm so young and I've achieved kind of what I've always wanted to achieve in life so young. And I think for me, I don't deserve to have that at such a young age, because people work all through their lives to get up to the age of 50, 60 before that they get that really good idea. And I think it's just for me, that's just kind of the sort of person I am. I just don't feel like at that age.
I think that's important to be staying humble.
Yeah.
Right, and I think that's important in how you show up, and that's important in how you scale, and that's important in, actually, to be honest, how you'll then pay your staff, how you'll then pay the people you work with, how you are with the people you work with, you'll be grounded. But like for me, I was in this like fortunate position where people are like, I want to get to retirement age, I want to retire at 40. I'm like, what would I do in retirement? I know, I would film videos.
Yeah.
I would have a podcast. I would do this. And I'm like, hold on, so I'm there too. I'm nowhere regarding revenue right there, but like I've got enough money to pay for what I need to pay for, and have a percentage left. Put enough aside to keep for rainy days and put some in investments, and happy days, you know. And then I can save towards a goal of, okay, I want to buy a new camera or etc. You know. So for me, it's all a perception. Yeah. For me, it's actually control over time, control over what I can do every day, control over who I spend my time with, what clients I have to say I can say yes or no to. So I think for me, I get to an extent why someone in your position or someone listening would potentially feel concerned, imposter syndrome, etc. But for me, that's a sign of growth. Like I was talking to my partner about this and a good friend of his this morning. It was like, the things that used to piss me off a year ago, they don't even scratch the surface now. I was like, that's a sign of growth. That's a sign I've grown. And I think it'll be interesting to see where we both are, but just looking at me personally, where I'm going to be in a year to two's time. Like the things I worry about now, are they even going to be things that I worry about? Probably not, right? But what would you say to people who are maybe on the fence about, they've got that idea, like you had, right? And they're like, yeah, but it's not safe. There's no 100% guarantee the business is going to work. Should they make the leap?
Yeah, absolutely. Because let's say the business idea costs £5,000. You need to put £5,000 in for it to give it a chance to work. But you'll spend £5,000, and that to everyone that's a lot of money, isn't it? To spend £5,000 on an idea. That's £5,000 to £5,000.
But
you know, people will go and spend £400-500 a month at the pub, and that accumulates over a year as £5,000. So if you save that, stop going to the pub for a year, to people, that's what they enjoy doing. But let's say if you cut that out, put it in a pot, and then at the end of the year, try that idea. And then you'll be able, and if that idea works, you'll be able to do that business, plus go to the pub and still have money left over. So I think try it. But at the end of the day, for businesses to work, you've got to take risks, and take risks important. If you lose £5,000, make that £5,000 back again and try the idea and do something a bit different.
Do you think it's worth the lessons that you might learn in that though?
Yeah, lessons are like they're priceless.
Because like, even if you fail, the way I've looked at it for a long time is like you either are successful or you gain some lessons. You don't really fail. You're like, oh, don't do that again.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, those lessons are priceless for everyone. At the end of the day, if you spend £5,000 in that sort of idea and it doesn't work, you can use that to work out exactly what didn't work. So if you do want to try it again, you make sure you put those things right and see what happens. At the end of the day, not all businesses are going to succeed, and that's just a part of life. If 100% of businesses succeeded, the whole business industry, in every single industry, it would be overwhelmed. It would be like there'll be too many, and there'll be so many
also,
around.
like if you look at the odds, whether it's like gut, whether it's work, whether it's this, whether it's that, whether it's just managing cash flow, managing money, whatever, I think it's like the current statistics roughly when I last checked was like 97 to 95%, depending on where you look, of businesses are going to fail, right? So it's like, yeah, the odds are against you, but actually, if you extrapolate that out to the world, 17 billion people, actually, the odds that you win there are pretty fucking high, right? Now, yeah, maybe the number's like, in comparison to 17 billion people, quite low, but it's still going to be a couple of million people who win, you know?
Yeah.
And that's in the lower scale of that. Let's say we go 1%, you're still looking at close to just under 1 billion, right, of people who will still win. The question I guess I would have for the audience is, do you want to be in that 1 billion who has the freedom and the time and the ability to be able to be, quote, extraordinary, or do you want to climb the corporate ladder? Do you want to have the job, right, and then the 3 holidays, the 4 holidays, live for the weekend, live for the holiday, or have the freedom over your lifetime, energy, resources, etc.?
Yeah, for me, the sort of like the only worry that I have about running a business, and at the moment it's working brilliantly. It's on like 180% trajectory this year. We want to up it. One thing that's always in the back of my head is like, what if it fails tomorrow? But that's when you sort of put these sort of like data analyst things in place where you can read this data, and if it does start to
but you'll see it beforehand.
That's it. Yeah, I think that's what people worry about, is the fact that you'll be able to tell that these things are going wrong, and you can always put it right. So long as you have a good structure in place for if it does start to go on a bit of a downhill, you can just pull a lever and it will just go straight back up again. That's it.
For people who want to connect with seeing some of the content you do, check out what you do a little bit more, where's best for people to reach out to you?
Instagram, also on my website as well. You can have a look. You can fill out a form, chat to me. We've got a landline number as well if you want to chat to me on the phone. More than happy to chat to you on the phone. But yeah, my Instagram is Heat from the Spire. It's HEATFRM, all in one word. And obviously on the website, and everything's the same across all platforms as well. But best place to go is Instagram and my website for sure.
If you were going to talk to that 16-year-old who just flipped his first product, made a little bit of money, maybe a little bit insecure, what advice would you give him now?
I would tell him to keep going, reinvest wisely. I would say, in a sense, don't listen to everyone around you, because if I listened to absolutely everything anyone ever said to me, for example, my parents wanted me to stay in a full-time work. If I listened to that, I might still be laying bricks, and I wouldn't even have this place. I wouldn't have, a nice car that I have and stuff like that. And I would say just be wise about who you listen to. And if you want to take a risk at a young age, absolutely do it, because that is the best time in your life. You don't have a mortgage, you might not have kids and a lot of stuff. So the time to take risks is when you're in your teen years or when you're still living at home. So that's the best time to start a business idea, because it's really hard to maintain and sustain a business, especially when you might be in your mid-20s, you have a mortgage, you have 4 kids, you're getting married next year, a lot of bills going flying out, expensive partners as well that might want to. So yeah, I would say absolutely go for it. And if anyone is young that does watch your videos or watches this from my page, just reach out and I could give you some advice.
Thank you so much for watching. If you did enjoy this episode and would like to see more like it, make sure to be subscribed and let me know what you think in the comment section down below. And I'll see you very, very soon.
But entering the retail market was a huge step for us.
Like how you want to perceive yourself in the market.
It was a very difficult time, I think, for the business.
Do you think it's changed how you show up as a leader?
And it was honestly the most fun thing I've ever done. And it was stressful.
What do you think's missing in marketing right now?
when somebody rebrands, the general question is, has the company been dissolved?
Like you want to, in some ways, make him proud first.
I think if you've built brand loyalty, and by that I don't mean you're selling millions of products, but if people trust in you, I think as a person, you'll automatically gain respect within the market.
Let's restart everything. Let's replan the business model. Let's replan marketing. Let's replan everything. And then, funnily enough, when I executed on those things changed. The results changed.
Work on yourself. Just work on yourself. Seriously. Like every day. Just be better every day.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new episode of the podcast. Today's going to be a really special one because technically I'm actually interviewing my first client. Now, that sounds a bit weird, nearly 10 years in business now, but it is. So, welcome to me. Welcome back. It's been, I think it's actually been, nearly 4.5 years since we've actually seen each other?
The last time I remember, I think we were shooting something on top of a car park in Salisbury.
Yes, we did.
And yeah, that's got to be about 4.5 years ago at least. So yes, it's great to be back and great to see you after all these years as well.
I know. Yeah. Super good. I mean, you were actually under a different brand then.
That's right. We were. So our legal entity remains the same, but we have rebranded to Anand, which incidentally is our family surname as well. And that came about through some hard lessons, I think, in business. One of the ones being most probably that you never really stop learning, I think, and when you get to a point where you think you've kind of, worked everything out, there's like this curveball thrown at you. So that was sort of what happened with us as a company. There were some legal obligations that we had to meet, and the old brand no longer resonated or could technically be used moving forward. So I think it all came about because we entered retail as a business. Predominantly we are wholesale and hospitality, but entering the retail market was a huge step for us and sort of at a national airport as well. So when that came about, I mean, it was a huge shock to the system because we had just launched this huge sort of project. There was 2 or 3 in the pipeline, and they'd all been vetted and all sort of been mustered up with this brand. And then to all of a sudden launch something, and then I think it was about 3 weeks later we had something to say, there were some legal obligations that had to be fulfilled. It was a huge shock to the system. So it was a very difficult time, I think, for the business, because I think being a director, I always say you have huge responsibilities for your staff and your company. And I think I felt at that time that, this was, do or die kind of thing. It was either we really got this going and sort of made the necessary adjustments. And we did. And, Anand was formed off the back of that. So, and it was honestly the most fun thing I've ever done. And it was stressful because, you're running this medium-sized operation. We employ up to 50 people, and all of a sudden you're rebranding, and everyone's question is why. And there's a fine line where you can tell someone why openly and why you can't. And the majority of the reason was, it was just something that we had to do as a business. So the rebrand came as a shock, but honestly, it really taught us a lot of valuable lessons from in there, because I think off the back of the name, we actually found a voice as a company. I felt for a few years that we didn't really know what we were. And I think that's really weird to say for a company that was fairly well established. I mean, you visited before as well. But I felt with Anand, all of a sudden, we're back to this blank canvas, right? And we're creating everything in reverse, which is the worst way to do it, don't get me wrong. But because it had to be done, it kind of forced our hand to look at aspects of business that we never had before. All of a sudden, we're engaging marketing companies, we're engaging branding companies, we're engaging companies that help you find your voice. I didn't know those things even existed. And all of that came off the back of my mentor saying to me, look, this is one of those times as a businessman where you either go big or you go home, right? And for me, it was like, we got to go big here. Like, I've invested too much time in this. Like, I've invested too many years, those sleepless nights, everything, to just, pack up and be like, yeah, we're done here. No, we're going to go big, and we're going to spend big, And sometimes that's not the best solution. But we kept a control of that, because spending big wasn't just throwing money blindly at stuff. It was really taking our time, really looking at companies that met our ethos, but also companies that we felt genuinely wanted us to do well. So they didn't make us just feel like a number amongst their client base. And that was hard to narrow down, because we made some mistakes along the way there as well. And in hindsight, it's easy to say, these things happen. But at the time, when you're financially forking out money, it's a huge, huge deal. So, look, it was an amazing journey. And it's been a year since we've rebranded. And I think as a company, we couldn't be any happier than we are at the moment.
Do you think that maybe some people are really worried about rebrand? I mean, you kind of forced into it, but I think maybe people who are listening who are maybe on the fence about what do you gain from a rebrand? Was it just that voice and that that really what I would call depth work when it comes to really understanding what your brand values are and how you want to perceive yourself in the market? Would you say, or is it if that's a disconjointed? Because for some business, I think that can be really disconjointed for some people.
I mean, I'd answer that in reverse. So one thing you won't lose is your reputation, which was a huge aspect for us. It was, when somebody rebrands, the general question is, has the company been dissolved, or has something happened? Has the company gone bankrupt? Has there been a huge gross misconduct from somebody? And the thing is, you've got to get past that, because naturally as an individual, we would think that. And you've got to put yourself in the public domain as well as a director personally yourself and think from both sides. So for me, I think if you've built brand loyalty, and by that I don't mean you're selling millions of products, but if people trust in you, I think as a person, then you'll automatically, especially a small to medium-sized business, you'll automatically gain respect within the market. So we didn't realize how much respect we had amongst our clientele until the rebrand happened. And I think that's what carried us through. So I think there's this illusion that if I rebrand, I'll lose customers. And that's a general worry, because, of course, you need your finances to run a business. And your clients are your clients. You spend years and decades working with them, whatever, right? But those relationships can be ruined at the drop of a hat as well. Split second bad decision. So I think what I've learned the most is that if you are genuine and you are genuinely there for your clients, and if they're not just a number to you, which is how we do things at Anand, then you will be absolutely fine, because people will carry through. And that's what I noticed, that all of our clients said, we don't care if this company is called ABC tomorrow, but we want to work with the same leadership that we're working with within this company. And that's what made me realize that, not that I didn't know people were important, but it made me realize how important the team that we had were and how dedicated they were. And that all stems from, I think personally, from you as a director and what your attitude is within the business, how you look after people, how do you go about daily life, and how much do those people matter to you as well. And that kind of proved to me that, those things mattered a huge deal to us as a company, and it filtered right through. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think for me it's important to appreciate where you've come from, but also then understand sometimes we have a growing pain, right? Yeah. So it's we're shifting into a new brand, we're shifting into scaling up, etc. But one of the quotes that you gave me very many years ago that has really stood apart, that I wanted to remind you of, but also ask you to apply some context to, is people are loyal to their needs.
Yep, absolutely.
I mean, how did you I guess that's a life lesson for a lot of people, but where's the story behind that?
So I think I've been in business for about 10, 15 years myself, and I can't put a number on it now, to be honest with you, but it's been a very long time. And one of the things that you realize very early on is that it's very much a dog-eat-dog world. As much as you think you might be out there to set the agenda straight or to start this new loving relationship with every single person, it never works out that way. And we realized very quickly that as a business, after surviving the first 5 years, a lot of people are just loyal to their needs. When those needs are met, they will either move on or they'll no longer engage with you. And I mean, that's absolutely fine. You know, it's a natural thing to happen as well. But to put it into context, I mean, if I look at how we operate with our clients at the moment, I don't think there's a single client that can say that, you know, if their volumes drop with us, that we change our attitude towards them.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's the smallest client on our sort of, accounting system, or it's a big renowned sort of company, it makes no difference to us. We work personally with every single client and every single person that we work with. And that might mean along the way you have to accept that once their needs are fulfilled, that they no longer will engage with you. But to put it into sort of context, that quote at the time came from, it was one of the things that we've always steered away from as a company. Don't be those kind of companies, or that company that is all over a client when it's hot.
Yeah.
And when it's not, they don't want to know, or they don't want to help them out with anything. And there are some clients that we work with that, we did millions of pounds of business with before. And all of a sudden, they have engaged another company. But there are times where they still engage us when there's an emergency, and we would never turn them down, because you've got to remember that whether they've moved on as a client to another supplier, they were also once your client and made up the DNA of your business to be what it is today. So yeah, I mean, it's something you have to get comfortable with, I think, in business, and have grow some thick skin around that, because people are loyal to their own needs, and it's just the way of the world.
For me, it's something that sort of, at the time, I think when you initially told me, I didn't really get it.
Yeah.
Right? And now I can say 6 years, 7 years down the road,
Yeah.
I get it. And I think for me, it's one of those things where it may not even be deliberate from that person, that client, customer.
No, yeah.
I think it's more around, actually, sometimes you just, there's only so much value you can add to that customer, client, etc.
Absolutely. And people have personal lives, and it's well, it's easy to say, don't involve your personal in your work life, but it's a very difficult thing to do as well. So sometimes we do forget that people might have stuff going on in their own lives. People move on, and all of a sudden a new person comes into that role in the company and doesn't see your business to be as valuable as the previous person. So there are elements of that as well.
Yeah.
But I think I've always found there's no use keeping hatred and negativity about somebody moving on. I think you've got to accept that and look and think, how can I learn from this? And how can I get better from this? And there was times that, clients left us on a very bad note, completely unexpected. Some that didn't even pay, the thousands of pounds they racked up in accounts, not to mention any names. And, that didn't mean that we were not going to look at what we could have done better as a company. So I think it always starts with what's going on at home before you look anywhere else.
Yeah. Do you think, because I've been fortunate enough to be in business and grow and scale and adapt and be in a position where I think there's always some people who are saying there's something going on in the economy or COVID or et cetera, et cetera. I mean, is it a mindset thing as an entrepreneur, as an owner? Because I've always been of the mind of yes, there's stuff going on, but actually your output can then fix your like if it's a revenue problem, then there's a solution for it. If it's a marketing problem, you can fix it. It's down to you to fix it, regardless of the economy's in bad shape. A lot of people have said to me the creative space is challenging right now, in comparison to maybe when COVID was really good, for example, where there was loads of money floating around. But it's actually, I think for me, you've got to focus on what you're doing, and I think that's the key. But I mean, in your experience, have you is it kind of a catch-all kind of, they're just saying it because the economy's hard, or as maybe as an excuse?
Look, I mean, there's no doubt the economy is very different to pre-COVID, but then it's also very different to 2009, when there was a huge crash, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, that's just a constantly sort of evolving, situation. Yes, I do believe it's very difficult now to do business, no matter what field you're in. But there are some fields which feel legislation change particularly they feel it a lot more than some businesses. But I think you're right to say you can navigate through anything with a very positive mindset. And I think if you fold as a business, but you've given it your absolute everything, you'll sleep peacefully at night. And that's for me personally. And I felt that in a situation. I mean, 2023 to 2024 financial year was our worst performing year as a business. And it was also the year that we rebranded. And there was a lot of sleepless nights there because revenue was, rock bottom. We'd employed people that year, doubled our workforce because we were looking to go, north, and ended up going south as a business. And naturally along that is a lot of doubt because you think, should I have employed these 6 people? Should I have done this? Should I have done that? And it's easy to say in hindsight that actually I'm worried then, but you generally do worry at that point. So I think it's a mindset and how you navigate. And the thing that got me through was just mindset. I think I am just so resilient, like to anything. I think right now in my life, where I'm just like.
Do you think that comes from your years of experience in business and knowing that actually sometimes you've just got to what I would call grunt it or push for it to you just figure it out?
I think it's both of those elements, but I think for me the biggest thing is upbringing. My dad was a very resilient character, hugely resilient. Sorry, not was, is still a very. He's still there. He's an extremely resilient character, and a completely uneducated man, which I must add to this story as well. So to see him, as a migrant in this country with little to no education, he still doesn't speak English fluently. And it was like, this guy struggled, and he struggled so much, but he made it. He made it in his career and in his life. And it was like a lot of that played on my head at that point. And I don't think those things sit well with you, or you don't draw on those things sometimes in life. But when it really matters, those things will come in, and you'll know what your metal's like at that point as well, and how strong you are.
Do you think that was like a key in respect to like how well you've now done, like that having that upbringing and having that, I guess, those values or what could be described as the correct values being installed into you? Even if it was like an information sponge point, like you as a kid
100%.
just taking that information, sort of saying, well, this is the upbringing I had.
I mean, 100%. But the thing is, I think I didn't realize that till I was about 35. So there's no like one fit solution to this. It's just when it's going to hit you, and it hit me a couple of years back. The big change came from COVID. To be honest, COVID was a blessing for us as a company. I mean, and that's not because we made money off unfortunate situations, but it gave me an opportunity to come out of the operation and be like, pause, because it's not something we could have done the way we were going at that time. We were climbing as a business. There was no structure, there was nothing, and it was just like, this is going to be a massive train crash one day. And COVID came and just put the brakes on everything, and it allowed us to restructure. So when we came out of COVID, I'd say that's my real journey in business started then. Because all of a sudden now I'm responsible for totally different things. Because now I'm actually acting like a director. I'm not now, stuck in the operation. And there were so many things that were falling off the side. So it was about coming in, containing that, and then restructuring the business through that. And then certainly obviously the rebrand came behind it. There is that, and obviously the resilience side. I'm for me, I learned that from my dad, and I have a huge admiration for the man. And that's to say, I rub shoulders with a lot of businessmen, but I take my dad's advice very seriously in life. I always have, but I don't think you as a child or as an adolescent at the time, will particularly understand that. But if you're exposed to that environment, I think it does rub off on you at some point. And for me, you know, I want to be like him. Like I look at him and I think, you know, just the way he stands and acts and stuff, right? So huge influence on my life. Yeah.
Do you think it's changed how you show up as a leader, as a, or even in your marketing maybe as well? Like that core, like you want to in some ways make him proud first, is what I'm sort of hearing from you. Would you say?
I think I don't really think in that way, to be honest. Like for me, it's not about making other people proud. Like I think as long as you know you're on the right journey, I think honesty is very important in business. And I sleep very well at night, no matter what the situation is on the day. Everybody knows me, knows that once this guy is out, he's out for the night. So, and I think a lot of that comes from your ethos, and there are many shortcuts you can take, or there is the difficult untraveled routes that you can follow as well, or create yourself along the way. And I think I'm more sort of on that journey of testing my limits and also just not stressing out, you know, along the way. And there are times where you obviously get stressed within business, right? But I think as a director, you've always got to have that sort of facade where everything's okay. And sometimes it's not, but you need to have that because you know you need to always give your staff and your company the assurance that you've got it under control, because the buck does stop with you, the director.
To install that confidence into the team?
I'd like to think they're confident without that, but I think what's your problem as a businessman should not rub off onto your team, because it's for you to deal with and put those things right. And I'd like to think we've created enough leaders now within our organisation that those sort of mistakes won't be repeated again. But that, again, is no one's fault. That's your responsibility as an owner or a managing director of a company.
As I say, do you think people struggle with taking accountability for themselves? Like when things go wrong in business or when things go wrong, like they're more likely to go, oh, it's your fault, rather than it's my fault and it's what I could have done better.
I think it's an easier route these days. And society kind of allows you to get away with that now. Do you know what I mean? But I think in your heart of hearts, you always know when you could have done something better. And I'm that kind of person where even if something has 0% my fault within it, I'd be thinking, what could I have done better? Or what could I have done to negate this issue? Is there anything
Do you think
I could
that what
have done?
makes you stand out though? Because if we're going to say the culture of maybe the country or like the and on average it's externally. Surely the unique advantage could be, actually it's my fault. How can I do it better? What can I do?
I think any great leader, you know, let's go back. I don't consider myself great in any sort of way, or I don't think I stand out in any sort of way there. But one thing that I've noted is like great leaders, whether they're, you know, businessmen, politicians, war generals, whatever, there's a lot of accountability. There's a lot of responsibility they take. And I don't think you can really take responsibility unless you hold yourself accountable. I know that might not make sense, but in my head it does. So I think
that's really true, and I think that you have to take a self accountability to what goes wrong, right? Like I've spoken in content quite a lot about last year was really hard, economically, business wise, etc. Now I could go down the approach of, well, it was a harder year and it was financially this and there was political uncertainty and this and this and this, or I could say, well, what am I doing?
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Like, how am I showing up? How am I leading with value?
Yeah.
Am I leading in the right way? What's my office structure like? What's my business structure like? And then what I did was actually go, okay, right. So clearly something isn't working. Right. So let's go back to basics. Let's restart everything. Let's replan the business model. Let's replan marketing. Let's replan everything. And then, funnily enough, when I executed on those things changed. My results changed. Yeah. You know. So I think for me, especially something that you can't overly control, right? Like, who's in the government, what the government policy is, etc., etc. That's why you should focus on you. That's why you should focus on what you're doing and what your key is, I guess, in some ways. But what do you think's missing in marketing right now that people maybe don't look at, or like either what you're doing specifically, or maybe what you're seeing as like potential opportunities?
What I've seen because we engaged with a lot of marketing companies before we decided to go with the one we did, it was just like how bad the quality of stuff is out there. And I don't know whether it's just that people settle for, whatever's kind of fed to them, or don't challenge back enough on things. And for us, I was like, no, I don't want to look like a Pret or a Starbucks, because those things are fucking done. Like, I don't want to be that brand. No, I don't care how they're presenting their material. It makes no sense to what we do. And, the comeback from some of the marketing companies was, oh, yeah, but, you're operating in a different domain. Yeah, we're operating in the aviation domain. It's a huge domain to this country. I mean, you saw what happened when aviation shut down with the ash cloud. Yeah. I said, we're operating in a very high marketable area. But I don't need to be another one of these brands. So there's this whole, I think in marketing, they've kind of got these slots in their head. Where, oh, okay, you're in hospitality, so let's just follow the footprint of this company. You're in travel, let's follow the footprint of this. No, it needs to be personal to you as a company. And I think no matter what size you are, I think you've got to have that arrogance and you've got to have that strength and be like, no, this is shit. I'm sorry. Yes, you might be saying to me this is going to cost me £5,000 a month, but I do not value this at £5,000 a month. Like, this content is shit. And it was until we took that stance, we were able to filter out the companies that we actually wanted to work with. And it ended up actually being a company that had absolutely minimal experience in marketing, had a very strong presence in videography. They did some of our content. We sat down and said, we'd love the opportunity to market for you. And I was sold on the directors of that company. And I think that's a huge valuable lesson, that don't just go out into the market and think, I'll go to the marketing agency that does marketing for X, Y, and Z. No, that will not be the necessary fit for your company. You need to find the necessary fit for your company. So overall, I think it's a huge gap in the market there. If somebody's willing to come in a company and work personally with smaller businesses, I think it's a huge market, because everybody wants to catch the big fish. And big fish will potentially have the budgets just to pay and be like, yeah, the campaign didn't really work out. But as a small business, you can't really afford to do that. Every campaign has to work out. And whether you're small, whether you're a medium-sized business like we are, it has to work, because you're paying a lot of money for that to work. So, huge gap in the market. I think there aren't many companies that I would look at and think there's a good reputation there, even though they work with big brands, because they will just consider you a small fish and think that they can pull the wool over your eyes. And I think it's very important, no matter what size you are, that you're the captain of your ship. Yeah. No matter how small it is, how big it is, you've got to lead by example there. And if you have to have the loudest voice, then you've got to have that as well.
I'm glad you mentioned video, because I think sometimes people, they're overwhelmed by it, they're concerned by it. Yeah. They're like, well, I mean, why do you use it? Right, was the key, the question there. But I think there's so much that there's, like, from my experience, there's psychology around, like, oh my God, I sound like a dick on camera, or like, I don't like the sound of my voice, or this is how I look. But there's also then, like, the tactics, or like the tech side, right? Now, obviously, if you're bringing in a videographer, you don't need to worry too much about the tech side. But I still think you should, at some principle, you should understand it. I mean, why did you, because you mentioned that you leaned into it. I mean, why did you lean into it?
I was obviously introduced to yourself into videography. I didn't have any, we know videos get made, but it wasn't something you ever gave, second thought to. For me, it was just kind of like, okay, I need to stop worrying about how I look or sound on camera. Like, just be genuine to who you are, like what you're talking about. If it produces great content, it does. If it doesn't, whatever. It's not the end of the world. And obviously, it was a changing landscape at the time as well. I think all of a sudden, Instagram changed its algorithms, like videos and reels, and all these new terms are coming out. And I'm like, what the hell's actually going on? And so, yeah, it was just something that came about. And for us, because we're hospitality and retail catering, imagery and videography is a huge aspect of what we do. as part of marketing as well. Of course, you can't just keep marketing with, let me take a picture of this and just keep sticking on social media. It doesn't really work that way. So for us, it was like, okay, we need to open our horizons here and actually look at things that work and just keep yourself open-minded in the process.
I think it's something that people should always try and then like see what the data then tells you, right? In whatever the campaign is, whether you're doing short form, long form, etc., etc. But I think it would be important when talking about data to think about like AI, right? We're seeing an AI boom. Do you see it as like we're all maybe in trouble, or like some people, like you're very obviously service based in respect to what you do, so it might not be as relevant, but is there elements of AI in your business? Do you utilize it? Or have you gone the other way and said, actually, no, we're going to lean into the fact that we are doing it ourselves and we're not maybe using it as a utilizational tool? Because I see it as a tool that can be sharpened rather than it replacing you.
I mean, there were people in our team that were huge believers in AI. And there are elements of it that we use, no doubt. But I feel with what we do, if we invest too much into or rely too much on AI, I think it will stop your mind from working. And I think it's very important that you're engaged consistently.
From just a cognitive ability.
Cognitive ability. And I think you don't want to get into a situation where, you're relying on technology to tell you what to do. Because then all of a sudden you're not problem solving yourself. Or, use it where you can, don't get me wrong, if you're stuck or whatever. But I just think that there are certain aspects of business, old school values that no matter, they've tested all elements of time and survived. So technology important, AI important, but I don't think it's do all and end all.
No, I think that's a really important reflection. I think it can be, and I'm using the analogy of you sharpen the knife and then use it, right? Because I think it's a tool and we need to be careful with how we use the said tool. But like for me, I'm also building habits around like doing more physical reading, right? Because I'm aware that if I use AI, my cognitive ability may become less. So I'm like, how can I actually increase my cognitive ability with effort and energy, right? And I think for me, that's the difference. And that's why I think like you can still be sharper. But were you always maybe looking at, like, because I think when we look at maybe the arbitrage, or maybe we're looking at for an advantage as a whole, were you always someone who maybe looked at technology and saw the opportunities it could give? Because I think sometimes people, they sort of put their defense mechanism up and go, no, we're not going to use it. We're not going to do that because it's scary and new.
You've got to use technology. It's not, I mean, a side story, but a family friend, I mean, he owns about 20 to 30 industrial units in West London. And he's a landlord on all 30 and he accumulates rent of all 30, is the managing agent of his own estate, charges his own service charges as well. So huge business. And in COVID, he had an issue where his bookkeeper caught pneumonia and was hospitalized. So he called me and said, I need some help with software and accounting. And I remember driving to his place thinking, there's just going to be so much advanced systems here because it's a huge business. So I don't really know what I'm going to be able to advise him on. When I got there, I was completely shocked that he had no accounting system, no software, and he was doing everything manually. To the point where he was even adding up sums on a piece of paper or his ledger, physical ledger. And I was like, and these are not small figures, 7,200, 9,229, and he's calculating all this on paper and he's got this account running he's got a book per tenant running. And I'm like, shit. There's no way they can't be mistaken this. Like, there is absolutely no way. So his first job for me was, I want to move all of this onto an accounting system.
Yeah.
And I looked at it and I thought, like, that is just madness. Like, it's absolute madness. And I remember setting up Xero for him. And I mean, I'm no Xero professional, right? We have a team that runs our accounts and stuff, but he wanted this to be a personal favor. So I remember shifting all of these physical ledgers onto an accounting software, and the sums were wrong by like thousands. So his first comment to me was, I need to recover this £62,000, which is owed to me in rent. When we actually shifted everything onto a ledger, the figure was about 225,000, which was owed to him. So it's like nearly 3 times what he thought was owed. And that was his change at the age of 62 towards technology, that I need to adapt. And that was the point where he was like, no, I
Was it an
can't.
eye-opener for him?
Sorry?
Was it an eye-opener?
I think it opened.
Like, how did he react?
I think it
when
opened everything that he had within him, because he was just like, he goes, I don't even know how many years I've been losing money for, which is the main thing. And he always had tenants, I said, and came to him like, you know, this rent figure is wrong. And he was like, no, he's adamant it's right. And I was like, an accounting system will put all that to bed. All of a sudden, the queries went down by like 90%. People stopped querying their bills because it was all automated. Each tax code was set. Every expense was set. And I mean, that was like, okay, there's also no time limit to when a person can wake up and see that they need to adapt to technology. And coincidentally, he got very ill last year himself. So he had his son come in and take over the business. And it was a very seamless handover because everything was sorted. So you could easily, you'd have to spend some time kind of understanding what's going on here. But it was handed over with something in place that you can just pick up and go with it.
Yeah.
Opposed to like, why is this or why is that or why is that? Everything was annotated. So yeah, look, you have to adapt. I don't think you can as a business. I mean, we didn't start using software till quite late into our life, business life as well. It was like 3 or 4 years in, we were creating invoices off Excel and that kind of stuff. And I was like, this can't be the way. And then slowly we've adapted to stuff. There are things that I think are really unnecessary in business as well. You don't need technology for absolutely everything. But yeah, basics like accounting and stock management, staff management, telematics on vehicles. You've got to have that. I mean, we had one of our drivers had a terrible crash last month, and the police wanted to know, what speeds were both vehicles travelling at, and we were able to prove that because we had the telematics. And the third party wasn't able to do that, which, favoured us as a business because we were able to prove that we were within, or our driver was within the speed limit. Didn't harshly brake. So technology is a lifesaver in certain places, and you've got to have it for the basics of your business. Yeah.
You're specifically, obviously, a very niched business in
Yeah.
regards to the sector that you serve. Have you always been that way? And if so, was that a very conscious decision from day one to be like, I'm going to serve this?
Nope. Aviation just came about, to be honest. Well, I say it came about, but I kind of think you set your own destiny in some ways. We were so busy trying to survive as a company, but it was just like customer focus.
Yeah.
Make sure the customer gets everything they can from you, even if it means you're losing something. Just give your customer absolutely everything and make them feel special. And we do that till date. So in some ways, business is a funny thing because you can never say, I set out to do this and it happened. Because I think you've got to, a lot of things happen around it and you end up taking a different route. So, I mean, I discuss aviation a lot, but we work heavily with construction. We work heavily with tech companies as well. And we have a huge footfall in the city as well. And none of those things were ever targeted. I don't think we actually knew what we wanted to do when we started business. We just knew we wanted to serve food and, have a business as such, right? So it was like, okay, how do we do that now? And I think along the way, your business will adapt. Things will come up. You'll see value. For us, it was about understanding our niche And I don't think we understood our niche until post-COVID, which is scary because that was like 10 years into the business. 10 years? 7, 8, sorry, maybe 8 years into the business. But it was like, what is our niche? Our niche is not aviation.
Yeah.
Because there's a hell of a lot of companies that operate within that. Our niche is short lead times. You get hold of anybody at any time of the day or night. We will solve your problems. And if we don't, we will make sure we've done everything possible to try to solve that problem for you as a client. Now, there are some clients that have my number specifically, and they will only call me in situations because although I'm the director of the company and we have an amazing workforce, I've built that relationship with them personally when I was building the company out. And I can understand why they only want to come through to me. I totally get that. But my attitude towards them doesn't change irrespective of my position in the company. And we distill that like through our staff, completely distill it through our staff, that nobody's bigger than the company. We help a client in any given situation that we can. If we are closed for the day and something comes up for somebody, we will do everything we can to make sure that we solve that problem for them. And we've become that. I think that's been our niche. Our niche is we are problem solvers. And that's helped us like also recruit the right people. And people don't come to this company thinking, you know, I'll just spend 9 to 5 behind a desk and I'm done. They're problem solvers. And we make sure they become problem solvers. And our retention rate's amazing. I mean, you know, we've had one staff member leave in the last 2 years, which is incredible. It's absolutely incredible. I mean, there are obviously niggles. There are obviously things that, you know, staff feels management can do better or management feels ownership can do better. But I think that's a healthy relationship and it's good to have that open dialogue. But it's so important to treat your staff well. And that doesn't mean just money or pay. I think just an attitude, sometimes just asking people how they are, talking about the football or having a normal conversation makes people realise that actually you're a normal person yourself.
Yeah. I was going to say, I mean, I guess in a business your size, is there a level of all the directors are in today, kind of like, oh, it's really scary, and then if so, how do you either defuse that or lead with empathy to be like, hey, I'm a human too?
I think because I've never really come in like wanting to feel important. I think because I was, you know, working the fields, as you can say, when I first started. I've kept the same attitude now. If someone's a new starter or hasn't been around or hasn't got to know me because of the size of the business now, so they don't probably interact with me as much, they're put to ease by the older staff because they're like, this guy is actually really calm and really chill. Like, he'll come in and be like, you know, let's order some pizza. Or did anybody watch the football or the cricket or whatever? I mean, it's like we have our company WhatsApp groups, and I was at the cricket India-England the other day, and I'm sending in the group chat, you know, a photo of myself at cricket. But that helps people just feel like, you know, I'm not intentionally doing that. I'm just doing that because I've always done these kind of things. And there are staff that say, you know, they don't feel like sometimes that I'm the owner of this company just by how I act, how I am. I'm very relaxed. Mistakes are fine. I think we've always said that, look, it's fine to make a mistake, but don't let it become a repetitive mistake and we're not learning from. So it's that yin and yang. I think you've got to find the balance. For me, it's very hard to be serious with people, especially my day-to-day staff, because I think their life is serious enough without me having to add to it. Our work is serious enough without me having to add to it. So I try to, you know, just be chill around them. If there's problems, I'll take that up with my higher management, and we'll deal with it away from our team. But I think it's very important to have that balance as well.
Do you think, as a founder, as a director, as a leader, that maybe not you specifically, but people, those people in the question, you know, leadership founders, they maybe have an ego problem, and if so, like, is that maybe their undoing sometimes? Like, they have a massive ego, they care about the car, they care about the house, they're keeping up with the Joneses, but they don't necessarily lead with maybe the correct, what I would describe at least as the correct values?
Yeah.
And do you think that has a strong impact as from a leader, from a founder, from a kind of how you show up for your staff, your employees, your higher management, etc.?
I think so. I mean, the people with, if you've got the nice car, the big house, you've made it in some elements in life, and that's amazing for you as a person. I'm really happy for people that are able to do that.
But do you think it comes from an insecurity sometimes?
From insecurity, did you
Like
say?
they're doing it. Like, I've got the car because I don't maybe love myself as much, or like I'm trying to fill a hole potentially in their own self.
I think everyone's trying to fill a hole in some way within themselves. I think we all have that. I mean, there isn't a perfect person out there.
No, of course.
Let's start with that. We all have our blemishes. End of the day, and there are things that we can always improve on. But I've been in business long enough to see both aspects. I've seen people that feel like they need to show their hard work or remind people how hard they've worked by showing possessions.
Yeah.
And they do that more for others opposed to themselves, which is sad. I think it's quite sad. And I don't mean that in a horrible way, but I genuinely think like I'd hate to be in that position myself as a person. Starting out younger, I was obviously the general perception around business. One day I'll have a really nice car, and I'll wear those clothes, and I'll wear, I'll buy this and I'll buy that. But I think once you're fully invested in your business, all those things would just not matter anymore. Like for me, it doesn't matter right now that I'm wearing discounted Next Aspadrilles, or I'm wearing a certain branded top. It matters nothing to me whatsoever. Because I think
more about the quality of the person then?
I think,
or the quality of the founder, the quality of the leader?
It's like, what's your higher purpose? Like, you've got to think, that's what you've got to think of. And I think if your purpose goes beyond materials, you've got a bigger purpose in life. You're not thinking, I mean, I get absolutely no joy. I mean, I love my car. Don't get me wrong, I love sitting in my car. But if I get a phone call, the problems are still as bad as they would be on a bus or on a train.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, that materialistic thing matters in no way.
Yeah.
Right? So for me, I think it's like, you've got to be like, okay, why am I in this? But what am I about as well as a person? And people lose one of those two aspects somewhere along in the business. They either forget why they're doing what they're doing, or they'll forget who they are. And for me, I can't do that, because I grew up eating dinner on the floor. I never sat on a dining table, because traditionally, my dad grew up, there was no dining tables, in his household in 1960, whatever it was, in India, because he was from a very poor background, post-partition of India, Pakistan. So they grew up sitting on floors and eating. So he distilled that in us. And there are times where we're just out and about and we're having a working lunch, and I'll just sit on the curbside, because I'm totally happy with that. Like, because I don't need to change as a person, I feel, to show my status or to show who I am. Like, for me, I'm another person in this world.
Do you think by having that level of humility, that like humbleness, will keep you, I guess, in some ways empathetic or like connected with every layer of your company in respect to management and the people and the staff, and gives you more, I guess, humanity in respect to how you lead?
Absolutely, because you'll be a human before you're anything else. A human that actually feels other people's pain and their situations, opposed to just your own consistently. Yeah. But it's very important for your personal life as well, because, I've got 2 young kids. I was at sports day yesterday with them, and my he's just four now, and he's starting school in September. So yesterday was his sports day, and today's his last day at school. And the parents were all sitting together, and we're talking about schools, and we talked about, where he's going to be schooling and where they're going to be schooling. And it was just like an amazing conversation, because no one's judging anyone, because everyone's on the same footing at this moment in time.
Yeah.
But you start to get a feel as life goes on, as you grow older, that it becomes, who's going to the independent school? Who's going to the state school? Oh no, they must have so much money because his or her son's going to the independent, or his or her daughter's going to the independent school. But it matters nothing if you as a person still have humility, I think. And it doesn't matter whether you're sending your kids to a certain aspect or spending X amount on yourself. It's how you are as a person, how you treat people. I think it's hugely important, and even more so when you know that the person you are treating well can't give you as much value back as you can give them, I think that's a huge aspect of you as a character.
Yeah. I think also it's a pay it forward mentality to an
Yeah.
extent, right? Like, I think what you output will also reflect back on you in 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, etc.
At some
You know.
point, it will definitely reflect back on you.
Whether you believe in karma, whether etc. Right? Whether maybe don't go by our belief system, but like whatever your belief system is,
Yeah.
there's always a crossover there. And I think, especially when we go back to business, I think that's true in marketing as well.
Yeah.
Right? A lot of the work I'm doing at the moment is actually how can I scale out what I'm doing and then build systems so that it allows me to be more present for clients. So then in turn I can do a better job, which in turn means
Yeah.
then when I take on new clients, I can ensure that the quality is the same,
Yeah.
right? And actually, I think partly because I will say no to certain projects or certain clients or certain things. Do you look at that when you potentially look at a client or working with a customer, etc.? Do you say no sometimes? And if so, where does that mindset come from to be able to have the humility, I guess, or the confidence to say, actually, no, you're not the right fit for us?
I think as a leader, you're responsible for a lot within your organization. And I think you realize that the more you grow as a business. It's something which is easy enough to ignore if you're stagnant or if you're growing through, the growing pains, right? And it's a very painful area when you're growing as a business. And I mean, by no means is Anand a multinational business, but I feel the pain of it every day when we grow. And majority of the time it's financial pain, because the bigger you become, the more restraints you get on your cash flow. And there's times you're thinking, I just want to be small again. I just want to be that business that everything was done on account, payment on receipt or whatever, right? But all of a sudden now we've got payment terms. There's clients that rack up huge bills, but we know we're not going to get the money for 60 days or 30 days. And, there's clients there was a client that came in, and we're absolutely wonderful with each other now, but they started and they, said, we won't pay you for 90 days, but we'll give you this much business. And everybody was like, oh, that's an amazing deal to be done. And it was somebody from our team, actually, because when I consulted him, and he said, there's absolutely no point to take this business on, because if this client's going to be giving us £150,000 a month, we won't have that for 90 days. So all of a sudden we would have racked up something like $500,000 in 3 months. Or this business would have racked up $500,000 with us and that's a huge risk, because we only get paid 150,000 out of that 450 after 3 months.
Yeah.
And then it becomes that again. And then it becomes that again. And if that goes down tomorrow, we're going to be losing $500,000 as a business. And that's not just the revenue, there's the cost that comes with it as well.
Yeah, because you have to pay out the cost anyway.
Of course.
And I think sometimes when people look at business, they maybe don't appreciate it, right? They'll see them with the nice car, they'll see them with the new studio, whatever it is. But I look at it and go, oh, that's a lot of money.
Yes.
Oh my God, that's a lot of costs.
Yeah, of course.
Right? And I think it's how, I guess in some ways we develop as people to stomach those costs as leaders.
Definitely. And I think Carlton, it's got to be your attitude as well.
Yeah.
I think you've got to, I do not think that there is a company in the world, I do not think there's a single company in the world that should ever come to you and try to take advantage of the size of your business.
Yeah.
Or play on the vulnerabilities. But unfortunately they do, because that's the way the world works. And that's where I think you've got to show your mettle. Like, how much do you value yourself as a business? How much do you value your services as a business? But be able to back that up with quality as well, which is a fine line, right? And that doesn't necessarily mean you've got to have the best product in the market, but absolutely deliver on everything that you say you're going to deliver on. If it costs you to deliver on it, you deliver on it, irrespective. You don't just shortcut and then leave yourself exposed in the market for having a bad reputation. But I think it's self-belief. But I know that doesn't come when there's no income or little income, because only self-doubt's there at that point. But my last 2 years in particular in business have taught me, got to value yourself.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean you go and shit on people's parade, or you go and mistreat clients, or if somebody comes in trying to bargain with you that you mistreat them. you've got to hold your firm in a polite way, but you've got to know what your business is about, and you've got to know where you're strong and where you're weak, and you've got to be able to make the right decisions. And sometimes the first decision is not always the best decision.
Yeah.
But leave the ball open where you're still able to have dialogue with clients. There's times where we've made, mistakes. We've misjudged, and we wouldn't be human if we didn't. But it's how do you react to that?
Yeah.
How do you go back and manage that? How do you have the humility to say, we got this wrong, but still be able to have that relationship with your client?
I think as well, and I had a very fortunate conversation a couple of weeks ago about this, and it was like we just worked with a brand new client, and one of the things they said to me about why they chose us or me, however you want to perceive it, is that because I was the most expensive out of the ones they were talking about, and for like maybe a newcomer or etc., that sounds weird, right? Because it's like, why would you win the work but you're the most expensive? And I think from what they told me, it sounded like it was like, well, I've got the gonads, I've got the balls, or whatever you want to call it, I've got the confidence to say, no, this is how much my work, this is what I'm going to commit to price wise, but then also I'm going to follow it up with the value that I'm going to lead with as well.
Huge.
Do you think sometimes people get really challenged on price?
Always. You're always going to be challenged on price.
And then how do you deal with that? I guess with them with the conversation, like, is there certain scenarios where you're like, no, we're going to maybe negotiate by this much, but our final price is non-negotiable here?
I think there's two ways to do it. I mean, I've been on the opposite end of that spectrum where I've bargained just for the sake of taking on the business, and I've negotiated myself into positions that are like the least favourable in the end. But it's easier said than done as well. But I think you've got to know your costs, know where you sit, know what you're trying to achieve out of that deal, because sometimes you take on a deal with the hope that it's going to lead to bigger and better things, which is fine if you know your market. And that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to happen in that way, but it's a calculated risk.
Do you think sometimes you have to take something that's maybe not ideal client, if it is just I need to make this money? Or would you still say no?
For us, I don't think we really have that, because we're quite niche in what we do. So everyone that comes to us generally needs us, or we need them in some aspects as well. But there are, you won't know until you start working with someone, I always say. And the ones that you think are going to be troublesome end up actually being the better clients. And the ones that you think, because they're a big brand, sometimes extracting money can be an absolute pain, which is why relationships are very important. And you've got to go above and beyond. A business deal is not just, here's my service, I've provided it, here's my invoice, you pay it, thank you very much. It's all the stuff in between, the dialogue, the things that you don't cost. It's impossible to cost a project, you know that.
Yeah.
To the T. You can't do that. Because we never add our own time into that, really, if we think about it, as a business. And even if you add your own time as a calculation, they'll still be like, oh shit, I'm still spending too much time on this business. But it depends what your end goal is. If your end goal is like, I just want to be done with this client, get their money, and I don't care whether they contact me again, then that's a very different mindset. Or if you want to always leave you never know when a client might need you, that's a very different mindset as well.
I think
when you've done 30 years, you're really invested. You're really embedded in the business, the risk that you face when you've been loyal to a company for that long.
I've always been of the view that like content will work, email marketing will work, networking will work, going to a trade show will work, but only if you do one.
That business gave me a solid foundation. I understood the basics of most areas of business. I experienced working with logistics, with marketing, with operations.
I look at how many views did I gain between 4 weeks ago and now.
Don't get me wrong, we've done that loads. Email marketing was one for us.
I can focus on three main things. The podcast, client delivery, and the event.
Yeah.
That's it.
I think AI is the assistant and we're the leaders of that.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new episode of the podcast, this time in London. Today we're going to be with Michelle from, I guess it's from Eden now, but it was, as you'll find out briefly, from I'm going to go with corporation that no longer exists.
Sadly so, yes.
So,
no longer on the high street.
It kind of does, but not in the same way.
It exists under another name, yes.
Should we stop being elusive and should we just go
We should
into-
definitely stop being elusive. It's WH Smith's. For those of you that didn't guess, it's WH Smith's, yes.
How does, I mean, I'll start here. I mean, how did it feel? Because obviously you were, correct me if I'm wrong, but you were a regional manager.
Yeah, so I looked after the north of the country for WH Smith's, yeah. I mean, I was with them for 30 years, so I grew from being a Saturday girl on the till to that position of looking after all the stores in the north. But yeah, at the point I finished, I looked after about 304 stores in the north.
And what made you make the leap? Did you transition out? Like how did, because I think when you're in a position like that, maybe the money's good, maybe or was it just like, oh my God, not this again. I hate the inside of my car.
I don't know really, because I think when you've done 30 years, you're really invested. You're really embedded in the business. You are earning really good money and you're super comfortable. And the reason you're comfortable, and this to me is the sort of the risk that you face when you've been loyal to a company for that long, you've kind of got into the zone of corporate muscle memory. So I didn't really have to think that much anymore.
Yeah.
So I was earning a good wage. I was doing a job that I liked for a company I was really invested in. But ultimately, I'd kind of lost the ability to be myself. The company had changed, I'd changed. And it was just time, I think, to find something that was me.
I guess there's a natural kind of, sometimes there's maybe a disconnect. Like you were who you were at then, you grew 30 years and then you wanted to go this way, but they wanted to either downscale or go that way.
I don't know if it was a case of they wanted to go this way and I wanted to go that way. Because in all honesty, I could probably have done another 20 years for them. Because genuinely, I was really embedded in the business and I loved it. I loved the people. I mean, you literally know everybody when you've done 30 years. You know every store, you've been to every place. But I just sensed that it wasn't going to be right for me in the future. You know, I think you just get a knowledge of, I've got all this experience, I'm getting my own mind, my own voice more, and that needs to be somewhere else for it to develop and grow.
Yeah.
It's not going to be develop and grow here. Or I can stay and carry on doing what I've always done for another 20 years.
So was it, I guess in some ways, a personal development shift for you? Because we were talking just while we were setting up about, you know, the difference that you now have with where you are with Eden.
Yeah, I didn't know it at the time. I honestly didn't know it at the time. So it was a leap of faith moment, really. And then the weird thing for me was COVID literally happened on the Friday of the week that I left. So I gardened for about 12 months. So in that period, I really did start to think, well, what's going to work for me now? And do you know what? It is not an easy thing. I now see people going through that same process of leaving something really big and corporate that they know well and then trying to find their way. It's difficult.
Do you think that it comes with a, because we were talking before we started, that I'm going to find it very hard to go into corporate now because I've got the freedom of self-employed. I guess you could say I know what works marketing wise, especially right now.
Yeah.
And I would have to fit perfectly into a team culture wise for it to work.
It would depend what you'd want that for. For me, that business gave me a solid foundation. I understood the basics of most areas of business. I experienced working with logistics, with marketing, with operations. It taught me to be resilient. You know, they were a company that was adaptable. I mean, they survived on the high street. So it did give me an understanding of how you support a business to survive, to protect its people, to protect the brand, etc. But yeah, on the other side of it, the thing that you're talking about, having your own voice, that freedom to shape a culture, shape a business, shape the dynamics of what the team are doing. For me, that didn't exist in that type of business because I think they have to have really clear communication, real clear clarity of message. Yeah. And if you're someone who wants to divert or disrupt that, that can be very
regardless
difficult.
Of maybe how good the idea is.
Regardless of how good the idea is.
Because it is a triangle in that respect. You know, you have to follow the top. And I always found I was always in a box.
I think so. And as well, and you can have, and also it's the ability to push that idea through, because some ideas do make it through. But what do they say? It's like steering an oil tanker, not a speedboat.
Yeah.
So it's the perseverance, it's that just ability to doggedly slog through with that idea till somebody says, yeah, we can make that work, and you get people behind you. But you learn so much from that. So I could see you going into corporate and learning a ton of stuff. But because I know you, I can't imagine you there, because you're more entrepreneurial.
Yeah.
You shape things, you do things that you believe are right, not what people tell you is the right thing to do. So Smiths was all about just execute, and deliver. Whereas now I get to shape and change and mould and mentor and support elements of that in a business like WH Smiths, but now with a lot more heart and my own voice behind it.
Do you think, I mean, obviously, for those who don't know, you've moved into Chief Strategy Officer. This is the first time I've heard of it. I mean, in a nutshell, what is that? What is it? What does actually your day-to-day look like and feel like?
I guess it's about, ultimately, it's having the long-term plan and strategy for that business, so the growth plan. So looking at quick wins, middle term, long term. So saying, where is Eden as a business going? But then from that, understanding, I guess, some of the fundamental change. So what are the operational and robust things we need to put in place to get it there? But also having the freedom to be inventive, to work with the team, to generate ideas. So I would say I'm the person who knows the long term, but I'm also the person that wants to generate all the bits in between that move us in that direction. And some of it is quite simple. Some of it is really quite complex. It's about building teams. It's about building roles and responsibilities and processes. But then it's about looking at innovation, deciding what we want to do, NPD, all the fun side. And I think for somewhere like Eden, Chief Strategy Officer is because we want to scale up and grow the business, but we don't fundamentally, well, I don't believe fundamentally we can lose the heart of what Eden is. It started in somebody's house with the founder and his partner and a couple of people working for him. And it's grown now into its own HQ, its own warehousing, employing 26 people. There are loyal customers who've been with that brand for that whole 12 years. So we've got to scale it up because we want more people to join the organisation and more customers to experience the brand. But we don't want to lose the heart of what Eden's all about. And I think it's my job to make the scale up happen, but make sure Eden remains Eden.
Do you think it's difficult? Because by proxy of scale, you have to somehow, like I'm in this, as we were discussing before, I'm in this struggle at the moment where actually things have gone like a lot better than planned. Happy days.
Is brilliant.
Right, great place to be, grateful place to be. But it's also like a legitimate issue in the respect to actually now I've got to like, how do I duplicate myself? Because that's potentially the position I'm in, especially when it comes to like continuing the next step now, which is actually continuing with what I feel is working, but sort of, I guess, because I'll never be able to replace me sat here in front of a camera.
No.
Right? I can outsource everything else, but the only bit I'll never be able to, especially if a client is very tied to, I want Colton on the production, I want Colton on the marketing, etc. It's going to be difficult. I mean, did the team at Eden find that as well?
I think
because obviously you sell a product, right? But the essence is still there.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately our main product, it's dog food. I mean, that's what we produce and sell, premium quality dog food. I think when I came in to that business, it was difficult because it was change. It was somebody saying, what you've done till now has been brilliant because you have organically grown this business with people from the local area, not experts, just people with a passion for pets, a passion for the brand. And then I had to come in and say, that's absolutely brilliant, but we need some roles, some responsibilities, some routines, some best practices. We need to get back to basics. We need the foundations. And that was the change people found difficult. So that freedom to just almost do whatever you want, whenever you want, had to be pulled in for a while we established some core basics. But once we'd done that, once we'd got the right people in the right place doing the right things, once we operationally were robust, when we'd done our risk management piece that said what are those critical points of failure that sit within this business, then people could see, oh, actually, I can still operate the way I did before with freedom and creativity and innovation, but there's more support underneath. Things don't crash off a cliff. Actually, the structure's there now for us all to be able to do the things that we're really fundamentally good at, which is connection with the customer, the love of pets, the love of the brand, getting out, word of mouth, spreading the word of Eden, knowing that the business is fundamentally running well.
Yeah.
Whereas before, the business could have been struggling and we wouldn't necessarily have seen it. So we wouldn't have been able to make the changes we required to keep the business in a good place and on track.
Yeah. Do you think there's you, with your role, I think you'll look at maybe like the overarching strategic side of marketing.
Yeah.
But what are people missing right now in marketing, would you say? Because there's a
I
lot of
think
buzz
some-
around
yeah.
people saying like, oh, there's you can't get in, you can't have a podcast, you can't, you know?
I think sometimes maybe it's not what are they missing, but it's have they sat and thought about the brand and their audience and what they want to achieve? Or are they just trying to follow trends and what people tell them they should be doing? So I think everything from your TikTok through to email marketing, etc., is all valuable and valid. But it is up to the business to understand, is that right for them? And maybe it's not right for me today, but it might be right for me in a month's time.
Yeah.
Or maybe something I've always done, I'm going to stop doing so much of that now because I want to change. So I think you have to consider everything in the marketing sphere, but it doesn't mean you should do everything. Because if you do it without authenticity, I've seen many TikToks where I just think I could literally crawl under a rock with embarrassment. Now, I'm sure some of that actually works sometimes. But if you're just doing it because you think you have to, I don't think it works.
I think for me that's really true. I guess the follow-on question was going to be around like the shiny thing syndrome. So to give you some context, I was out on a run yesterday.
Yes.
And I was like, hey, I should have like a teaching platform and it should be on a subscription base. I was like, no, Colton, that's a good idea, but no, because I'm focused on like two main things right now for the next, like probably to the end of the year, more likely, which is the podcast, right? And then the event, right? That I alluded to before we started. And the event's in September. So the reality will be like after September, I'll just be planning the next one and continuing with the podcast.
Yes.
Do you think people run into a challenge when it comes to like, they get some momentum with something and then they go, oh yeah, but this shiny thing over here is really cool.
Yeah, and also if you're looking at your competition quite heavily, if you're looking at the marketplace and seeing what people are doing, you don't know if what they're doing is actually successful. But internally, you go, they're doing that. It looks great. I mean, of course it looks great because they make it look great.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it works. Doesn't mean it's successful. But it's so true to say you can just be pulled off. I mean, I say to my team, I know it's a really old analogy of all of us pushing the boulder up the hill. If we all run off in different directions, we're going nowhere and probably going to get squashed.
Yeah, who's going to get squished?
Who's going to get squished? And that's what I say. Look, we've got some key pillars. Let's stay focused on that. Let's consider the opportunities, but don't run off and do it and just leave this hanging over here. And don't get me wrong, we've done that loads. I mean, email marketing was one for us. We wanted to do it. We should have been doing it. We kept running off and doing shows and events and sparkly fun things, never actually nailing some of the fundamentals, because it's more appealing, isn't it, to go to Crufts and meet dogs.
Do you think there's a level of ego that comes from that? Like either from a founder or from a team?
I don't know whether it's ego or it's what personally turns you on, what your own drive is, what do you fundamentally want to do? People do gravitate towards the things that do it for them, don't they?
Yeah. I mean, I've always been of the view that like, so for example, content will work, email marketing will work, networking will work, going to a trade show will work, but only if you do one.
Okay.
In my view. right? From what I've found personally.
Yeah,
when I've
interesting.
really focused in just depth on how do I make the podcast as best as it possibly can
Yeah.
from a viewer's experience point of view. That might be how it looks, how it sounds, how I come across. Can I outsource it? Like, I've got a balance, so because it doesn't directly make me money, but actually the marketing collateral that I get from it will make me money. Okay, cool. So then it becomes a game of how we're keeping those costs and balancing those costs, sure, but actually how can I focus on the viewer experience?
Yes.
And then when I look at maybe something like the event, it's like, okay, how can I make this client experience incredible for the people coming, even if there's only 5 people in the first event, right?
Yeah.
And I think sometimes we get, and that's why I mentioned ego, I think sometimes we go, but I'm only going to sell 5 tickets. It might be the possibility that I sell 20 tickets or 30 tickets, but like, what if I only sell 2?
I get that. And it's interesting, isn't it? The business that yourself is in with you, and obviously you're looking to scale up and maybe employ, etc. Whereas now I'm sat with a team of 26, and so we've got the opportunity to do so much more.
Yeah.
But again, it is that decision on what's really valuable. I mean, and you just touched on something actually that I thought was really interesting. Doing things really well, you know, making sure that the experience for the customer is, well, I mean, we were in a whole cycle of wanting to be perfect and never actually doing. So we had 20 things we should have been doing. So we were going to a show, we were doing email marketing, we're creating a newsletter for B2B, we were doing, but actually all of those things had to be, to us, absolutely flawless.
Yeah.
And we were not delivering anything. So now I'm in the world of accept 80% sometimes, but execute and get it out there for the customer and do it consistently. Because I think sometimes, and maybe it is a bit of ego, you want to look at a piece of work you've done or something that you've done that the customers see and comment on. And when you're getting all the praise and, oh, that's so beautiful and that looks amazing and your brand is absolutely, but you've achieved very little, it's not really worth anything.
Yeah.
All that praise and adulation about something when you could have delivered on 20 things but done them at 80%.
No, I completely agree. And there's a very quick psychology study. I've done longer videos on it, but like just a very quick synopsis here. There was 2 groups. Sometimes it's pottery, sometimes it's painting, sometimes it's sculpturing, etc. The lecturer says one half can only create one piece across a window of time. Sometimes it's 2 weeks, sometimes it's a month. And the other half can create as many pieces as they like, whatever the metric is, so pottery, painting, etc. And the result of the study was that the group that could repeatedly create something had a better piece objectively than the group that had only that window of time to create the one thing.
Completely agree.
And that's where done better than perfect is better.
Yes.
And when I say I'm looking at, like, I think it's a focus point for me on how can I create the journey or the viewer's experience or the customer's experience or the client's experience as a whole to be better across a year, not per episode, not per event, not it's the overarching strategy. So I don't look at this reel got 1,000 views. I look at how many views did I gain between 4 weeks ago and now, right? That's the metric I track, not what when I go into what's working. Sure, I'll look at specific videos, but on average I won't. I just focus on the output and then focus on how can I build each one to be 1% better than the one before.
Yeah, and I think we do similar. I would say we start to look at consistency of communication. Are we building a community? Do people feel like we're engaged with them and so that they're engaged with us? So it's a similar sort of metric but in a different way, because if you're brilliant once, those people soon just disappear. But if you're constantly there talking to people, engaging with them, they're able, you're responding to them, then over time that just builds into we call it a community. We're trying to create a community. And we're always trying to draw people in to that community. So the end result is growth.
But I think we sometimes get into the world of we need it all to happen in one day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 10 days, etc.
That's me sometimes.
But actually in reality, if we just focused on, I can't remember the exact quote, but something along the lines of we underestimate what we can do in a week, but we completely over-egg what we can do what we can over-egg in a week, but what we can do in a year is really underrepresented mostly. And I think for me, actually focusing on that 1% is what that matters overall.
Yeah,
Because then you're building that compounding effect. You're pushing the snowball down the hill a little bit faster, a little bit faster, a little bit faster, a little bit faster.
yeah, and also I think people can understand more. So if you are constantly jumping from one thing to another, your team just cannot grasp where we're going. They can't grasp the brand. What is the message? What is the strategy? So that continued delivery, that momentum that builds, you onboard the team. And by onboarding the team, you onboard the customer. And particularly in our business, because we've got customers and consumers. So the dog's the consumer. It's the dog we're trying to get to, but it's via that customer. And so it's almost like the baby food world, isn't it?
Yeah.
The baby's eating the food, but the parent's choosing which of the brands to buy. Same in our world. The dog's eating the food, the customer's choosing. A lot of that comes through trust. So that consistency, that slow momentum, is people don't trust people that flip from one thing to another, and they cannot understand what they're doing, and they can't see the message. So that repetitive, consistent approach. Oh, right, I know what Eden's about. I can see what the team's about. And because we're so accessible as well, a team of 26, we're all working in Stoke-on-Trent. You speak to one person, that understanding of the brand, you'll speak to the next person, you'll get that same message, you'll get that same education piece. So people start to think, this business knows what they're doing. And I think that's the same for yourself. When I see you online, when I see you doing what you're doing, I think that guy knows what he's doing.
I also think it removes the pressure of being perfect every time, like building off the like done is better than perfect thing.
Yeah.
Because as long as I'm authentic to me, then it doesn't necessarily, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter in the same way, because I'm not like, oh no, that's not, as long as it's on brand and on piece and still me, then I'm like, actually, that's cool, you know? But talking about that to its extent, I mean, we're in a world where AI's like risen, right? Are we all going to lose our jobs?
No, we're definitely not going to lose
Is it all doomed?
I think AI is the assistant and we're the leaders of that. And so you can use AI fundamentally to change your business. You can use it for insights, you can use it for planning, you can use it for content support, but ultimately it's the assistant to the business. It's not the business creative, it's not the founder. You know, the people are the heart of your business, but you can deliver fabulously elevated results if you work out how to use it in the right way. So no, it's not scary. And I did something funny at work the other day to show the team not to be fearful. It was just something really small. I took a picture we'd taken and I said to AI, you know, give this picture some movement. And it did this crazy thing. I mean, we're pirouetting around the stage on this picture. I think one of us had claws for hands or something ludicrous. But then I gave it real instruction, my voice and the heart of the brand, and explained what I wanted. What it created was amazing, but it needed that voice, that human voice, that human interaction, that brand understanding. So we shouldn't be afraid.
I've used the analogy recently of you need to sharpen the knife before you use it.
Very good,
you know, in the same way with AI, you need to teach it what you want it to do and not just write me a social media prompt, enter, right? It's about actually understanding it as a tool and not just seeing it as a fix-all, right?
It's the company assistant. It's like your PA. It's part of the business. It's part of your business. It's a tool of the business. But it hasn't become the business. And I would hope some of the more routine tasks that it will support people then to be able to drive more creativity and innovation because they've got the capacity and the space to do that. You know what business is like. Sometimes it's incredibly busy just getting tasks done, just executing things. And then you end up working in the business all the time doing. And you don't step away and think, right, okay, let me listen to the customers. Let me look at what's happening in the marketplace. Let me analyse some of the insights. And when you stop and do that, and I hope AI gives us that, so we can stand back and go, do you know what? This is what we need to do. Because I've had time to think about it because AI is my assistant.
Something that I found really interesting, and I'll be curious on your thoughts as I'm bringing it up here. I mean, I'm rapidly approaching the end of Mel Robbins' the 5-second rule.
Okay.
I don't know if you know it, but it came out a handful of years ago, and the crux of one of the things I read on the way here was procrastination is actually a reaction to stress management. It's nothing to do with like not getting the work done. It's how we
Yes.
cognitively distract ourselves and have that stress break. And it kind of links to the AI thing, because I think the performance, you could say that, especially when you're in C-suite or you're, a chief marketing officer or a chief exec officer or a chief strategic officer, etc., we can be so do. How do you personally balance it, but also allow yourself to have that time to, I guess, think up the more creative ideas, or like have that more synergized approach in respect to actually, no, I'm going to step back now and say, let's look at the problems I may be facing and how I can like strategically fix them, but not with the pressure on having to fix the answer today.
And sometimes I'm really bad at it. So if I'm overly excited about stuff, then I'm just do, just as you describe, really. There'll be days that fly by and I'm not quite sure what that day was about.
I think there's a point in business there where you have to do that, right?
Probably, yeah. Well, you do it because it's necessary, in the moment. But then what I also find, I like to be planned and organised. We were talking about this. I like my notebook. I like to think ahead because I like to show up in the right way.
Yeah.
I am myself. I'm always the same, but I do give thought to how do I need to show up tomorrow? What are the things that I need to achieve? Am I planned and organised around that? And when I am, that gives me those periods of time to step away with people. Do that for people in the business as well. Say, hang on a minute, let's just stop. Should we just go and grab a coffee, or should we go for a walk? Because we probably just need to think this through a little bit.
Is that an environment thing, do you think, as well? Like you need to physically remove yourself from the office, the home, to get a change of scenery?
For me it is. And I probably use that with other people. Now, whether that's everyone's reality, I don't know. But I am one of those, when I got home and walked the dogs at the end of the day, that's where things would come together. So all the strands from the day that all seemed very sort of disparate and all over the place would come together, and I'd think, right, that's what we need to do. But we talked about this in work the other day, actually, creating space, going for walks, having hours of the day where people put down their keyboards, they put down and we do something different. And whether you want to call that a team exercise or just chilling out and having a coffee, but forcing people in a way to have space. Because your natural reaction is you're being paid to do a job. You see yourself as, I must be productive. I need to be able to demonstrate the things that I've done. But that's not the case. What you need to be able to demonstrate is an understanding of what the most important and priority things that we should be doing. Not that you've done 100 things, that you picked the 10 most important things and did those.
And do those well.
And do
right?
them well, yeah. But don't do, like we said before, don't do them so well you don't actually deliver on anything. But, do them well.
I think you need to personally ask yourself, I mean, I'm looking at it as to say, like, I can focus on 3 main things, right? And that's what I'm really leaning into across 3 months, 3 things.
Yes.
Right? And it's like, right, the podcast, client delivery, and the event.
Yeah.
That's it. You've got nothing else. You can't add anything else. And it's not that I don't have other ideas. I do.
Yes.
But it's actually, if I'm going to get what I want from this and I'm going to make those 1% improvements, I have to focus on those 3 things.
So how do you, because to me it's capturing the ideas, isn't it? And that, I think, is the strategically important bit. I think you can, and I believe part of my role is to help people focus on the key things, because I think you are in control of your role and your business, and we've got 26 people there. One of my jobs is to help them prioritise what we need to be looking at and when, but capturing the creativity, not allowing ideas to disappear because we're busy, always making space to go back to things, to reconsider them. And even if in 6 months' time it still isn't right, to reconsider them again. Because what did he say? There isn't any bad ideas.
No, it's just about timing.
Yeah.
And, I mean, the simple answer of like, how do I do it? I have a set of like what I call my command notes or like top end notes.
Okay.
Whenever I have an idea, I put it down. don't care how I'm going to use it, don't know where I'm going to use it, etc. I'm like, I don't have the time to focus on how to build that out yet, but I don't want to lose it.
Yeah.
The other way, building off the AI side, is utilize chats in ChatGPT, for example, especially if you have a conversation in that chat, it will be able to, as in physical conversation, as in you're typing, or actual conversation, you'll be able to then refer back to it. So if you say, hey, ChatGPT, for the next 3 months, I can't really focus on this thing, but actually it's a really good idea, I'm going to come back to you in the future. Can you kind of make a highlight list or make a reel or etc., or make a summary of like my thought process now? And so when I actually have the time to give the focus, I can then do that. And then what you do is you just brain dump.
And I love that, because I am a notebook. You see my notebook there? I am a notebook girl. If you ask anybody in the office, I mean, I have strategically coloured notebooks. I lost my orange notebook the other day. I thought the business was going to completely go off a cliff because I'd lost the orange notebook. But that's me. I love to capture those notes. I sit in meetings, I listen to people. I'm thinking, oh, good point, good message, good. But I have started using the ChatGPT to do just that. So I just sit and chat to it. I say, so-and-so thought of this today.
Yeah.
In terms of and it seems bizarre at the time. I mean, I did think I was losing my marbles a bit that I'd found this new best friend of ChatGPT. But I did, and I systematically would go through and think, right, idea. Don't lose it. So now I'm developing a combination of my old way of thinking, get it down on paper because that really works for me. But now capture it somewhere where it can't be lost.
Yeah. And I think as well, like if you are capturing it either written wise, like some people are really into writing, there's a couple of things I would say, like get a tablet with a pen so you can just write it and it can digitally transcribe it for you, or just get into the habit of taking photos of those pages, because if you give those to ChatGPT, it's probably nearly smart enough from what I found to actually be able to capture that information and then convert it into like a text format or whatever you want it to do, or even just capture it inside the chat's memory.
I like that, because I'm a paper and pen girl. I really am. It's meaningful to me to put words on paper.
But that might be actually, that's how your brain's wired.
Yes.
And actually that might be your good idea.
Yeah.
And that's where your ideas flow. But then like in the result where you do lose your notebook, if you're also backing it up through ChatGPT's like chat memory, like you could just have one called idea dump, for example, right? And every single time you write a page in your notebook, take a picture of it.
Yeah.
And then tell ChatGPT, I'm going to refer back to whatever the note is. Can you bring this content forward whenever I ask for it? And it's how you then, and this is an example of like how to leverage AI rather than being scared of it.
Yeah, and I think that is just it. And it's funny that naturally using ChatGPT in that way worked for me. And also that ability then for me to create patterns, trends and insights from it, because I will go back and say, are there any common themes? And I didn't know if it would work or not. You never know if these things are going to work. So can you see any patterns, any common themes, anything that's coming together as one cohesive idea? And it's so good at that in terms of analysing and pulling out insights. Because I would go back, I mean, and this was an arduous task, I'd go back notebook, highlighting things in different colours, pulling strands together, generating one idea from 20 thoughts. AI is really good for that.
Yeah. But again, I think it's an assistant tool. I don't think it's going to necessarily replace us. I mean, the trend sort of changed and it became this, someone who's utilising AI is going to take your job rather than the AI itself. And I think that's a more positive or more real reality of what we're going to have in the next 10 years,
I think so.
to be honest.
And things change, don't they? Things always evolve. You know, industries change, the way we work changes, but our minds are amazing. We've just got the power to adapt and do things in a different way with the support of that new way of working.
But I found because it's taking the grunt work away or allowing me to document things, etc., I then can have the more creative thinking process because my bandwidth is like opened up in that respect, and I can sort of play around a little bit more with what works and what doesn't, and like what ideas work and what, and I can ideate them a little bit deeper.
Yeah. I think one thing that came to mind then, and this is why I think being the strategy officer is important, is probably one thing we need to think about. One thing I think about is everyone in the office is using ChatGPT or something similar, but I have to keep our voice as the Eden voice and the Eden brand. So that's what then becomes important in terms of us and the team. Because again, we could all go off with our voice thrown into ChatGPT. What it gives you back then starts to become
But I think it's a mirror, right?
Yeah.
And I think when we blame it, oh, it's a bit robotic, oh, it's a bit this, oh, the words aren't. It's like, well, you put it, you did the prompt, you did the.
Yes.
But I think, I mean, as a more generalised question, I guess, do you think that we don't look at ourselves in accountability-wise as an not even necessarily AI, but as an overarching kind of like as a person when we see something maybe goes wrong, like more generally? Like,
what, that people as a whole
we don't take accountability themselves, or do you think that's rarer? It's easier to go, it's your fault.
Yeah, we don't always want to take accountability. If you're asking if we do, I think you know when you're accountable for something.
Yep.
That doesn't mean you don't try and deflect that accountability. But normally, if you work it through with somebody, you can get to a place where you understand what role you had in that. And again, that's something I have to do, because I think part of my role is clarity. And I think clarity is caring for people. So getting people to a place where they do understand their accountability and they do understand.
There's also needs to be a proven place of safety, right?
Well, yeah, definitely. But that's how it should be, isn't it? It should be a place where people
Because it isn't
can
like
make
hands
mistakes.
up, I made a mistake. Oh shit, my job's gone now.
No.
It's actually, no, hold on, we're all going to make mistakes, and that's okay. How do we learn from it?
It's we've made a mistake. You know, we have done. We've put tons of effort. We're relaunching it again, but we did a try before you buy campaign, and we got quite a few little bits wrong in that.
Mm-hmm.
So that campaign did not deliver as it should have done. Now we've learnt from that and we're relaunching it. But at the time, nobody wanted to hands up where the. So I just said, we've made a mistake. This team here, we're the project team. We didn't do it well enough. We weren't aligned. We weren't working together in a way that we were picking some of these things up. So you may have had that ultimate last part responsibility to deliver on that or to create that but actually fundamentally it was a project. Yeah. So we all bear the responsibility. But let's go back and say, what was your part? What was your part? What was your part? So next time we do it, we've got clarity. Yeah. Clarity is a form of kindness. If you don't give people clarity, what you're saying is, I want you to keep making mistakes. So ultimately, at some point in the future, this is going to blow up and you're going to be in a whole heap of trouble. Where it's much better to say, oh, that's not quite right. What can we do about that? Yeah. Or I just want to have a chat with you because I've just noticed. That's much better. A way of having accountability than waiting for something to crash and then saying, you did that.
Yeah. Do you look at it as in your role, because obviously you work with a larger team. Mm-hmm. So I'd be really curious, do you look at it and go like, do you come at it from a perspective of like, are you okay? Like when you work with someone one-to-one, like if they are making mistakes, because it's like you good? Like what's going on? If it's out of character.
Yeah, I don't necessarily say I always would do the you good, because different people respond in different ways. But I like to be in touch with the team. I like to have sat with people before we get to that point, so I know a bit about them. So some people want to share more than others do, but fundamentally, you know the dynamics of the team, and you can see if they're having a good day or a bad day, if they need a bit of space but a business, and also SME, I have to say one of the things I noticed about being in a small business, it is a lot more personal and emotional to me, because I know all those people. I know their dreams, their passion for their role, but equally, that's really positive as well, because just as you described, there are days when I can say, hang on, that's not like you. Or do we want to just take 5 minutes? Or actually, is there anything we can do today? You know, is there anything because I feel differently about a small business. I definitely feel it. There's a lot more heart in a small business because that connection is so close. I'm so close to the team. I'm very close to the product. I'm much, much directly closer to the customers. Yeah. So those decisions you're making, those things you're doing are much more personal. So I would say it's made me more thoughtful. I use my own voice more. I use my own judgment more, and I deal with things in different ways at different times, rather than a blanket approach because I just need to get things done.
Yeah. Do you think that do you need to I guess, lead with empathy as a leader in some scenarios?
Definitely. I mean, I would say for me, what has always been important to me in the roles I've had, outside of the things you need for life, like your money and all the rest of it,
Absolutely.
is building a strong team and a strong set of people and individuals. So, yeah, you've got to have empathy for that. You've got to have some kindness for that. You've also got to be you want to drive people. So motivationally, you do want to stretch and challenge people. So it's equal hands of empathy, kindness and support, but drive and challenge and creating a buzz in people where they can see a future and they can start to really push themselves forward. So I think it's in equal measure, really.
Yeah. I think sometimes we don't necessarily look at the empathized way of looking at it. I mean, I think we'll wrap up soon, but do you think people are purely just, you're here to do a job? Like, could that be the approach? Like, it can be very, like, I'll use the term like maybe domineering or led or like very pushy in that respect. Like, you're here to do a job, get the job done.
It definitely could be, couldn't it? And I think we all have to admit there are times where you just want somebody to get something done. 100%.
And actually, is it more of an ebb and flow?
Yeah,
in some scenarios, you need to lead with candor and you need to lead with empathy. And in other scenarios, you're like, come on.
Yeah, because you're also thinking sometimes the mentality of just get it done is because you know what the impact of that is going to be for other people and other things if that isn't done.
Yeah.
So it is empathetic, but in a different way, because you can see the end result of that not happening. So say we get something wrong. We've got someone who's relying on our food, getting to them on a certain day for their pet, who's always at their food, has a health condition, and logistically we get something wrong. My view is I have to help that person. So in that moment, you just need to get that done. Because we really need to care for that customer, that pet. We have to do the right thing for them. Then we'll stop and say, right, okay, could we have done that differently so we didn't have to get to that point where we had to drive somebody to get that done?
Yeah.
But there are moments where it's right, but most of the time that's a result of not having done the hard slog in the first place, that you got there.
Yeah. For people who may be interested in connecting with you, seeing more of your work, seeing what you're doing at Eden, where's best for people to connect with you?
I guess I would say social media, Eden-wise, and then message me via there. So if you go onto Instagram, Eden, throw a message out. Because we're all in the office together, I will pick that up and see it. We're so easy to contact. I am on LinkedIn. I have to say it's not my favourite forum. So I'm much happier to see messages come through on that social media platform, and then I'll be in touch.
Fabulous. If you were going to talk to the person who was in corporate maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and you give them this advice today, what would you say to them?
Gosh.
As a final thought.
Allow people to have a voice. We all care about business at whatever level we work and are operating in that moment, and let that individual have a voice. That would be my message.
Thank you so much for watching. If you did enjoy this episode and would like to see more like it, make sure to be subscribed. Let me know in the comment section down below if you enjoyed it and what your clear takeaway was, and I'll see you very, very soon. Hello my friends, I hope you're well. Welcome to the Old Mill, and today we're going to be doing a brand new podcast talking to Johnny from Taste World and just kind of the Old Mill. Hello Johnny, how are you?
How are you?
I'm very well, absolutely. I was going to think about where to start, but I mean we're sat in the Old Mill restaurant, right? And I think a lot of people who are local to Salisbury will obviously know the Old Mill in Harnham. You've just acquired it maybe, 6 months ago?
3.
3 months ago? Okay.
Yeah.
Why here? Why did you choose here specifically?
It was just a building that had come to our attention for a kind of friend when I think a poster went up in the window saying, due to change of ownership, we'll be closing. And I thought, we need to come and look at this site, when I was told how beautiful it was by the friend. And we came straight here, and within, I think, 15 seconds of pulling up in the car park, we decided it was something we needed to pursue. And we actually agreed the terms to take it kind of out of the grasp of the person that was meant to be taking it, without even stepping foot inside. We literally saw your video, strangely on YouTube, that I think you filmed a couple of years back, and the visual impact it had from the outside. And that was the decision we made. It was just something we almost kind of fell in love with. It's not something I normally do, to be fair. I normally think with my brain, not my heart, but I just fell in love with it. And then when we came inside, it was actually better than we'd imagined, which is always a good thing when you've already made a decision like that. But yeah.
So, I mean, we were talking just before we started about the ebbs and flows of hospitality, maybe the ebbs and flows of any business. I mean, in your experience, how have you looked to target, how have you looked to frame creating a business that can be sustained through winter, through slower months, rather than, like, how do you look at that from a hospitality? Because hospitality, in my experience at least, is known for do really well in the summer, do really well at Christmas, but then you have those other areas where it's maybe tipped down a bit. I mean, how do you look at it in your other venues as well, which I'm sure we'll get onto, but either here or in general, how did you strategically think about it? How do you sort of create that demand throughout the year in respect to the sustained revenue? How do you see it? Because I think that's like, if you can do that with a business, then it will continue to, you'll make more money overall because you're more consistently creating that consistent revenue.
Absolutely. And I think the big thing, you just actually used the word there, we talk about a lot in our business, is consistency. Delivering product consistently to the customer, giving consistent service. That helps to kind of get people to come to you more regularly, which obviously helps stem that kind of peaks and troughs you're talking about. Now, obviously with a site like this, I would say we have the best beer garden, cocktail garden, cider garden, whatever you want to describe it as, sat 100 feet from us currently. It is a beautiful spot down by the river, and we get a lot of passing trades from people walking from Harlem, obviously, into Salisbury. We also get a lot of trade come from Salisbury up just to come to our beer garden. Now, that is something that we aren't going to be able to change necessarily, but what we can do is pivot on that garden and not just make it into a garden. So come September, we are completely covering it over, and it's going to become an event space for probably the next 6 months after that. So all the way through till April. So we've got a Halloween kind of pumpkin picking experience thing lined up. There's a Santa's Grotto, a pre-bar ready to go in November time that will go all the way through to December. We'll probably have a quiet downtime in January just because the team are going to work really, really hard. And then come February, we're going to do a really cool Valentine's themed month out there. Really cool stuff. Again, we'll share all this on socials when it's finalised. I'm being tentative what I'm saying, not to kind of ruin the marketing spiel when it comes out. But then coming into kind of March, April time, we're going to have obviously a big space where we can Mother's Day out there. So we'll maximise the real peak moments. Mother's Day obviously being the busiest single day in the calendar year. We'll have a potential extra 130 covers out there to what we would normally have. And then we'll have an Easter experience out there. And then we're back ready for the summer. Again, with kind of how we bring people into this space, the beautiful restaurant we're sat in with the river flowing there behind me. I'm sure you can probably pick that up on the mic. It really is a stunning feature of the building. We really want to drive people to want to come here for an experience. So that will come through kind of the level of food that we're trying to aim for, using sustainable local produce. And the big USP is the fact that we are either already or can be 100% gluten-free. So that's something we're really going to be targeting over the next sort of 3 to 6 months, is doing packages wrapped around the bedrooms and dinner experience for those with celiac disease or those involved in gluten. Now, the figures on that at the minute in the UK is around 6 million. So it's about 10% of the population are either actively avoiding or for medical reasons cannot consume gluten. Now, these people have birthdays every single day of the year, right? So 365 days a year, I've got a potential celiac that I can target with some marketing, go, come and stay at the Old Mill, have an amazing stay in our beautiful bedrooms, and by the way, we can do dinner for you as well, which is celiac safe. So that's something that we really will be pushing hard. As soon as we get the main kind of summer bulk out of the way, wasn't the best time to take a pub like this, kind of going into the busy period already, should we say. So we're very mindful of not trying to overload ourselves. So layers to a cake, layers to an onion, however you want to look at it, we kind of stack on top. When we get one thing right, we'll do the next thing, the next thing, the next thing. So we're hoping if I sat here this time next year, I'd be able to say to you, everything I've just said, we've done it, and it's great. So,
do you think there's, I mean, you mentioned like that being one of your unique selling propositions, but do you think that's one of the reasons why maybe your locations will be successful in comparison to someone else's who maybe isn't thinking that forward ahead, isn't doing those outdoor events, turning in their beer garden into things? Because I think people sometimes they look, because you've got to spend quite a bit of money to do the beer garden stuff, right? It can't be cheap to convert the beer garden semi-consistently and then convert it back, and then I imagine if it works, you'll do it the following year and you'll flip and you'll continue to rotate it. I mean, Is that just the nature of the business, would you say?
Yeah, I think the age-old sayings, innovate or evaporate, speculate to accumulate. I'm very much on the leading edge of wanting to use tech, for instance. We're using more tech in our business, and we look forward, not backwards. We don't look at why things are bad, we look at how we can be better, and that's something across the whole group. Our senior team, that's all I'm talking about. I'm not cutting wages, I'm increasing sales. I'm not saying how do we get rid of people because times are hard. I'm saying how do we bring more people in for different reasons. What we're also really good at, and if anyone on here is listening as a hospitality owner or manager, we are very good at getting brand deals. So all the cool stuff I've just spoke about, we'll be approaching brands. And so the pre-bar, for instance, will be selling a shed load of Bailey's hot chocolates, I'm sure. So I'll approach Bailey's and say, look, I want some support. They will give you money to support their brands with the right streams and for the right events, similar to your festivals. When you see the big festival bars and stuff like that going on, that's got brand support behind it. And it's having those conversations that really help us, and we're very good at that, to be fair. We've got great relationships with all of our suppliers, both local, national and international, to kind of help with that. Not just the financial costs, but they've got years and years and years of expertise doing similar events, so why would you not lean upon them to kind of help? It might be a supplier they use that can cut some costs that we didn't know about, or just simply going, have you thought about this? Like we had an event a couple of weeks ago that we used Thatcher's, a very local company, obviously from Somerset, but they are fantastic, just gone to #1 cider brand in the UK actually last week, that was announced, and they supported fully. They paid for the live music, and they came down, gave us a load of free stock, and had people down here giving out samples. That was just because they wanted their brand to be seen in a beautiful pub like the Old Mill. So it works both ways, I guess. Thatcher's has got exposure from being able to use us as kind of a staging post, and we've also got kind of the use of their kind of expertise as well as paying for our live music. So yeah,
I think that's a really important thing, and a lot of what I'm hearing about that is a very modernised touch, right? And I think the concern with some, would it be, I don't know, I don't like saying like, oh, it's this person's fault or etc. But there's a lot of people in my industry, like I had a conversation yesterday that was around like the creative industry struggling, right? And I've been very honest and very fortunate where actually I'm in a very different place. I'm in a very fortunate place with the kind of work I'm doing and how I'm doing it. And like actually like looking at the bottom line of my business, it's actually doing really well, right? Yeah. So I'm not feeling that, oh, it's difficult, right? Do you think in your experience, has there been like always something going on? Because I always see it as like there's always something happening in geopolitics. There's always something happening in the economy. There's always a concern related to the up and coming budget or the up and coming changes or etc., which of course changes things for businesses. Of course it does, right? But is there a perspective, I think, because obviously a lot of your group, a lot of how you work could be perceived as you're very successful, right? You're clearly very good at taking on some sites, making them make money, and then continuing to repeat that process. Is that from a mindset from you specifically and the rest of your exec team of we've got to keep being aggressive, we've got to keep moving forward, regardless of what the doom and gloom is, would you say?
I think absolutely. What we talk about a lot is that age is on our side. I mean, myself and my exec team are on the right side of 40, shall we say. Apologies to any older listeners listening. So we're there, we've got bags of energy. Now, a lot of the sites that we look at now have had kind of historic landlords, tenants for a long period of time. They're just tired. They don't know where to look. Social media, they don't get it. When I'm saying, why are you not on TikTok? They're like, oh, no, I don't want to do that. They just don't understand that TikTok isn't just for young people now, right? We have spent 0 pennies on paid for advertising, okay? Obviously, we brought you in, you made some amazing content for us, but we've paid absolutely nothing to do it with. We've done all organic. That's because we understand what we're doing. We've been pretty much fully booked here in our rooms and our restaurant and our garden for the last 6 weeks because we understand where to put our energy and our time. We don't put energy and time into something that's not going to give us back reward. So if a conversation starts happening, even at kind of management level within here, I'm like, is that going to actually affect my bottom line? No, stop talking about it then. Because you've got to be so fixated on the numbers that it's almost autistic. I mean, there is definitely traits of autism in me, but sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and all I'm doing is thinking about those numbers, how we can trim 1-2% on this cost base, how can we then put that money to work in increasing sales. I think the old saying is the good places, the good people will always do well. Doesn't matter what the economy does. I think without blowing your ego too much, the reason you're doing well is because your content's bloody brilliant. There is plenty of people out there doing similar stuff to you that are probably complaining, moaning it's not great. And you look at the quality of their work and it's just not there. They haven't got the adaptability, for instance, without throwing anyone under the bus. We dealt with another content creator doing very similar to yourself. And they were just so slow to react to us. Whereas yourself, Colton, this is what we need to do. Can you be a bit more flexible? Yeah, cool, perfect. We can do this, we can do that. And you said yes more than you said no. And that's very much what we talk about in our business. If we can, we will. And I think the customers react to that, right? Yeah. We're not perfect, never perfect. It's not a real word, right? Perfection,
I think
you can pursue it, but you'll never get there.
I think, well, just building off that, I mean, I've always followed the motto of done is better than perfect, because your concept of perfection will always change, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're growing personally and as a business, your definition of that word will then change by proxy. So you actually you should never hit perfection, so to speak. And that's why I think execution is better to focus on. And that's, I think, why we synergize so well, because I do focus on execution, but also I focus on strong ROI. I'm so glad you mentioned TikTok, because so many people think it's what it was when it was Musical.ly, right? Which was dances.
Dancing for kids.
You know, kids are social. But I think it's more around the attracting of attention to then make the byproduct be sales, right? Instead of we're going to just look at the pure ROI when it comes to sales of we do this, then we pay it on ads, and then we get a higher return. Because when you do paid ads, you can track that cost a lot because you can see the metrics behind it. When you do organic, it's slightly harder. I mean, how do you look at either TikTok or your content strategy? Because one of the first things we talked about was actually like, you're really strong at marketing, right? So I was like, okay, absolutely fabulous. How can I then add value on top of that? Because I wasn't then going to have you need to post on social media. I wasn't going to, because it was like you had it. I didn't need to have that conversation. With some clients I need to, because they're new to social and we need to get them up to speed. But with you, it was like, okay, cool, what do you want? What do you want us to do? Yeah. You know, I mean, is it just TikTok? Is it just Instagram? Is it socials? Like, how do you tackle marketing from your perspective?
I mean, we approach each venue with different purpose. So we've got a competitive gaming venue, for instance. So targeted 21 to 35-year-olds that want to go out and play interactive darts, shuffleboards, that kind of thing. Now, our marketing strategy there, very different to here. We actually use Snapchat still, believe it or not, because we get good, positive interaction on that. We use a lot of TikTok, we use a lot of Instagram, we use a lot of Facebook. Don't do any paid for stuff there, really. It's a lot of get influencers in, come and play some darts, film it, put it on your Instagram for us. That gets us great results. It really, really does. Somewhere like here, where our target base audience is 35 and upwards, we're actually using Nextdoor app. We're using Google. We're using TripAdvisor, because these are all social media platforms. They don't get spoke about, but that's what they are. So we'll have a really strong focus for, say, a month, where we work really, really hard to get lots of reviews focused on TripAdvisor. Not by any other means other than giving great service and just going, guys, really appreciate it. Just leave us a good review. Or a review, sorry. You never tell them what review to leave, of course. An honest review. And yeah, that works really, really well. So then people searching for places to go in Salisbury, we're up there, right? Yeah. The biggest thing we do, I think, is getting the team on board. So we're not a single person marketing company. I am head of marketing, if you want to call myself that, as well as obviously CEO. That's where I like to spend most of my time, because it's where you see the excitement. But I think here we've got 6 social media admins. So they're tasked, right, today's your day. This is the plan. Execute it, because as good as your stuff is, your captured pictures are only going to be live on the day you did it, right? The best stuff we see is what I call the instantaneous, the random stuff. We had a dog swimming in the river yesterday. Unless I ring you up and go, can you come and snap a picture of the dog that's now swimming in the river? You're never going to get a picture of that. Yeah. We post that online and we get such good interaction. We're not into just posting food. You'll probably see that from our marketing. People get bored of that. I don't want to follow someone that's just showing me a great fish and chips. It'll be the best fish and chips in the world. Once I've seen it 5 times, I'm cool, it's fish and chips. There's only so many ways you can angle it or change the lighting or the backdrop on it, right? So we'll post customers. We've got Doris is coming to celebrate her 70th birthday. Happy birthday to her. That kind of stuff can only come when your team is kind of in with the vision. So we'll do regular monthly catch-ups with all our social media admins. We'll do then probably every 3 months an in-person one. So we'll bring them all in, and it might be yourself I ask next time, right? Can you just come and do a piece on how you get great filming angles, great lighting angles? So they all understand they're never going to be as good as yours, but they don't need to be when we're putting out as much content as we are. Yeah. And I think that is something that I really understood. And probably the biggest thing we change when we take properties. I mean, yes, this is beautiful. Yes, we've spent money on it. Yes, we've elevated it. But circumstantially, this building was beautiful before we took it, right? Why are we now busier than it ever has been? I think because our marketing's better. I think before, when we looked at it, their last post was 2 months previous on their Facebook, on their Instagram. I think we took it in February, end of February. The post that was last on Facebook was advertising Christmas carols. It shows you the difference on where we're at. If you go on our Instagram, our Facebook, our TikTok, our websites are kept up to date to the day, you'll know exactly what we're trying to be, who we are, and then hopefully, when you come in, our social media, our marketing reflects what you then see inside. So I don't want to become a fake presence. There's quite a few restaurants I can think of that look amazing on socials, and you get there, you're like, wow, you've just taken a picture of the corner of your restaurant that does look nice, and the rest of it's not real. So we'll do a lot of kind of walkthroughs. I think the other day I just live filmed, walk straight through the front door, down the alleyway, through the garden, no editing, no filtering, just here you go, guys. This is what you can come to if you want to. And that, I think, gives an honesty.
Yeah.
I think that's the best word to give it. You're not trying to sell anything. This is what we are. Do you want to come? If you do, great. We'll see you at the other side of the door. But if you don't, cool. It's also not for you. And we're very, very good at that, actually, to be fair. Identifying who our customers aren't, because not every customer's for us. If someone walked in here and they wanted to have a £10 meal on a Friday night, we're not for you. There's plenty of places offering a fantastic meal for £10 in the Salisbury area. But on the flip side, if you were looking for a fantastic Chateaubriand on a Friday night to enjoy with a fantastic bottle of Malbec, we're the place for you. And you should come here. You're not going to get that if you go to the £10 meal place around the corner. So it's understanding where your market pitch is, not trying to be for everybody, because it's impossible, but the people you are for, really being strong at that and having that kind of full team cultural mindset that all of my team will know who we're for within probably a parameter of what age we're aiming for, what service we're aiming for. They'll all know that our USP is gluten-free. And I think that's really, really important, because I can't just sit here now spouting all of this and then not relay that to my team. And again, we're not perfect. We're definitely, particularly in this site, 3 months in, it's nothing. You're really still learning everything at the minute. We're learning our customer base. We're learning our team. Still a weekly training for all of our team. In 6 months, would I expect 99% of customer visits to be at the level I'm talking? Absolutely. And anyone watching now that came here and didn't have that, please contact me on the Facebook, and we'll put that right, because that's another thing we're very good at. If we're not right, let's put it right. If we know it was something that we did wrong, we need to do everything we can to put it right. If someone came, they just didn't like our menu, that's okay. Really sorry we weren't for you. Hope you find somewhere that is, because we're not going to be for everybody. But if something's kind of not to plan, shall we say, identifying that, having the touch points during the visit to identify it while you're here is best practice. But having then the touch points after visit, we have feedback emails that go out. I've got business cards that go out with my personal email on it to everybody. If you've had a great time, let me know. If you've not had a great time, let me know, because we want to know. Even at the scale right now, when we employ 165 people across 10 venues, we are relatively big. I still understand the importance of being customer-centric in my role. And that comes through marketing, coming back to your kind of original question, I guess. That is all part of it, right? Marketing is understanding why something went wrong and how you fix it. Yeah? That is marketing, yeah.
Do you think there's and this is a more general, like broad business question, or like it could be your business, could be my business, could be any business. Do you think some people, because I've always followed the own up to if you made a mistake and it's your fault, or if God forbid something went wrong on a video, I'll be like, look, I made a mistake, hands up, right? And I think that put, in my view, from client feedback and etc. that I've got, that puts me apart from other people who are just going to sit on their morals and go, well, actually, no, it was because of it. You know, I don't sit and, it's not about necessarily making an excuse. I don't like to use that term, but it's more, the question I was going to ask about that is, do you feel that one of the reasons why you're quote unquote successful is because of how in touch you are with the marketing, with the customers, with the key question there is honesty when it comes to, look, we're potentially going to get it wrong, but actually this is how we're going to try and fix it for you.
100%. There is a lot of restaurant owners out there that I know of, both personally and I've seen online, and the first thing they do is blame the customer. When a customer comes out and says, oh, I didn't like that, what do you know? I'm a chef. And it's like, that's not the response. If you do genuinely believe you were right, as I say, really sorry, wasn't for you, hope you find somewhere that is. That's the response we give. I don't try and get into a debate with someone, whether they were right, wrong, or indifferent. It's fairly obvious when you're wrong. Someone comes in and could be an item missing from the menu. Chefs are humans, right? And there's not enough conversation around in hospitality. It's a human-centric business, right? If you went into an office and you had 20 workers, in a week period, how many office workers would make mistakes? The problem is no one ever knows about them because it's not generally a customer focused basis, right? But you come to hospitality, a slight small error from, could be a 17, 18-year-old that's first job potentially, becomes a huge thing for the customer. Rightfully so. We should be able to execute a meal, but we're not going to all the time. But the first thing you do, as you said, is accept it. Yeah, that is not the standard that we work to. Apologise. What can we do to make that right for you?
Yeah.
And if you follow those three things, then I don't think you can go far wrong. Now, out of all of the complaints that we get across the group in a year period, just call it 100. I would say 99 of them have returned and love what we are about. So that's 100 people potentially that would never step foot in the business again that we've managed to rectify, use their not so great experience to learn, made changes to SOPs or systems and processes, and then reflected on it and gone, okay, that happened. Let's not let it happen again. How can we improve as a group? Can we learn something that happened here and go, actually, we can stop that happening anywhere else, not just here? Because even now, I mean, I'm 20 years into the game now, there's still stuff happens. I'm like, wow, wasn't expecting that. How did that happen? What can we do to stop that happening again? So it's a learning day all the time. Even for someone at my level, my experience, you might think, oh, I know everything. I don't. I'm pretty good. I know most things, but the game's changing. Every single week, I'm like, okay, that's different. 10 years ago, did I think that I'd be talking about being a gluten-free centric company? Absolutely not. Now, it's our USP. That's our single biggest drive force. Because most places don't want to do it. And I think that's identifying what you can do to set yourself apart. Whether that's you can be cheaper, don't like doing that. I think that's the easy way up, being cheaper. Being better, what quantifies better. But if you're totally unique and you're the only place in the market doing something, then you're always going to have a market for that. And riches and niches is another saying I like to use, right? We're in a niche that's not even that small. It's quite large, 6 million people. But it is a niche in this area because in Salisbury, we're one of the only places. Probably the only places. Can be 100%.
I think that's really unique. I think it sort of, to an extent, it leans back into what do you want to do incredibly well at, right? And I think I've always tried to pride myself on, I may not be the oldest videographer in respect to being in the game or the biggest marketing company or etc., but I will give as much effort and as much energy as I can to create the best content that is tied around what you, whoever it may be, the client, is looking to achieve from that video, that set of videos, etc., whatever we're doing. But from your perspective, why, maybe not necessarily just me, but why do you look to invest in video as a whole or marketing as a whole? Because you said earlier in the interview, your team does a lot of marketing, right? So I guess the question from potentially the audience is then, okay, well, why do you then spend money to get a professional in to create those, what I'll call showpieces?
So it's long form. Stuff that's going to be around for a long time, I will always invest to make it professional. I think it makes you stand out from the crowd. So our long form content will live on YouTube. Our long form content will be housed on our website. Our long form content will be posted to the top of our grid, pinned to our grid, technical term there, on our Instagram. So some lands on our Old Mill Salisbury Instagram. Right at the top there will be a pinned post of, oh, okay, that's what that's about, really professional. And I just think it adds to that level of experience. The customer sees, oh, okay, that's a serious place. And I think that's why we do it across our group. From probably the second or third month, we'll get it in. Once we know we're right, we'll get a videographer, a photographer in, and we'll get everything kind of framed up, and then we add it onto our websites, and we've got then a bank portfolio of stuff, like the stuff you've done, we'll cut that down. We'll do 10-second clips every now and again. It just kind of helps remind people that we are, okay, these guys are serious. They might be posting a dog swimming in the lake, but actually, cool. Look how nice that restaurant is. Look how cool that video shot of the garden and the pizzas is. So I think it's so important. You can't have a website with a photo taken on an iPhone. It just doesn't look right. If you landed on a website and you had a choice of, particularly for our hotel rooms, I guess, a choice of hotels, and the first one you landed on had a phone taken photo, and then the next one you was like really nice professional photos, where are you going to book? If everything else is the same, you just feel more qualified to take that booking, I guess.
I think it's I think what we talked about there was a perception thing, right? A lot of when people maybe start out in business or they want a hero video for their website, or especially if they're service-based, they maybe want to give their best foot forward. right? And I think that's the perception. And of course, it has to be backed up with the sales. It has to be backed up with everything else. But I think we also sort of what we touched on earlier about the volume of marketing. I mean, we're in a world where AI is a thing and etc. I was going to ask you a little bit about that as well. But I mean, what role do you think volume in regards to output from a marketing point of view actually has? Because a lot of people say to me, oh, you output like too much, right? Now, I can tell you categorically, sat here today, I've won 3 or 4 jobs in the last 4 months related to the fact that I am actually one of the only people who posts for 3 to 4 times a day, 7 days a week. You know, so I know it works because I can show the ROI behind it because I've won jobs solely off the back of the client telling me you won the job because you're always on I always see you know, in that respect. But just to reiterate the question, what role do you think volume has on marketing as a whole in your industry or in general?
It's ever present.
As long as it's good, it should be online. So we don't wait for perfection, we wait for good. So if you take a photo and you go, yeah, that's good, so 6, 7 out of 10 quality, it can go online. Now, that, I think people get stuck in, oh, not many people liked it. Now, likes don't pay your bills, okay? And I think that needs to be spoke about so much in our industry particularly, because I hear it all the time. Oh, if I post once a week, I get 100 likes. And if I post 10 times a week, we get 10 on each, so it's the same likes, and I only have to do, I'm like, but you're not looking at who's seen it. You're not looking at what that then does. Now, I think we can tell how good our marketing is because we're busy, right? I look in my diary and I go, we're full, right? That tells me that we're doing something. We sold out our garden for a cider and sausage festival by posting 7 times on social media. I didn't do anything else. There was not a single poster printed outside the front of this pub, right? I didn't do a banner, I didn't do any flyers, I didn't go to the newspaper, I didn't do anything. So social media is working because there's people coming through the door. I don't get fixated on how many people like my posts or how many followers I've got, because I could have 1,000 followers. If all 1,000 of those come to my pub, I've got good marketing. I could have 20,000 and only 500 of them come to my pub. Yeah. Have I got better marketing just because I've got 20,000 followers? You've got to understand what your marketing's for. Who do you want to see it? Are they going to do something useful with it? Building that community online through volume. Yeah. So I look at some of the best creators that you look at, right? You follow them because they're putting out volume content. If you only had one video from a creator to watch every week, you wouldn't subscribe to them. You wouldn't follow them. And consistency as well. If you follow someone and then all of a sudden for a week they haven't posted, you kind of forget about them, right? You switch off. If you're always ever present, now we get people unfollow us. That's fine. I don't worry about that. It's like sending out an email marketing, right? Without kind of jumping around too much. We do a lot of email marketing. I had one of the managers go, well, 300 people unsubscribed last week. It's like, yeah, I have 15,000. So that means that 14,700 are still reading my email, right? Am I bothered that 300 no longer want to interact? Or no, if it was 5,000, we might go, actually, was that email a bit missed? But it could have just landed at the wrong day. Could have been, it might have been they'd had 3 other restaurants email on the same day and they just had a mass free. You can't fixate on numbers when it comes to the social media aspect directly. You need to understand, are you busy? If you're doing an event on a Tuesday, Wednesday night, do people come to it? Because if they do, and that's your only marketing, and your marketing's working, right? Yeah. Obviously, when you start paying for it, we don't tend to do paid stuff if we don't need to. I'm not a fan for giving Meta and Zuckerberg money if we don't need to. I'm full. Why am I going to start paying for marketing? But I'm also aware that you can't just dwell on that. So there will be a point where I know, and I'm like, okay, we need to start doing some paid ads now. For here, it'll probably be August. August, I'll probably start hammering home some paid ads, ready to start picking up the September. My events we've spoke about, they'll start coming online. But right now, our organic marketing, showing people, look, garden's sunny today, there's people out here, come and join us, is working really, really well. I mean, I don't know my exact numbers on here, I probably should have known them before here, but I reckon we put 30 pieces out on our socials last week, roughly. So 3-4 a day, plus 60 or 70 on the stories. There have been 5 or 6 TikToks. We actually did one at the weekend that worked really well, the Jet 2 meme one, where it comes up with the Jet 2, book your holiday now. There's a couple of the staff in the cellar lying on top of the beer barrels where it's obviously 14 degrees, having a cocktail. And it just flew. Like, we got hundreds of thousands of views on that. And that's something that took, I think, 30 seconds, maybe a minute for them to film. And it's not advertising anything. But people are going to see that and go, oh, they've got a sense of humour. They're real people, right? We do a lot behind the scenes stuff, particularly with our kind of restaurants. We want to show prep. We want to put that out. If we've just had a beautiful piece of fish delivered, why would we not show someone what that looked like when it arrived, what we did to it, and now what it looks like when you get to eat it? Because I think it gives that authenticity. Now, if you weren't doing volume, you couldn't do that. because it looked really weird if I hadn't posted for 2 weeks and all of a sudden I got a tuna
But
being
it's fish.
skinned. Like, what
Yeah.
the hell? But people expect it from us because we're there all the time. But oh yeah, old man posted, cool. What's that? Oh, they're prepping a fish.
Yeah.
It kind of it makes sense. Like, it's not sporadic. It's not random. It doesn't take people by surprise because that's not a good thing, right? No one wants to be surprised on social media.
I think so many people, they don't. Well, I would say if I was going to go down the nuts and bolts of it, they don't optimize for the lurkers, right? Because the lurkers, the people who don't actually interact, the people who actually don't comment, the people who don't, etc. Like, oh, I got no likes on that. Oh, I got 2 likes on that, etc. But like, how many views did it get? How many impressions did it get? Yeah. Actually, and then, as I say, like, what then is the knock-on effect to actually seeing your business, right? And you're seeing people come through the door talking about that post, talking about, oh, etc. It's about being human, especially in a world with like where AI is a thing, right? That people is concerned about. I mean, maybe it doesn't affect your industry as much, but do you feel that, like, are you using it? Like, firstly, are you using it if you're open to share? And then secondly, like, is it something which you were scared of, or was it actually, hold on, this is actually a supercharger for us?
So I went to an event called EMC. Big shout out to Matt Wilson. If he watches this, I'm sure he will. An incredible event, 500, 600 plus entrepreneurs that are all there because they are the owners of their business or senior team of their business, but they are the marketeer. They want to generate sales through social media or Google, online, digital marketing, right? And this was 2022, and there was a spiel on AI. And everyone in the room looked at each other and went, holy crap, this is real, right? 2022, the average Joe had no idea what AI was really. Artificial intelligence, yeah, cool, that's something that
that's
does
nerd,
that,
that's
right?
a nerd thing,
Yeah, yeah. ChatGPT was mentioned. I got on it pretty much within 3 months of that conversation. So I've been using ChatGPT when it was a bit rubbish. Now, every single one of my social media admins, every single one of my senior team has it on their phones with the pro version. Okay? Now, we write our posts, we put them into ChatGPT, and we tell them to optimize for our audience. So it knows our audience, it knows what we want to write like. So you end up with a post. If you really knew the marketing like we do, you can kind of tell, but the average person has no idea that's what we're doing because it feels personable. What we don't do is go, ChatGPT, write me a post to advertise Cider and Sausage Festival. We don't do that. We'll write into it. What it does is proofread. So you don't end up with posts going out with spelling mistakes. Can't get my words out today. Spelling mistakes. You don't get posts going out that aren't in the right context for the right platform. What we also do is we'll get it to do one for Instagram, one for Facebook. Very different. I don't think people understand that. The wording that goes on Instagram has very different impact to what goes on Facebook. On Instagram, you need big chunky headlines because many people don't read the blurbs on Instagram. It's, okay, what's that picture? What does that mean? Whereas Facebook, people get drawn in and they want longer form reading content. So you have to give more wordy stuff to it, less big headlines, because Facebook looks a bit spammy when you put big chunky headlines. That's something we get ChatGPT to do for us, right? Yeah. Costs, it's about £9 a month. It's not a lot of money when it does what it does for you. And it saves so much time. Now, AI in our industry at the minute where it's gone the wrong way, I think, is AI food. Now, there is lots of restaurants, chefs that I know of, that they're posting amazing looking dishes and they're AI. Literally AI generated. And that's the scary part. I think we're going to get to a point where you turn up to a restaurant and you're going to think, oh wow, look at all this food. And it's nothing like what they're preparing because it's all generated by AI. Now that is scary for me because it's that good.
But surely that would be a disconnect from the authenticity side of it.
It will,
right?
but
like,
it will drag
if
people
I see
in.
someone on social and I see this dish, and then when I sit here, maybe actually literally here, I'm like, hold on, that doesn't match. Yeah. You know, like is that because would that be the, or do you think it's going to get so good that actually people, by the time they've sat down, they're like, shit, I'm kind of in now.
Already, I know it's getting that good. Now, visually, you can't tell, but if you save it and throw it back through ChatGPT and say, is this AI? It will say yes. Yeah. So you know it's AI, but it doesn't look like it's AI. It's that good. It looks like a really good dish of food. There's one particular chef, and I think his last 70 posts, 50 of them have been AI. But it's like really deceiving almost. I mean, video AI, let's not get started on that. I think that's very scary. I'm sure at some point I'm going to be able to CGI Channing Tatum walking through my front door, taking his top off, having a cocktail at the bar, and people will think he's actually at my bar, right? I think that's the scary part. Where the authenticity is going to lie with that, you're almost going to be able to, if you got really good at it, simulate a fake restaurant where celebrities hang out and none of them have ever been there. And You know what celebrities do when you put their name to restaurants? It's interesting how it's going to play out. I'm sure some of the big boys have already started doing similar things.
I mean, there's a lot of talk in the marketing space about like what AI influencers was kind of what you were hinting at potentially. You know, these are completely artificially generated people that are developing an audience, right? And I think it's about, to an extent, from my view at least, yeah, you can run a business that way, but then you're not trying to be an authentic person behind the business, right? Yeah. I utilize AI to help with editing, to help with scripting, with help with posts, etc., in a similar way to you, but I'm still the one sat here talking to you today.
Yeah.
So it allows me to do the other things that actually I have to tangibly do.
Yeah.
Right? Regardless of how big the business is, you're still going to work with me. You know, I'm still going to be the one who has the conversation related to what we're doing with marketing, potentially what you're looking to achieve, how you're looking to achieve it, etc.
But you saved 2 hours last night.
But I saved two. Exactly.
Write out, well, without jumping off marketing, job descriptions. Yeah. You can go onto ChatGPT now and say, can you write me out a job description for my new assistant manager that I've just employed? Please use all relevant sources online to give me a relevant job description. It will then send it to me. All you have to do is then read it through, make sure that you are happy with it, and then you've got a job description. Yeah. 5 years ago, it had taken me 3 hours to write out an assistant manager's job description. We're doing it now in 10 minutes. Yeah. Like, that's the big thing, I think. We're probably slightly more protected as well. Sorry to jump in again, but in hospitality, if you are really good at hospitality, you're never going to replace that with AI. There will be a point in some fast casual food dining settings, a robot will serve you. It won't be long. It's already happening. We went to Japan for our honeymoon last year, and a robot served us. Really odd. I didn't see the human the whole time I was there. Took my order, brought my food, cleared my table. Literally came over and said, have you finished, sir? I said, yes. Said, please put your plate on me. So you put the plate and it goes off. Really odd. That is not too far away. But no hospitality. Hospitality for me is escape from AI, escape from technology, escape from digitalness. If we go out for a meal, myself and my wife both have very high profile jobs, working very hard, we want to get away from our phones, get away from our laptops, and go on, connect, go and have a human, have a conversation, see someone, do something different, not be served by a robot. So it's certainly not something that everybody's going to do, but you're going to end up with this real kind of interesting space where those that are in the mid sector to low sector will get gobbled up by the big boys because they'll just put robots on play, right? Our biggest cost in this industry is wage, by a long way. 5-6% more than what we spend on food and drink is spent on a wage on a weekly basis. Yeah. So if I could have loads of robots running around and I felt it wouldn't affect my business, then of course I'm going to do that. I spend 10 grand on a robot. It never phones in sick. Never tells me he's got a hangover. Never tells me he can't come to work today because his child's had to come off school, right? That's going to have a big benefit for some of the big boys. But then that's going to leave a really interesting space for people like ourselves that will never go down that route to be the personal touch to the industry. And really have that as kind of a hyper differentiation to the main kind of norm is actually, I don't want to be served by a robot today. Let's go to the old mill. We're going to have a human service. And I think that's only 5 years away. I know it sounds pretty
crazy concept, a human carries on.
I think 5 years away, your big chain fast food places, maybe not the full service, but I imagine the food will be brought out. I imagine the tables will be cleared by them. It will be kind of a little system running around with little lines on the floor, and all the tables will be symmetrically placed in square grids, and there'll just be robots running up and down, and you'll probably have a few humans to oversee and maybe say thank you when you leave. And that's scary. But
I don't think it's the same environment though, as you were mentioning. I think it's it's horses for courses, you know. It's one is efficiency for efficiency's sake, and it's kind of the cheap and maybe the middle potentially it blends in when it becomes really efficient. Right, but if you're still the experience, the entertainment, a lot more reasons than just necessarily the dining. Of course, the dining, but also then the extra stuff that we've already discussed in this episode alone. Then you're still going to be there. You know, you're still going to be the reason why someone comes through the door for that because they want to hear how X member of staff has got on, because when they were last in, they talked about the fact they were actually studying on the side to do whatever it ends up being, that those micro stories, those people connection stories. And I think AI is an accelerator if you choose how to use it, but it shouldn't be replacing you. I think you should use it in the same way you would sharpen a knife before you use it to cut, right? Yeah. In the same way you should train AI to do the jobs that would be grunt, would be, I can edit this podcast in third of the time now because of AI. I press one button, it does most of the transitions for me. I need to check it, just double check it. I need to do that nuance, but the bulk of it can be done with one click. You know, and I think that's the opportunity, right? A lot of people in my industry are pushing back against it. Go, oh, I'm not going to do that.
But why? That's the question I'd ask them. Why? What are you scared of?
Yeah.
Because if you're not doing it, you're going to be left behind. And I think we've touched on the fact that we're kind of going to separate ourselves in the higher space where personal touch is going to be so important, but we can also charge the price that allows us to afford keeping the team on. Where the restaurants are going to struggle is where they step back from, oh, I don't want to use robots, but then everybody else that starts using them will be able to then reduce their price point or not have to put their prices up. You're going to have people stuck in the same sector as the robots, doing the same food with the same ambience, the same everything else, but they can't get the price up to the level because they look expensive comparative to the, sounds crazy saying it, the robot restaurants, right? I think that's something that I would be very worried about if we didn't think ahead. Like we were talking about this 5 years ago. I actually had the very conversation with our kind of POS software provider. I wanted it to be as intuitive as possible because I don't want my team to have to be taken away from serving customers.
But also I think it gives you that focus, right? Like if you know you've got those processes that are being optimized by AI for your socials, etc., that you can then focus on, okay, all right, we're talking to Johnny today. I can focus on what I need to do for the prep. I can use ChatGPT to help me with the prep, but then I can just solely focus on this. So it gets the technology out of the way in some ways. So my job specifically, it gets the technology out of the way. In the same way with you, there'll be elements with your team where technology like can help when it comes to taking orders, etc., etc., etc. I can see a world where a human still serves you, but they're wearing a microphone that can capture the order request, and then it can go to the kitchen instantly, right? Rather than, and then maybe I'm being pedantic, right? But it saves that 20-second walk, and then the person can focus on actually, oh, how are you? You know, that customer service element, and not worried about what would you like, sir?
Yep.
You know. And they can focus on the recommendation of the wine. They can so on, because they're not thinking, oh my god, I've got to remember this thing from the start of the conversation, back to when I go to the kitchen to tell the team what to actually create. You know.
And it removes human errors.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, whether you want to admit it or not, AI makes less mistakes than humans, right? And again, without jumping around, there's a reason why they're looking at AI doctors, right? Because they're going to have information on the medical science in the world, and every doctor that's ever made a thesis on anything is going to be available like that to AI. The best doctor in the world can't do that. And I think that's you've got to embrace it. Can't be scared of it because you'll just get left behind because it's happening. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to go too deep, but when the www boom came in the early 90s, everyone, no, it'll never happen, it'll never happen, it'll never happen. That was a slow process because everyone had to go out and buy computers, you had to have internet, you had to have all of that, right? The only thing stopping AI going probably 10 times further than it is today is the human mind saying no. The technology's there. We've all got iPhones, Samsungs, Pixars, whatever you've got in your pocket, right? You can do it. It's just the embrace, right? Yeah. And the more we use it, the more it learns, the more it adapts, the quicker it's going to go. And in the improvement in ChatGPT in the last 12 months is scary, right? Yeah. And I think especially in the leading kind of industries, you're going to see a big shift to AI being the only thing they do. And then that will feed down and down and down, right? And yeah, we understand it. We've been speaking about it since 2022, right? We've had it there in our back mind. What can we do to improve and, as you say, be more efficient? QR code ordering is something that we use a lot of because it brings back the time. Yeah. If someone's sat in the garden, gets their time back, they don't have to go and stand at the bar and queue. They just order on the QR code, comes onto the till, it's printed, it's paid for, we can take it out to you. Yeah. That saves so much time, right?
But also in then, you're actually creating a better customer experience, which determines they're more likely to come back, which determines they're more likely to enjoy their time. Yeah, so of course, when it works, right?
That's the key factor is you've got to make it intuitive, you've got to make it seamless, you've got to make it easy to use, not friction. It should feel like you're doing them a favour, not the other way around. And I think that is how you frame it. Guys, we're using technology because your life's going to be more enjoyable, you're going to have a better experience, not we're lazy, we can't be bothered to serve you. Because it's not that. Like, it's just, I think using it to your advantage. I mean, your editing software for your videos, I think it's the prime point there, right? Yeah. Is your video any better now because you use it? Probably not. You can probably do it the same, right? But you've done it in a third of the time. Yeah. So now you can do 3 times the work, right? Yeah. You can edit 3 videos in the same period.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I'm not in a position where it's a choice of I can do this or this. I can now do this, this, and this because each section takes less time. Yeah. The product is identical, pretty much, because I'm still going to go through it, I'm still going to tweak that nuance, etc. It's not that I'm not editing it, it's just the grunt work of, okay, camera 1, camera 2, camera 3, camera 4, camera 1, all the way through, is done in 20 seconds. You know, that used to take me 2 hours. So I'm cutting 2 hours to 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So it allows me to then, focus on, okay, actually, technically you're talking, but my reaction was really good there. Okay, so let's swap back to me, even though you're still talking, right? So I can then focus on that nuance, because also I'm not, in my head, I'm also not creatively kind of fatiguing, because I've been looking, oh my God, I've been looking at this interview 2 hours, right? And I think it's also like you can focus on the other elements, and then also you can just increase your volume, because it's an efficiency thing as well. But let's cover everything I wanted to cover. I mean, is there anything specifically you wanted to talk about or shout out, etc.?
No, I don't think so. I think it's been a really great chat, to be fair. I think those that are in business will know that it is hard at the minute. But I don't know a single person that's talking like we've spoke today that's complaining. Because that's the kind of the key, I think. If you're complaining, you're not thinking, you're not changing, right? You're complaining. Stop bloody complaining and just look what you can change in your own business, in your own life to be better, because it's not going to change in the macro, right? Complaining is not going to stop the Labour changing any of the crazy wage bills they want to put on us. It's probably going to happen again in April, right? We all know that. But we're already factoring that in. We're like, okay, what can we do different in 12 months? What can we do different in 6 months, 3 months, 2 months? Not, oh, it's happened. What am I going to do now? Because it's just too late then, right? You get to the point where something's already gone wrong. It's what can you do, right? It's,
You know, I think it's also about focusing on what you can control, outside of like the government's going to change what the government's going to change. Yeah, cool, it affects you, but you can't control what they're going to change necessarily. Like really, yeah, you can write to your MP, yeah, you can try and lobby, etc. But like tangibly day to day, all you can do is focus on your output, focus on your marketing, and focus on your costs and your sales. Right, they're the the 4 sectors of business that you should focus on, and you should continue to focus on those. Right? Yeah. How can you provide more value to your customers or your clients? How can you increase the likelihood that you're going to get more clients or customers? And then how can you retain or make more sales from the ones you have, right? So whether it's adding more value or thinking about a model differently or adding a retainer service, so you've got more, as we just opened the episode with, looking at returned income rather than project gap, you know, and actually if you've got some retainers, especially as a marketer, then you can take on the odd few projects as well. So then you've got an even better month, but your baseline is going to be at a certain level because of those retainers. But then also it removes the stress, so you can do other elements, like you can focus on your marketing more, you can focus on your systems more, etc. I mean, what would you say to people as a final passing bit of advice, maybe who are, or yourself 10 years ago, what advice would you give to that person if they were going into business today?
As a business owner, I think it's very easy. Put all the systems and processes and people in place so that you don't have to work in your business. Because if you're in your business and you're doing all of the stuff, there could be AI that gets it to do all of the stuff you don't want to do, but you need to be having conversations that bring sales in. You need to be having conversations that are getting new customers. If you're not doing that as a business owner, you've got a job. You're not in the business. That's, yeah, I think my biggest advice, and something I've been able to do in the last few years, and why I think we're where we are now. I don't pour pints. I don't cook. I know how to, but I don't. I've got people that do that, because as soon as I start pulling pints or I'm in the kitchen, I'm not marketing, I'm not growing, I'm not out there looking at what we can do to be better in the future. It's a lot easier to find a chef than it is to find someone that can do all the stuff that I know I'm brilliant at. And most business owners are going to be the best salesperson in their business, the best marketeer, because they know it inside out, right? Yeah. But they just get so tied up, and I get it. You're a one-man band plumber, but you're only ever going to be that level. If you've got aspirations of being a full-on business owner that can be on a beach 4 or 5 times a year and not having to be worrying you've got income coming in while you sleep, which is the dream for everybody, right? You've got to put the people to do the job that you are currently doing, and then focus on how you bring customers and sales in to pay their wage. If you do that, game changing. Easier to say when you run a pub, because you have to employ people, right? Yeah. I think the biggest challenge, even for yourself probably, I don't know where your growth map sits, like, it is the biggest challenge for most people, is the mindset, oh, I'm going to employ someone, I've got to find their wages every single month. Yeah. But that's ultimately what makes you a business owner. I think that was a real kind of shift change for me, that brought an ops manager in, brought an exec chef in, brought a head of marketing in, brought all of these people in. I went, wow, I can now concentrate on the stuff I really enjoy doing. Yeah. I'm not having to sit there and get like fixated on the pot washer didn't turn up on Tuesday night. although it is my problem, ultimately it's not my problem. You need to make it someone else's problem, those little minute details.
But then, again, it's that focus, right? It comes back to that focus. And I think you have to build financial stability within yourself in answer to what my growth plan is. Build financial stability for me, then scale it to the point where it has financial stability for someone else and 2 other people.
Yeah.
And then look at, okay, how can I allocate those resources to potentially replace me in this role, and this role, so then I can then open up to do 4 podcasts a week, 6 podcasts a week, whatever it ends up being, because the only thing I will never be able to outsource is me sat here today.
Correct.
I can get 2 camera operators in today to run the cameras. That's not what's happening, but I could have done, right?
Yeah.
That would have cost me something. Cool. But then I don't even have to think about, is the camera recording, etc., etc.
Yeah.
But then I can focus on our interview, right? So it's about removing those hats when you can, but building them, in my view, especially as a creative industry that's very this and always been this, and it's been very you're always very fortunate and should be very grateful to be able to work in the creative industry as a full-time career. It's not a obligation or a thing you can do. And I remember a YouTube video saying, for a long time, especially during COVID, when there was a really strong boom and there was lots of creative work going, everyone was very entitled about being, oh, I'm a creative and I do this and they don't want to pay my day rate or whatever it was. But
followers on TikTok.
yeah, but now it's actually, I'm grateful to be able to do this for a living, and it's a privilege to be able to do so, not necessarily a thing that is likely, in that respect. Or if you could only do it part-time, okay, cool, be great if you could do it part-time, or etc. And I think it's about your work ethic. It's about how do you control those levers regarding sales. Actually, when you make money, how much do you keep and then hold on to, so you have that financial safety net. So if you are project to project, do you have enough to cover 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, 12 months, etc. And then once you've got that, then you can develop another financial pot equivalent to go, okay, cool, I can now outsource for 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, 12 months, etc. And then you can then say, okay, well, how's best to spend that money to get strong ROI, strong marketing, and what's your timeline on that? That's just my view. But thank you so much for coming. I mean, if people who don't know, what do you want to shout out? What do you want to link to?
I think if you haven't been to the
go?
mill and you're local to Salisbury, it'd be great to see you down here, see what we've done. And yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much.
And if you did enjoy this episode and you would like to see more like it, then make sure to be subscribed. Obviously, if you're looking to potentially up what you're doing with content, I would love to hear from you. I'll leave my information somewhere around this video, and I'll see you very, very soon.
The reason a podcast is valuable is the trust building element to it. I don't think any other format builds trust in the same way that a podcast does.
Sometimes done is better than perfect if it's a barrier.
Talking to people about their own personal relationship with money.
How do you break that down?
You will know this better than anyone. You need a hook to get people in.
It's not glamorified. It's not you put out a video, it got 1 million hits, and then you get 20 phone calls. Right?
Absolutely not. No one's calling me at this stage. Definitely not. The super niche stuff is a super niche audience.
What content can you create on a consistent schedule? So now I'm like, how can I best spend today? And how can I be as efficient as I can? Hello, my friends. I hope you're well. I hope you had a good day, evening, or night. Today we're talking to John all about podcasting. Hi, John. How are
Hello.
you?
Yeah, good. Thanks. Yourself?
Yes, super well. We were fortunate enough to meet through James, whose space we're in today.
Studio man.
And I was debating about how to start this, because I think sometimes like podcasting can be a really challenging thing, right? And I think for me, firstly, I mean, I guess why should someone actually have a show like this as a whole? But then because I think there's a psychology kind of hurdle in the respect of creating content, but especially in a podcast environment. But also then, like, what is the ROI, I guess?
Yeah.
Would you say?
I think it's the format dictates that more than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason a podcast is valuable is the trust building element to it. I don't think any other format builds trust in the same way that a podcast does. For a couple of reasons. First of all, you are sort of having a long form chat. So you can go into subjects way deeper than you can in other stuff. Sometimes even videos and documentaries and stuff. If you're watching a documentary, there's kind of like a point at which you need it to move on. With a podcast, you could sort of effectively ask questions forever. And if it's good content, it keeps going.
Do you think it's the first or easiest step into content creation, would you say?
I think audio only, yes.
Mm-hmm.
simply because of the barrier that is video in terms of skills and everything, and you've got to think about camera setups and everything like that. Whereas if you do audio only, so easy to get a mic, so easy to talk to someone online, you know, virtual on a video call. That's so accessible that actually, it's quite an easy first step into it, I'd say.
Do you think you're limiting like yourself though? Because I don't know whether, like, I question audio only, unless obviously you're on the platform, but when you're looking at maybe social posts like LinkedIn or Instagram or Facebook, is there is there an audience, would you say, for audio only still?
Yeah, definitely. Because I think the thing in terms of marketing, like you say, and promoting the show, without video nowadays, it's hard to get it out there, definitely. But a lot of people, myself included, view the podcasting format as something you listen to while you're doing other stuff, while you're hoovering, while you're driving, that kind of thing. Yeah. So I think it's definitely still there, and I don't think that's going away.
Would you say then it's more of a step by step? So someone could start audio and then where's step 2?
I think so. Yeah, I think so, because, for depending on who you are, if you're a business, it's a bit different. If you're an individual, you kind of learn the time required to sort of get to each step. So once you start on the audio step and you're like, actually, it's taking me too much time, it's not worth it for whatever reason, you know it's not for you. If you then introduce video purely for clips, so you film the whole thing but only use clips, then you can see what time the promo takes, and then when you go to a full video, you can see how long that takes. So I think that's why you'd do it potentially in that step if you're coming at it from a completely new perspective, if that makes sense.
And then, I guess you then can grow to the Diary of a CEO style, full form trailer-esque piece, right? And I think sometimes we get so, and this is true for any marketing, not necessarily a podcast, but it could also be true of a podcast. I think we get so hemmed in I need it to be Diary of a CEO quality instantly, right? Yeah. And I think that we struggle with the idea of, I'm going to take one step, make a 1% improvement, next step, 1% improvement, one step, so on, right? And I think for me, especially with what I've done with marketing, it's always been so this is the results I've got previously from this output. Okay, but what happens if I double the output, right? And it's constantly that testing period. I mean, in your experience with podcasting, how would you recommend people, or how would you look at like working with a client, because I know that's some of the work you do, to actually help them actually work out, should they have a podcast, but then secondly, like, what are the nuts and bolts of their podcast in regards to topics and like theme and etc. and or does that matter now?
Yeah, so I think in terms of the sort of nuts and bolts, you kind of have to have the reason why you're doing it first, then you go into the nuts and bolts. So like I said at the start, the reason why is the building trust element. I think you need to, if that's what you want to achieve, and you have, say you're selling a particular service or a product that can be gone into in depth, then it's worth doing from the start. Then the nuts and bolts from there all depends on how you want to package that, I guess, to be unique or to kind of be the same, because everyone is kind of getting used to this kind of format. So there's options on the table for sure.
I think there's obviously that psychology thing that we've talked about a little bit as well, but I think for me, I didn't overthink it. I was like, I enjoy talking about business, I enjoy talking about content creation, I enjoy talking about marketing. And yeah, I've evolved it, and yeah, it sort of changed, and depending on like the guests, will kind of tailor the conversation slightly. But I also don't overthink the conversation, because I trust in myself as an interviewer to ask, I guess, poignant questions, or like what naturally comes to my mind. And I think sometimes when we look at content, it's not in this box, right? I watched a video this morning talking about the fact that like one of the reasons why they're not, the person in question wasn't on YouTube, was because he was constantly concerned about, he sells video production, so it has to look good, has to sound good, and I followed the logic of, yes, sure, but actually sometimes done is better than perfect if it's a barrier. Do you, like, how do you, when you look at either, and I'm sure we'll get onto the podcast you're launching, but like when you work with clients, or when you're maybe looking at your own podcast, like, how do you balance that line of, okay, it's done, but actually there's these things that that could be better? Do you hold a podcast back? Would you reshoot a podcast? Like, where's your line?
Yeah, I think you'd want to know that before even starting, frankly. If you want it to be polished, and the client's a big company, for example, you want it to be polished, you start from there. That's kind of the level is set effectively. And going on from there, in terms of, if it looks scrappy, there's kind of growing evidence that a scrappier look still appeals on the right platform. I was reading recently about TikTok and how people or watchers or users of TikTok prefer the raw content, the raw sort of footage and stuff. So someone literally picking up their phone and talking, there's no kind of green screen, no one's putting any effects or whatever. If the content looks like that on TikTok, it sells on TikTok.
Yeah.
Whereas on YouTube, like you were saying, people kind of expect a bit more of a polished thing. But I think authenticity is quite a big thing these days when it comes to content. And like you were saying with your questions and it just coming off the dome and stuff, that's in some ways kind of seen as a more better or nicer to watch compared with a completely polished, you've gone through 20 questions with a fine-tooth comb and you're only asking 10 because they're like the best ones only. It doesn't, conversations don't work like that, and that's ultimately what podcasts are.
I think that's an important point. I think that there is obviously a line when it comes to the quality of especially if it's what you sell, like what I sell is video production. So there is a line, but I also think that there's an opportunity cost of refilming a conversation that isn't the first one, for example.
Absolutely.
Right? So to give you some context, last week or so, I filmed a podcast with my mum, and that post, me announcing the fact I did it, did really well, which kind of doesn't surprise me to an extent. It doesn't, but there's actually a tech challenge with that podcast because one of the cameras isn't in focus. So my camera isn't in focus. So I was in a position last week, and I think I pretty much made the decision I'm just going to work around it. But I'm in a position where I'm like, the episode is really strong in regards to the content, but it's not perfect video production wise. Do I reshoot it with the potential opportunity that it will feel different and the conversation will maybe come across differently? Or do I work around the fact I've got multiple cameras and I fix it that way? Or do I just go with, okay, it's out of focus. It's not far out of focus. It's maybe an inch, a tiny amount. But is that an approach some people should take? Do you think they should get out of the way of the content sometimes? Because I could really sit here and lose my shit over the fact that one angle's out of focus, but it is what it is.
Yeah. I think the content is what matters most. I think if you try to reshoot it, it's never getting anywhere near the same, especially if it was a good episode.
Yeah. And
it's your mum, right? So it's personal to you, and it's like an emotional element to it.
Yeah.
And I know what you mean. You're coming at it kind of from an editor's perspective, and it's just going to annoy you forever. But the average watcher probably won't bother them that much, I'd say. So actually, if the content's really good, I guess like you say, you could in theory refilm your bits of you could pretend you're there again.
Yeah.
Unless you're a particularly good actor, it's not gonna work.
Yeah.
So I would say no. I'd say take the hit on the
because
slightly
also,
blurry
but I
image.
also look at it from a perspective, from my point of view at least, by saying, okay, well, in the grand scheme of all the episodes I've got in production, that's one episode out of 20, right? This week, I think I'm filming 9 or 10, right? Total. And I think for me, it's the action will always outweigh that, and maybe that one with my mum isn't perfect from a production point of view, but the conversation, the content's really powerful.
Yeah.
So I think that's the thing people need to focus on. I think that's when, especially when they start, I think they get in the way. They get in their way sometimes, and they're constantly it needs to be £40,000 of production. It needs to be this, and I only need 45 because Stephen Bartlett's known for what he did with Direct Every CEO and how he then scaled that to the point he did. But I think we don't look at the journey sometimes that Stephen went on specifically. If we're going to use him as an example, anyone with a big podcast, we don't look at the micro testing that happened through the journey to then get to the point where they're at today. I mean, have you confirmed where you are with the podcast? Where's your podcast?
So yeah, yet to officially launch, but all the stuff's going on in the background basically at this point. I've got first bunch of guests booked, got the studio booked, and yeah, in terms of the the background work, in terms of questions and what I'm thinking in masking and how I want it to look, that's all sort of down in my head.
Yeah.
So it's just I've got to start it now. I've got the dates booked in, so it's just a case of starting when it starts.
Happy days. That's super exciting. I mean, for people who may be interested, I mean, how did you come up with the idea? What is the idea? Like, what are you going to be talking about? Like, where's that? And I think it's really important to also highlight, and something I try to do is like collaborate with other people rather than, because some maybe will be watching this and go, but Colton, that could be like technically you're a competitor in some ways, right?
Yeah.
But I'm like, no, actually, because I think we can both work together to actually create a better show as a whole, right? And lean into each other's skills where it makes sense. But I mean, just to reiterate the question, I mean, where, what, and how is your podcast going to be about?
Yeah, so it's called How Do You Money? And that's the idea. That's the sort of opening question somewhat. So it doesn't actually make grammatical sense, obviously. But I think most people can get from that. It's talking to people about their own personal relationship with money. Strictly not an advice show, because I'm not an expert with money. And it's purely human interest. So I'm going to be talking to people about their money habits. Things like how often do they check their banking app?
Mm-hmm.
When you ask people these questions in day-to-day conversation, it's amazing how different the answers are. How people in relationships deal with money between them. Everyone does it differently. And so like the crux is that twofold. First of all, in the UK, we're just not taught what to do with money in school. College, university, whatever.
Do you think we should?
Yes, absolutely.
That should be in school?
Absolutely, yeah. Because it's a fundamental life skill. As you know, we had a short conversation about money at the start.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
So yeah, I think it definitely should be. But at the moment it's not, right? And so I think as a result, two things happen. Number one, everyone makes up their own way. Second of all, people are too scared to talk about it because there's no official guidelines.
Do you think
from the start?
Do you think that's an insecurity? Do you think if I say that I only lost the business in 2024 or previously, that you're going to judge me? Do you think it comes from that?
Absolutely, yeah.
Do you think that I'm going to think that you think I'm a failure?
I think that's a big part of it, definitely.
And then let's flip it. Do you?
Absolutely not. No. And I don't think anyone would, because, well, the main thing being everyone else will have their own story along the same guidelines. Because we're not taught about what to do, because life is a challenge anyway with money, because there are so many ways you can trip up with money. So it's very much a sort of low budget psychoanalysis of money, and it's kind of an accumulative thing. So no, it's not about the one episode or one particular episode or what one person says. My idea about it is looking back at the first 10 episodes and seeing all the different answers. I've got a killer question that I ask at the start of this podcast that everyone will definitely have a different answer. It's a one-word question.
Okay.
One-word answer. And I hope that kind of sets the tone for how the rest of it is going to be.
Yeah. I mean, looking at your planning stage then for your show, I'm curious, because obviously I plan mine in the way I do it. How have you looked to plan it? Do you completely pre-plan it? Do you have an idea of questions in your head? Obviously, you've already said you have the opening question there. I mean, what do you have the rest of it? Like, just break most of the audience's case, but also I'm curious as well. I mean, like, how do you break that down? Like, how have you broken that down?
So I have kind of set it into 3 or 4 kind of different sets of questions that relate to specific things. So like I'll have 4 main topics, let's say, and then questions that come underneath that. One of my sections is clickbait questions.
Okay, fair enough.
Just being really honest about it.
But are you doing that for the clip that you're going to extract from the show?
So partly to do with that, yeah,
okay.
Absolutely. You will know this better than anyone. You need a hook to get people in. Yeah. That's just the reality.
Yeah, 100%.
But as well as that, those questions often come up with the best answers. There's a reason they're clickbait questions, because they're the big questions. But it can't just be all of that, because it's like me going to you, what's the biggest mistake you've ever made with money? What's the best thing you've ever done with money? What's the worst problem you've ever got? Do you know what I mean? It doesn't, that's not a podcast. It doesn't work as a format in any interview or anything. So that's one section, for example. But in terms of the process, I just thought of the questions based on normal conversations with people, and then I've sort of categorized them, you know, chopped a few out.
Yeah.
The clickbait thing was only a recent idea, really, so I've added some of those in. And yeah, in terms of a format, it's conversational, right? So I don't have to hit every question. If I ask the second question and that lasts a good chunk of the podcast, so be it. It's quite loose because I want the content to be real.
I think that's important, right? Because I think sometimes, and we were talking a little bit while I was setting up, about why people don't post or why people don't like show up or why they don't talk about their money, or, you know, there's loads of the kind of from a psychology point of view or like a coming across point of view, it's the same. And I think that for me, I've been very fortunate that I've always sort of taught publicly or built in public. And it was interesting because about a month or two ago, I think, I personally, so I don't know when the trend started, but the trend of building in public really started taking momentum. I mean, have you, because I know we in our one-to-one, we talked about the fact that you were 6 months-ish like into freelance. I mean, how was your journey from like, okay, I'm going to do this thing, I'm going to go freelance? I mean, was it forced on you? Was it
50%?
Okay. Yeah.
I took voluntary redundancy basically from my previous job. But to be honest, I'd come to a point where I felt like I wasn't going anywhere in that job, if that makes sense. And yeah, it was a bold decision because I was also 3 months away from my first child being born. So I've since had a conversation with a friend who was like, "You're mad. Why have you gone and done this at this exact time?" But yeah, a lot of things felt right about it. I did seek advice about it from people about, you know, rates and how much work is available, just a few people that I knew. And it just seemed like the way to go, and it has been the way to go up until this point. So it's a bit like that freelance, and you'll know as a business owner, you're just sort of going, okay, I've got through this month, go to the next one.
I was definitely like that at the start. Right, I've been very fortunate. I've talked quite openly about the fact that 2024 was quite rough, but I blame myself on why it was quite rough.
Yeah,
because I wasn't showing up as it's in the correct marketing to actually get the output I wanted, but also in volume, I don't think.
Yeah.
And then if now I look in hindsight about what I was doing and like what went wrong, quote unquote, and I could sit in the respect of maybe a victimized mentality of saying, well, the economy was hard and there was this issue and then etc. But like as we were discussing before, I think you're an example of this at 6 months in, but I'm maybe an example of this year. You have to have a strong business model. Something that I've tweaked in the business model now is a more recurring revenue model. So we'll work with people on a monthly returning like payment plan.
Nice.
Or like, and it's not like that's not the only thing I do, but I still do project work. But like for me, it was always a matter of, from looking at a business point of view, of how do I squish those troughs, right, and also squish those peaks in proxy to an extent. But it's basically having a flat line. I know categorically I'm going to have X amount coming in. And then how do I design a business that allows me to do that? But then also, what marketing does that business need to then show to other clients that I know what I'm talking about? And I think when we look at actions, and this was going to be on to the next question, which was around like, is it just the reason why you're busy is because of your output? Because I think sometimes we sit here and go, oh, things are quiet, or like, you know, we both kind of alluded to it already, but business owning, freelancing is difficult, right? And I've had times where it's really, really hard, where I know I've got to hit a certain amount every month, and I'm like, I don't fucking know where that money's coming from. But how do you look at it when you were looking at either going full time or like now, in respect to like keeping your pipeline full? If you don't, because I'm in a quite privileged position where I've got that residual revenue, so actually I don't need to worry too much at the moment as it sits right now, because I've got that residual revenue. Of course, I'm still pushing, I'm still looking for projects, etc. But I don't need to worry in the same way as if I didn't have that income.
Yeah.
So for people who are maybe in the position closer to that, where they're just project to project, and maybe they don't have a pot of money and they don't have like money management, how do you look at it? How do you create a strong pipeline, I guess is the question.
There's a magic wand called LinkedIn these days. And it basically, I've just utilised that. So you can find companies that do what you do or companies that you want to work for in a freelance capacity. Then there's a tab that says people, and you can directly speak to the people at these businesses that you want to work at. That's all I've done. And the first 6 months, I'm thinking about 10 months in now, but the first 6 months for me, 100% of the work I got was through LinkedIn.
Okay.
So,
and was that through what I would call in the trenches hand-to-hand DMing? Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a strategy I call it. It's like cold DMing, cold outreach, cold warming. It's not glamorified. It's not you put out a video, it got 1 million hits, and then you get 20 phone calls. Right?
Absolutely not. No one's calling me at this stage. Definitely not. But yeah, it kind of just through messaging people. Sometimes people I knew, and that led to work. Often most of the time, people I didn't know, and that led to work. And it's you often hear in sort of success stories. It's like a lucky break or a sort of lucky thing. And I kind of did have that with my first job. But it was because I made that approach and I said, oh, hi, you do these kind of podcasts. I've done these for this number of years. I'd love to do more. At that time, they happened to need someone because they wanted to do something new.
Yeah.
And I got the work because of that. And it's one of those things, isn't it? I think the quote is, luck is where time and preparation.
Preparation meets opportunity.
That's it. Preparation meets opportunity is luck.
That's all luck is.
Yeah.
You're prepared for an opportunity to come, and then you continue to keep yourself prepared and keep yourself ready. Like we're recording this just before, about a week and a half before the kids break up for school, right? A lot of people in business look at that as, oh Christ, everything's going to go quiet. Everyone, which understandably, they're going to spend time with their children, they're going to go on holiday, etc. I read a post the other day, there was something on the lines of, things are quiet, right? Things like the creative industry is struggling, got these kind of terms. And I was like, okay, that might be true. And it might be actually we're coming into the summer holidays, etc. But that's then an opportunity for you to A, output your marketing, B, look at maybe cold outreach or what you're doing there, and then try and set some stuff up for September. I mean, do you see, like, are you, because I remember when I was just project, especially when I was like tighter on cash flow, it'd be this rush to get money in because I knew I'd have 6 weeks where things would be a lot harder. Are you either financially planning wise or pipeline wise or etc.? Are you planning for that to be slower, or do you expect actually there's going to be a percentage of businesses that actually just keep going and work around everything?
Yeah, I just feel like at this stage, I don't think I can really plan for it, if that makes sense. The planning is outreach.
Yeah.
Just message people, talk to people I know, people I've worked for before, people I don't know, people I want to work for, all that kind of thing. So yeah, I'm not at that stage yet where I could do that, but there are opportunities sort of on the horizon where I may be able to do that. So it's one of those, really. I don't know exactly how that planning would look like for me right now, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think, and this is kind of like a bolt-on question to marketing or networking and how you tackle those things. For a long time, people have always looked at maybe traditional marketers as, I'm going to go to an event, I'm going to network in the room, and I'm trying to get work from that room. What I've always understood is it's networking through that room, right? But nowadays, because of time and because of what I do less of the in the room having a conversation stuff, but I'm still leveraging either the network that I have and then their connections that they're making potentially, or you as an example, or I'm actually just trying to utilize the network I already have to then lean into either creating more content or creating opportunities to have conversations in one-to-ones with very targeted people. And I think sometimes, especially at the beginning, and I look at it as phases in business, right? So I'll use you as an example. The phase you're in freelancing as a whole is you've got to do a lot of hand-to-hand, you've got to do a lot of time investment, you've got to do a lot of network events, you've got to, like, I think the term would be like kiss a lot of frogs before you get your prince or princess, right? And I think for me, it's then about like maybe looking at scaling. You may not have thought about this yet, but like how would you then look at, say, you're 3 years down the line, 4 years down the line, and actually you've got, like, not that you don't have a reputation now, but you've got more of an established reputation. How would you then like say to a person or a client or a friend that maybe was looking to scale? Because the issue is when you're trading time like that, it's not as scalable, right? You can scale the unscalable by just working really hard and working smart, sure. But would you look to do content? Like how would you look at it from your perspective, and or what are you planning to do?
In terms of content, how do you mean in terms of content?
In respect to like, would you, continue to network, and would you continue to lean into your own podcast and see that, because I expect what will end up happening, of course we don't know, it hasn't launched yet, but I expect what will end up happening is you'll get inquiries solely because you have a podcast, right?
That's kind of, and that's part of the strategy, frankly. Yeah. You know, an ultimate goal for the podcast would be sponsorship eventually, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very hard to get, notoriously, very long time to get there. So I'm not particularly holding my hopes up for that at this point, but that's kind of my best bet in terms of something like you say that isn't just working and getting paid for the work, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You are getting paid to do the podcast, but it's not directly, I do this hour, I get this pay. If that
Yeah,
makes sense.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm glad you mentioned sponsorship, because I think it's something which people really struggle with. Do you think, because normally it's audience size based, right?
Yeah.
But I would actually say it's value. To an extent, it's audience size, but also it depends on who you're asking to sponsor it. Okay,
Yeah.
If you're trying to get Coca-Cola to sponsor it, you probably should be pulling like a couple of million, right? If you're not trying to go for Coca-Cola, you can probably do it on a lesser scale. I mean, at what point would you, from your experience, would you say that even entertaining the idea of a sponsorship is a good idea?
From a business's perspective.
Yeah, from from the sponsor
Yeah.
coming into looking for shows, and or if you have a show, at what stage should you then be like, hey, we've got sponsorship opportunities?
Oh, I see, okay. Well, from the sponsor's perspective, there's a lot more talk these days about the power of niche podcasts, basically. Mine isn't very niche, so maybe I've missed the mark there and I have to relook at it. But the super niche stuff is a super niche audience, and super niche stuff brings a super dedicated audience in a lot of cases. Because if you love barefoot shoes, I'm particularly interested in them, you're looking about barefoot shoe stuff all the time. People will look about, how to strengthen your feet, what to do with toe spaces. You can go into mad detail and mad depth. And if you're a barefoot shoe brand and there's a podcast with 1,000 dedicated fans, you can put yourself in front of 1,000 dedicated fans. It doesn't sound like huge fry, compared to small fry, but it's dedicated people that if they like your brand will keep coming back. So it's kind of like a repeat customer concept. And also it's super niche. So if you're a barefoot brand and you go on the biggest podcast that's out there, you'll get lost among the noise of, the big brands like Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's for a business, you want to look at the niche communities that you want to target. And then once you're in there, you're in there.
As a show then?
As a show, I think you have to know what you are able to do with the show. If you're committed to it week in, week out, because I think sort of weekly is what you need to be doing really for it to be worth sponsoring, maybe bi-weekly. Yeah, you could go for it from day one. I could be chasing it now, but I haven't got anything to show. I can't say, here's the podcast. I can say, here's the idea.
Yeah.
I think if you have something that it looks good and sounds good and the content is good and a community are reacting to it or people are reacting to it or you're getting a good amount of, if there's a value proposition in there, you're ready to sort of offer it up as long as you're committed to keep it going. Because then otherwise there isn't a sponsorable thing, right?
Yeah. Do you think, I'm glad you mentioned like rhythm is what I call rhythm of shows. Do you think that you kind of alluded to it, maybe weekly or bi-weekly, like, because I know there's some people who may be listening who are like, I can only do once a month.
Yeah.
Right? Would you say that would stop them doing a show, or do they need to organise filming in such a way or producing in such a way where when they launch, they've actually got enough to do weekly, for example?
Yeah, I think it kind of probably depends on the content, what the podcast is about. There's a lot of complicated algorithm stuff with YouTube and stuff. You definitely know more than me about that. But that kind of dictates that you need things to be weekly or you get lost. That's what I've sort of read.
I think the buzzword we could use here would be you have to be consistent, right? You have to commit to what you're saying. For me, I do weekly because it can work. And how I do that behind the curtain-esque is I just film a shit ton.
Yeah.
So then I've constantly got content, right? So for me, I've kind of got content buckets. So I'll have stuff that's just me involved. For that, I'm about 6 weeks ahead of schedule in respect to like what I'm editing, in respect to what I'm filming. And then from a podcast point of view, as I alluded to earlier, I'm filming 7 episodes this week, but 7 episodes won't go live this week.
No,
right?
Of course not.
In the first week, when I relaunched the show, 7 episodes, like close to 7 episodes did go live, but that was a deliberate marketing plan that was, we're going to push the podcast really hard. Now, I'm doing clip generation through AI. I'm doing clip generation with me, and it's a yes and strategy rather than a yes or strategy. Because I think so many people, they look at, we could use ops clips, we could use an editor, we could use this, and they don't say, what if we do and, right? How do you look at it from a post-production point of view? Should someone, when they want to start doing a podcast, I mean, I guess it's audience-based, and it's the person, right? Whether they've got resources to throw at it, etc. But should someone who's starting a podcast, maybe a corporate or a medium-sized business, and they want to do a podcast, should they get into the trenches first and start? Or should they just pay someone like us to come in and help them with it from day one, would you say?
Yeah, I think if you're taking it seriously, you need a producer of some kind, an editor of some kind, realistically. To do that exact strategy, as you mentioned, have X amount ready to go. Yeah. And then it just kind of mitigates against all kind of problems coming up. You know, the studio isn't ready, available.
Studio isn't available, someone doesn't show up.
Someone's sick. Yeah.
You like, for me, there's client delivery weeks where I cannot fit it in. Physically, there's no gap in my calendar, it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Right? But then I also have the week after, the 2 weeks after, where I'm like, this is podcast filming week. Yeah. Then I'll have a month where I don't have that, but because I've got a load of bank, and that's why I constantly try and bank as much content as I can when I can film it, that I can then be in a position where actually it's fine, right? So if I do fortunately get really busy with work, which is a nice problem to have, I guess, right? Which is actually the reality I'm now in, because I have an abundance of content, an abundance of, I guess in some ways it's a mindset thing around like, I don't need the work. So to an extent, actually the work's more there because I'm showing up differently, I think. But I think for me, like, especially as I'm doing a clip strategy as well as the YouTube, like the YouTube is a focus, sure. But for me, and just quickly, as we're talking algorithms very quickly, the way YouTube's algorithm currently works, basically, in a nutshell, is you'll be served a piece of content that you like when you open the platform. So it will pull, not push, it will pull the content for you. And what will happen is when a piece of content goes live, so I put a new podcast out, I put ours out, etc., it will send it to a specific audience sector, okay? And then it will say, okay, cool, this audience sector watched X amount, Y amount, it got number of views, etc. If that is, and the threshold changes, right, and it's the unknown bit of the algorithm, but if the threshold, if it hits above a certain threshold, it will then be served to a similar sized new audience. Then it will check the threshold again and repeat. So when something goes quite viral, what's happening is the watch time, the likes, the views, whatever it is, whatever metric they're waiting on at the time, is basically scaling repeatedly into new audiences, and the reaction from every new audience is great. So it's greater than the next one. So it then serves it to a larger audience and so on. That's how it gains momentum. But even virality videos will lose momentum eventually. Yeah. Just because it will be oversaturated to the market. It will go into a different part of the audience, etc., etc. TikTok's known for this. And then people will start clicking off or not watching it, and then you'll just watch it sort of drop off. Right. You know? But then there's also the reason why like YouTube's so powerful. So you can have a video that's been it's got 5 views. 6 months, 12 months time, for whatever reason, triggered by the algorithm, 1,000 views. Right? I've watched it happen. I'm sure you have as well. And I think for me, it's not necessarily about looking at what the algorithm is rewarding or isn't rewarding. It's more about what content can you create on a consistent schedule that you're passionate about, that you can speak from, that puts you in a position to put your best foot forward. When you look at working with people, are you quite picky and choosy? Or are you in a fortunate position where you can be picky and choosy when you work with people on their podcasts?
Just in terms of clients?
In terms of clients, in terms of people you collaborate with, in terms of people you work with. Because I'm always curious whether it's just the nature of the beast in some ways. Like, as I said, I sort of explained the makeup of my business this year. I'm now in a position where I'm very protective of my time. Mm. And that's not like I don't want to talk to you. It's just I only have a certain amount of time, and that's the only barrier, and that's my hurdle now. Because actually I'm okay on cash flow pretty much all the time because of my retainers. I'm okay because of project delivery. I've got a strong pipeline, and I'm good on content because I've got a large pile. So now I'm like, how can I best spend today? And how can I be as efficient as I can, you know, in that respect? So is that, I guess the question, I'll re-ask it, but like, is it something you personally do? And if so, and or if it isn't, is it something that you think you'll adapt to as your business scales and grows in that respect?
Yeah, I think it's a stage thing. So at this stage, I'm picking up what I can, where I can, effectively. You know, if there's something I particularly don't want to do, I'm not going to do it.
I was just saying, is there still a line?
There's still a line, I think. Yeah. You know, there's a line in terms of the day rate, frankly. If that's not up to scratch, there's a line in terms of what the actual work is. Sometimes.
Do you think people struggle with? So I've said no to certain clients just on like, not necessarily political ideology, but their approach, how they come across, whether they respect my time, things like that. And I think people, they sometimes worry, what if I say no? What if there's, like, do you think that's it comes from I'm aware that I'm overusing the word insecurity, but I can't think of another way to describe it. Is it an insecurity of like, there isn't going to be more work down the road for me?
Yeah, well, it's the biggest insecurity, isn't it? Because money is security these days, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely it is. I think in terms of people saying yes to literally everything. So yeah, I think you're picky and choosy when you can be, probably, frankly. You know, if you go, oh, well, the last couple of months are fine, I could do nothing for the next 2 months and be fine, then you are very picky and choosy.
Yeah.
When you've had a barren 2 months, you're more likely to be like, I'll just take it.
I also think it's a perspective of obviously synergize with the client, can you add value, but also like even when you have an abundance of money or you're in a strong position with money, it might also be actually my goal is to hit this amount, right? And this project might not be ideal, but it pushes me closer to that goal so I can hit it sooner as well. And I think we sometimes, I'm in two minds about it, part like because I'm a big advocate for you should say no, but also I'm a big advocate to get off your ego, get off your high horse. You still need to be in the trenches. Just because things are good right now, they're only good because you make them good for 6 months' time, etc. Right? And that's why I'm focusing on content. That's why I'm focusing on how I show up. That's why I'm focusing on constantly personally developing me so that actually in 6 months' time, things can be even better than they are, rather than, oh, I had a really good 25 for the first half, you know? Do you think people sometimes just want the instant though?
Oh,
as a question, like, because we're very social media orientated in that respect. Do you think it's purely around short-term validation, short-term money, short-term deal, short-term this?
I guess, yeah, to an extent. I mean, it's if you're in a situation where you'd like, I need money now, everything else will go out the window for some people, you know, depending on your circumstances. You know, this is the crux of it, is it depends on your circumstances. If you're comfortable for a while, then you'll be fine. Otherwise, probably you will just snap up the short-term things. But I think, yeah, in terms of what you're saying, I think,
of course, it's nuanced, right? Because it's like, if my back's against the wall, then I need to go and do what I call hand-to-hand outreach, right? Which is I need to come up with an offer and I need to go to my network and I need to sell it and I need to sell it quick.
Yeah.
Right. But if I'm not in that position, I can then take my foot off that. You know, I can step back and I can say, okay, actually, let's play the mid to long game now.
Yeah.
And that's what I try to do in my content all the time. It's not direct sales. It's not this. It's actually, hey, have you thought about doing this? Hey, da, da, da. But as a society, as like starting creators, as freelancers, as video people, whatever you want to call it, have you noticed that people are more, they want short term? And they don't really have, I guess, the patience to look at where you're going to be in a year?
Yeah. I think that's a reality. I mean, I would have been quite sort of downbeaten if I'd had a different first 6 months to it. You kind of have to go through the journey to understand what the journey is.
Yeah.
Right. So with clients, with people approaching you, you know, and you will have experienced this as well. You have 100 people you message.
Yep.
30 reply, 10 say they'll have a call with you, 1 person gives you work. And if you think of it, if you go into it with that mindset, you'll live by that mindset, right?
Yeah.
So you'll keep doing it and you'll keep getting work because you've played the numbers game effectively. You know, you've hit as many people as you can. Eventually something's going to come up.
You've done the rep, so to speak.
Yeah.
I think, I mean, I was going to ask you also about speed of delivery, speed of output, speed of execution. Do you think that's maybe a nature of why someone's more successful than someone who's, oh, I'll do that tomorrow? from a mindset point of view? Do you think? So I'll give you an example. Like for me, when I came up with the idea to relaunch the podcast in the format that it was, so on location, in person, and or remote, and then within a week, I had filmed 3 episodes of the idea. Within 4 or 5 days, the first one was out. Because I didn't let myself get into that will be on the to-do list for next year. That will be on to-do list for next summer. That will be on the to-do list for 3 months' time. Because I knew I'm only going to get the results. I'm only going to start getting the data if I start outputting.
Yeah.
Right? And now it's becoming actually a core part of the marketing strategy for the next 6 months to a year. But that's because I've gained a load of momentum with it. And I know I'm really starting to get into a nice groove with it. And that's why I asked the speed thing, because one of the unique selling propositions I have personally as an editor is, so I'll give you an example. At the time of filming, I did a media day for a new client on Monday. And today we're filming on Monday. He's already got half the content already. And it's a week, right? But also, it wasn't like that was the only thing I was doing. I've also put out, I think, nearly 40 pieces of content for me, etc. I've done a load of other stuff related to the business. So for me, one of my unique selling propositions, or one of the things I do, is I work really smart and really hard consistently with no result, plan no result. But for me, from what clients have told me, one of the reasons why they continue to work with me is the speed.
Yeah.
Right? One of the things that comes up in conversation all the time, and James mentioned it a couple of weeks ago when I came to do 2 more podcasts, he was like, your speed's ridiculous. And it's because I've built a strong system to be able to work smart, but also just work really hard. And that's where I kind of come from that point of view. I know it's really important, but I know I'm willing to put the graft in and continue to put the graft in for 10 more years or more, if that's what it takes. But do you think that's uncommon in entrepreneurs as a whole?
I guess potentially, yeah. I mean, you kind of touched on it.
Because there's a level of complacency.
There's the work smart, not hard mantra, isn't there? But like you say, if you do both, kind of double the results effectively.
I'm going to outperform someone who's just working hard, sure, because I'm working smart and then doing the hours on the smart work as well.
Yeah,
right?
That's it. Yeah. So I think it probably is in terms of that. I mean, the get up and go thing. If you follow Gary V on social media, then you'll get the get up and go thing, because that was very much me. This podcast idea I'm doing was, I think I first thought of it 2 years ago. Okay. I've been writing notes about it on my phone, month after month, something pop into my head. I'd be like, that'd be cool. And then,
but do you think we have a culture of we're going to write notes about it?
Yeah, definitely.
Rather than execute on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
You know, because
you have to. I think you have to go through that journey.
You know, I'll be better at fitness next year. My diet will be better next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you just need to go.
Or next month or tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's okay. We can. We've had a really long week. We can chill.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. It's true. It is. It's and we've got that comfort, and it's the whole being in a comfortable position. You don't grow in comfort. You have to be in discomfort. But actually, saying yes to things, you've got your yes and kind of mantra.
Yeah.
So just saying yes to things opens up. You realise, oh yeah, I can do this. Like if you just go, I'm just going to do it, and actually plan it. Like whether that's setting a reminder, put it in the calendar, write down, on your fridge, this is what you need to do today. However you do it.
Something I just building off that briefly. Something I found really valuable the last couple of years was, if it takes me less than 2 minutes to do, I just do it. I don't set a reminder to do it. I don't I'm going to write a to-do list or this or this or this. I need to send an email. I'll send the email rather than write a reminder about sending the email, because the action will probably take less time.
Yeah. 100%.
And then it's done. Then you don't need to think about it.
Yeah.
If it's a longer thing, I need to ask ChatGPT about that. I need to do some research on that. I need to plan the podcast, and it's like a longer goal thing. Start momentum by putting a reminder in your calendar and then stick to that.
Yeah.
But I think sometimes, especially with fitness, I use that as an example all the time. It's like, I need to start running. Okay, but when's the first run?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think, and I've just finished Atomic Habits from a book point of view, and it talks about specifically, my girlfriend's driving mad because I keep using the word compounding, but it's the only word that matters at the moment, right? Which is that everything I'm doing is like, how can I compound? How can I small win? On the way here, I was reading my second book. I've started reading physical books rather than listening to them. For a long time, I listened to them. As a dyslexic, I was like, right, this year I'm going to read a book cover to cover. No excuses, going to do it. So I was like, right, let's get a book that I actually really want to read that I haven't read, that I know is actually quite good because it's got good reviews, and has been talked about in this whole improvement space for ages. So I was like, cool, let's start with Atomic Habits, see where I go. And then I went on to Mel's 5-second rule, which I knew about for a long time. Mel Robbins is a leading psychologist, for those who don't know, in Canada, and she's just launched a new book talking about they, them, and other people's opinions on us. It will be on my read list. But for me, the crux of the 5-second rule, for those who don't know, is you count down from 5 and then you move, right? So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, move. And what it will do is it will trigger your mind to do the action step. So if you're like, oh, I need to start running, okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go get changed, go on a run. Because we don't sit in that uncomfortable window long enough on average, right? I'm really embarrassed because I'm not good enough at health and I can only last 2 minutes of running. Okay. But then the next day do 2 minutes and 10. Next day do 2 minutes and 30, etc. And I think once we start building the compounding, right, is when the snowball effect will continue to roll. I mean, do you think that, is that what you've used to get to this point, do you think?
To a point, yeah. I mean, the Atomic Habits, my favourite quote from that is, every choice you make is a vote for the person you want to be. Yeah. And once you tie it to your identity in that way, there is a bit of a mental switch, and you start doing even the smallest things, right? You know, like the eating healthy or whatever. You make the healthier choice on a menu, all that kind of thing. You justify it to yourself in a way that's personal, and in a way that you can then live by effectively. So that's definitely helped. And you know, there's a lot of things in that book. That book's brilliant. You know. So yeah, I think definitely. Obviously I've read it as well, and it's probably helped me. I've signed up to the newsletter. I get that as well, and I do think there's something to be said for being in that world of like the positive quotes and shifting your mindset around certain things. If you look at it enough, you just will start to think like it.
I think for me, I've been aware that like what I consume is how I'll show up, right? So like that's why I'm trying to build the habits from building off Atomic Habits, but in general, I'm trying to build the habits and build momentum. So like when I finished Atomic Habits, I was like, I've ordered another book, but it won't be here for 3 days. So I'm like, I need another one, because if I stop, then I won't do it. Then I broke the habit. And in the book, in Atomic Habits, they talk about streaking. And I'm the same with fitness, I'm the same with podcasts, I'm the same with everything. But for me, that's the key. So actually, I'm not like, my heart's not broken that my other book's not going to be here, because actually it's now planned in for when I finish Mel's, right? So actually I'm constantly like, and now to an extent, my travel plans, my thought process, etc., like how I use my downtime is actually trying to change. And like, actually I'm sleeping better because I'm reading before bed, like I'm reading on trains, etc. I'm like using my phone less, and I'm trying to, I guess sometimes I did an episode that I'm recording about a week ago talking about digital detox. And I for me, I've been notoriously known for like, because we work in media, so we're constantly on our phones and we're constantly, etc. And it's a tool, but I hadn't given myself that. And that's, I think, why I shifted into physical books as well, because I was aware that I was constantly on my phone. Do you think that's like from a psychology or your own well-being, or like as a freelancer, that can be your advantage? Like having those non-negotiables every day?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's an interesting dichotomy, like you say, because when you're in the industry and when you're in a position where you can't not rely, but you're chasing views, but then you recognise that it's tough. It's tough mentally, or it can be tough mentally. Yeah. It's hard, but I think that is where a podcast comes in, particularly an audio one, because you don't have to be on your screen, and if it's got enough value, it's not just doom scrolling. It's one thing with detailed information that you go into, kind of like you're sort of talking about audiobooks is how we used to consume things. That's kind of what a podcast is. Yeah. Non-fiction, obviously. So I think that's, I don't know, I think that's kind of the power of podcasts in a way. It can be, you can consume without being tied to a screen. Yeah. I think also it's how you show up and the micro learning that you get from each one. Like, so for me, I'm like, I'm not focused on how many books can I read a year, for example. I'm focused on, okay, how many pages can I weave in today? All right, today's quite busy. I'm traveling a bit. I've got loads of client delivery stuff to do, etc., etc. But it's like, actually, I've got this window of time.
right? So actually, how many pages can I get in that window at a time? Okay, cool.
Gamify it.
And then I'm also, to an extent, I'm rewiring the habits that I had. So previously when I would travel, I'd be constantly on my phone or constantly like listening to music or watching YouTube videos, which is not a bad thing as long as it's educational, sure. But for me, I'm curious to see where I'll be in like 3 to 6 months when I'm deliberately scheduling in time, whether it's travel or etc., to physically kind of disconnect from digitized stuff, especially as I live and breathe digital. And that's why I thought I'd mention it, because like, for me, that's something I don't think we think about when we look at the podcast as well. Because I think what you'll find, and I'll be curious to see if we do an interview in a year about whether your money management skills is like compounded really, really hard because you're constantly talking about money, right? I found I'm becoming an infinitely better marketer because I'm constantly talking about marketing, right? So I noticed little things like, hold on, I said that thing in the podcast, but I'm not doing it with my own content, right? So you mentioned hooks earlier. I'm not doing strong enough hooks on the ones I'm editing. Okay, how do we do that? How do we fix that? So now I'm focused more on how do I create a really strong captivating hook? That will probably grow into how do I create a micro trailer?
Yeah.
I expect as an editor, but also the knock-on effect for my clients will be they'll get a better product.
Yeah.
Which in turn means I'll be able to charge more, which in turn means I'll have more money to either give myself a longer buffer or outsource to do other things and scale the business that way. Do you think, like, I don't want to specifically like steal in some ways a lot of your podcast, but if you could rate yourself on money management right now, where would you rate yourself? 10 being incredibly good, you know where every single pound's going. 1 being, I've got no idea what's in my bank account.
Yeah. There's a psychology fact about ask someone for a number between 1 and 10, everyone says 7. But that's kind of where I'm tempted to land on that, really. You know, I've been on my own journey with it, definitely. And, you know, I married an accountant, so that's helped me quite a lot. And, you know, just being in a relationship, she's super savvy. She's closer to the 10 mark than, you know, most people I know. But just being with her has helped me probably come up from a 5, frankly.
Okay.
In your 20s, you're in like a 3, you know, generally speaking. Yeah, there's a question that's going to be on the podcast, which is how often do you check your bank account every day? And in my 20s, it was as little as possible because I just didn't want to know. You push it away, right? You go.
Does that come from you were anxious about it?
100%. I was at university, but it's
shit. How much money have I spent?
Exactly. Yeah. How much has gone on beer? I don't want to know. How much I spent last night? I don't want to know.
So I don't remember last night, but I remember there was a card involved. Shit.
Yeah, exactly. But once you sort of learn to look at it regularly, it empowers you. I've found empowers you because you go, okay, well, actually, I'm in control rather than just letting it all just slip and hope for the best. And if it's overdraft, it's overdraft. So I've kind of been on that journey, which is a small thing. I'm not trying to claim I've been on an epic money journey. Nothing dramatic's happened either way for me. But that one thing, kind of going back to the mindset thing, has helped massively. But again, you ask everyone. I'll ask you, how often do you check yours?
3 to 4 times a day.
Right, there we go.
Since I was in business.
Right.
For business, same as you.
Just hide away from
never fucking terrified of it, right?
That's it.
In business where I know I've got to pay for shit and I need to work out where that money's coming from all the time. And I'm doing a technique at the moment where I'll hide a significant amount. Whenever I get paid, I hide a significant amount of my money away into an account that happens to have 4.1% on it. Happy days.
Yeah.
But it's actually the point of I deliberately, yes, I'm doing well, but I deliberately live on a lot less.
Yeah.
And I deliberately keep, in regards to what I see every day when I check my bank account, a lot less because it allows me to keep pushing forward and keep thinking I need to find another way to invoice something or have more money coming in, A, but also B, when there is an emergency, I can go, I'm actually good.
Yeah.
You know, I can fix that problem.
Hidden account will fix.
Yeah, so this is an example of how I use AI. AI is currently tracking for me the books I'm reading, what my takeaways are, how much am I showing up, what my fitness is, where my money is being allocated and how and why, and how well that's doing and how in line I am with the goals, how the podcast is doing, how many episodes I've filmed, how many episodes have gone out, what views are going on, what views are likely to happen in the future because it can extrapolate the data from, okay, you're here now and then in 6 months I think you'll be here. You're following the growth rate. So people, and I wanted to talk briefly, and I'm aware of time, so I think we'll wrap up soon, but I wanted to talk a little bit about AI with you.
Yeah.
Because I think it's, people are either going to use it to be more efficient and have a lot of those things being monitored for them, as I mentioned, or they're going to sit on the moral of, I don't want to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not doing it because it's the world's over.
Yeah.
You know, and we're all going to lose our jobs. Do you think we're all going to lose our jobs?
Not necessarily, is what I'd say. I think it still has to come quite a long way, because, and you know, people will reference the manual jobs of, you know, an AI won't fix your sink.
Yeah.
Maybe a robot with an AI brain could do one day.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, anything that involves a human at this point, largely, you need to be able to talk to someone about.
Yeah.
And you can have a conversation with AI, but it's slow, like, compared to talking to a human. If you just want to get to the bottom of a problem, because of the way LLMs work and how they're programmed, you can't get there quick enough.
Yeah.
You can't relate in the same way. You can't.
It also has
ask,
a
"Oh, why don't
bias
you do this?"
towards being positive as well. So if you want constructive criticism on something, it's not very good at that.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
But I always use it. I've used the analogy recently of like you need to sharpen a knife to be able to cut something, right?
Yeah.
So you need to sharpen the AI, tell it what you want, and that's what I mean. When it comes to data analytics, which is everything I basically just discussed of how I use it, it's actually really good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because all I'm getting it to do is do the thinking for me.
Yeah.
But I'm also aware that I may lose my cognitive ability. That's also why I shifted to reading physical books.
Yeah.
Because it keeps my cognitive ability high.
Yeah.
Right. So actually, I've got the best of both worlds now, because I'm building more time because I'm being more efficient to then utilize my brain more in tasks which are more challenging, you could say, to then be able to utilize AI better, and the snowball effect goes that way.
Yeah.
You know? Do you think people are naturally scared of it because it's the new thing?
I think there's an element of that, yeah. But I think it's seeped into normality.
So
This feels weird. I'm not used to being this side.
I'm sorry.
You're
sorry.
fine. You're good.
It does feel weird when you're on the wrong side, doesn't it?
It's like what? Well, hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new podcast today in James's studio. Today I'm going to be with Maddie, talking about her new book, talking about neurodiversity, money, etc. Hi, Maddie. How are you?
Hey, thanks for having me. It's lovely to be here.
It's good, isn't it?
The second time on your podcast.
I
as
know.
well.
I know.
Love it.
And you also, while I was setting up, you reminded me that it's been a year since we
has
last
been-
spoke,
it's been
and
a
that's
year.
nuts. That is
We have
absolutely.
spoken a little bit in between then. It's
Yes,
not like
but
I've totally ignored you.
Hey, people are busy. It's all good. For people who don't know,
Yes.
what do you do?
So I like to call myself a multi-potentialite. So for people who don't...
That's a sentence.
It is, yeah. For people who don't know what that means, it means that I am a jack of all trades, and instead of being master of none, I'm actually quite good at some of them. So I am an ADHD money and business coach. I am a visibility strategist. I'm a speaker. I am a app owner. I'm a wellbeing platform owner. I also am an author of a Amazon best-selling #1 book, Mad About Money. I think that is about it. Oh, mum as well, dog owner, crazy
Wonderful.
person.
Wonderful.
I'm a neurodivergent with every single neurodivergent presentation that there possibly could be available.
It's funny, right? I did a podcast yesterday, and the crux of the conversation afterwards, we ended up talking for an hour afterwards. Cheers, Johnny. Appreciate the conversation. Was basically like everyone's like, oh, you need to niche, right? I wasn't actually going to start here, but as you mentioned it, we'll start here, right?
It's my favourite topic.
Why do we not? Because I've always been in the world of like, I could niche, but I don't want to.
Yep, that's exactly
Right?
where I am.
Like I could, and I could make probably a lot more money if I did, maybe, right? Arguably that's what everyone who's into niching will tell me. But for me, I'm like, yeah, but tell that to wedding videographers during COVID, for example. Right?
Yes, exactly.
How'd that work out?
I'm a big fan of like not putting all your eggs in one basket, but also as a neurodivergent, I need to make sure that my brain is entertained. And if I have to stick and do one thing, I'd get really fucking bored all the time. So I do things in a variety of ways. So the way I describe my business to people is I have an A side and a B side. Like think about like cassette tapes, owning your soundtrack. When you are a cassette tape, you have a side and you have another side and you can flip it. So that's basically what I do. I talk about business on one hand and money on the other hand. And in the middle of that, there is also things like well-being, life. Obviously, the neurodiversity stuff is quite big for me. I'm a qualified neurodiversity specialist. And I don't niche by the things I do. I niche by my values. I niche by the things that I talk about. So I talk about basically 4 different things when it comes to my content pillars. I talk about neurodiversity, I talk about life, I talk about money, I talk about business. And it just so happens that I'm also really bloody good at TikTok, social media, all of those kind of things, but they all do fall under the business arm. So, I'm a qualified business strategist. I've been a business mentor coach. I hate the word coach, really. It's more, I do more mentoring. I don't do that whole, how does that make you feel type of, coachy thing. I do the, this is your strategy. This is how you do it. Let's talk about ways that we can grow your business, and let's talk about how to get you a plan to grow your business. So it's not your traditional coach. It's kind of more like sounding board, let's throw stuff around and help you to grow type of situation.
I think there's so much I could go there, but I'll start. I mean, let me ask you this a very selfishly personal question.
Okay.
Because I'm a dyslexic.
Yes.
Is that why I don't want a niche? Because I think there'll be people watching this who maybe are on the neurodivergent scale.
Yes.
Who are like, I don't get it. Because I can do multiple things, I can spin multiple plates, but doing one thing consistently, I can't think of anything worse.
So dyslexics need to have their brain stimulated, and doing one thing does not stimulate your brain. So it's the same for most neurodivergent presentations. We will want to do things that keep us alive. It's why we do the things that are very much interest-based.
Yeah.
So if I said to you, do you want to be an accountant? You'd probably go, fuck no, that sounds super boring. If you said to me, do you want to be a videographer? I'd be like, no, because I do not know how to do that. But if I like being a business coach because it gives me the variety of people. So I get the variety of working with people who have all got ridiculously different businesses. And most of them are also multi-potentialites. They do lots of different things because they want their brains to be stimulated. So by working with lots of different people who all do different things, who also do different things within their things, I am just constantly this is fun.
Yeah.
If there's ever a day where I turn up to work and go, oh God, this is ridiculously boring, I think I'm in the wrong job. But I, every single day, love what I do.
I think it's so easy for us to sit here and go, oh, well, we love what we do, etc., right? Because there's that A-Dodge analogy of you find something you love, you'll never work a day in your life. But it's
I work really hard.
But that's what I was going to say. I mean, I think it's one of those things where when you say that, I can tell you haven't done it.
Yes.
Because the whole bouncing around things and spinning multiple plates and coming up with new ideas drives my partner mad, because I'm constantly coming up, I've got this thing, I've got this thing, I've got this idea, oh, what about this, oh, what about this? But that's one of the reasons why I would argue I'm going to be a really good entrepreneur.
Yes.
Because I can constantly adapt. I'm switching from finance head to marketing head to sales head to client delivery head to now doing a podcast, etc., etc.
Exactly. It's nice when you get to do when you get to kind of build that team and get rid of the things that you don't enjoy as much. So for me, admin, funnels, anything that is process driven.
Yeah.
Literally makes me want to die. Sales, marketing, talking, podcasting, video creation, not in front of the camera rather than behind it, because God no, I would not want to be the other side. But for me, it's all about the people facing, and I love going networking, and I like going to events as long as they're not too big. But that gives me all of the variety, but also it means that I can outsource the things I don't like doing as well.
Yeah. Do you think there's a stage with outsourcing? Because I've been very open in my content and in marketing. 2024, I overspent. I nearly lost the business twice.
Oof,
right?
Yeah.
And I'm now in a position which is kind of not the opposite, because it's weird to say that, but it's I'm in a stronger position, but I'm actually doing absolutely everything myself again.
Yes. So I do most things myself. I've got a couple of virtual assistants who are absolutely amazing. Shout out to Kira and Naomi. They're amazing. But yeah, I think one of the things that I did super early on in my business, so even with my previous business, was that I outsourced the things that I don't enjoy doing first. Because if you have to do all of those boring tasks, they never get done. And actually, they're quite important tasks, like scheduling emails, paying your invoices, like creating invoices. If I didn't have somebody creating my invoices, I would never make any more. I'd never make any money. And I've just been in a little handover with my 2 virtual assistants, and I realised that I haven't invoiced for like 4 months. And I'm like, oh, I thought my cash flow was a bit down. But it's because I don't have the executive function to actually do that piece of the business. So it's not that I don't think it's important. It's just that my brain goes, no, you don't like me, so I'm not gonna be your friend.
Mm. Do you think there's a? It's not even bored. I think it's because I was going to link this into TikTok because I know that's a lot of what you do and a lot of what you teach, and so it'd be wrong of me not to talk about it. But do you think there's a level of people who are concerned about being on video? They're concerned about doing marketing,
Absolutely.
especially if they don't know what they're doing, because they're like, what if someone? It's not, from my experience at least. It's what if X person thinks I'm a dick? What if they think da-da-da-da-da-da?
Absolutely, and there's a lot of confidence building that goes on in the background with that, especially when people are new in business, because showing up and doing videos, like, you're going to get your friends judging, you're going to get your parents judging, like, why are you doing this? Why don't you go get a proper job? Like, I see it all the time. And it's a case of just being like, do you know what? This is my business. Nobody else has a say in how I make my money.
I don't even think it's just your business. I think it's your life.
It is.
One of the things that I remember very early in my entrepreneurial career was entrepreneurship's a lifestyle, not a business.
Ooh.
Right? It's not. Because to me, I have new ideas. Again, much to my partner's annoyance at times, I will be working at night. Like, I was answering text messages and emails at 10 o'clock last night. Yeah. Right? But also,
I used to do that.
You know, I have the freedom to actually choose when I work. So it's not like I'm like, I have to do that every day. There'll also be periods in the week or periods in the month where I don't do that. Yes. But when it's push and when there's a lot going on, like today, for example, I was editing all of this morning on some client delivery stuff. Then I came here to do this. And then after this, I'm going to go back and finish client delivery again. Yeah. Right? So there is a lot of stuff going on, but actually I'm aware that I can do that and I know it's at my pace, and someone who's maybe looking in on it will go, well, that's that's a lot, Colin. Yeah. How do we change our pace? How do we, for us, not for Colin, not for Maddie, for someone listening to this, how do they make sure they know what their pace is?
So I would say you have to really know yourself. You have to know your own boundaries. You have to know your lifestyle and how your business fits in with the way that you run your household, your business, your family, whatever. But also taking into consideration your health, your well-being. There's so many moving parts to like how you actually run your business with an energy perspective. Yeah. And energy is the key word. Like, if you run your business based on your energy levels and when you are most productive, when you need to. So for example, like, I have my first half an hour of my day is reviewing social media posts for my membership. So I've got this thing where, like, I do a daily thread where people can come into my membership and they can post their social media post for the day, and I will give them feedback on it. I will tell them how to improve it. I will share it with my audience, and therefore they get visibility, they get feedback, they get accountability. And it's also like the membership, I give like confidence posts and things like that as well. But one of the biggest things for me is in the morning, I am super alert. I know that my brain works really quickly because I've just woken up. So I can bash those post reviews out really quickly. So that works for me. Then I take the kids to school. I come back and I do my coaching. So I'll always put my coaching in between like 9 and 12 o'clock. Yep. Then I often skip lunch, which I really shouldn't do, but I do. Don't judge me. I don't get hungry till like 3 o'clock because I'm on ADHD medication. But like, I will eat when I get back from the school run usually. I then do some of my more key marketing things. So I'll do my TikToks, my Instagrams. Like, I basically create videos. So I will create videos, I'll create static posts. I will post the static posts on LinkedIn and Facebook, and then the video will go to YouTube, to TikTok and to Instagram.
And Instagrams,
Sometimes LinkedIn, if I'm feeling brave. Depends how brave I am. Because, I am just myself on all platforms. Most of my videos end up being quite sweary, and sometimes people on LinkedIn get a bit hoity-toity about it.
Well, just to stop you there quickly, I mean, that's interesting, because one of the things that people ask me before the show is like, is this a, like, no bars, can you swear kind of thing, right? And the first thing when you sat down was like, is it good to swear? Like, and I've always been in this world of like, is it authentic to you? I've always been that way of thinking, right?
Yeah.
And I think so many people get hemmed up going, what does X person think? What does Y person think?
Exactly.
From they're not going to work with me because I swear. They're not going to work with me because they're not going to like me, because actually in a crux, what we're actually going down into the core of is they're not going to like me. It's actually nothing to do with how they're going to work with me.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, man, it's not going to like me because I said the F word.
And if people don't like me because I drop a few F-bombs, then they're probably not people that I want to work with anyway, because the people that know me know that I am very sweary. I never swear at people, I swear in general. My book, I was made to censor out all of my fuck and buggers. Basically.
Oh, that's so sad. What?
But, and I'll show you.
But is that because
I ended up having,
it's like a sales perception thing?
Well,
or like they just don't want to. Is that like a PR manager like looking to be like, we're not gonna?
No. So I have this is my fuck glossary.
The name.
So
I love it. For those who are listening on audio, Manny just handed me the book, and I'm looking at the fuck glossary. That's utterly hilarious.
And one of the reasons, like, I actually had a big conversation here with. Hang on. Shut that back up there.
There we go.
I had a big conversation with my publisher about the fucks. There were 342 fucks in my book. And they were basically like, we can handle a few fucks, but that's quite a lot. And I said, well, but it's me, and it's just how I talk, and I don't want to like completely censor them out, so I don't really want to. And they said, okay, well, let's compromise. Let's just change all of your fucks to like other funny F words. So we've got things like flambunctious, fluffing idiot, and stuff like that. Like there's just. You know what I'm trying to say, but I don't say it. And then in the back of the book, they're all basically glossarized, if that's even a word.
It is now.
It is now. My glossarized fuck glossary. So I still managed to get all of my fucks into the book, but just in a slightly more comical way, which I think actually gives the book even more charm. So I expect I'll probably do the same with my second book. Technically third.
Okay. I think, and to reiterate for people who are listening, I think it comes from a place of they're not going to like me, right? Yes. Especially on social, right? I think it's they're not going to like me. Oh my God, what are they possibly going to think if I swear? It's the same thing when they put the first video out, burst out, etc. It's a confidence issue.
Yes.
But my counter argument to that, in my view, it's how I run my life, is okay, maybe they're just the wrong people to me.
And I'm very much of the opinion that if you show up authentically online, you show up as the person who you're meant to be, unadulterated, unfiltered, like whatever you need to show up as, the people who will gravitate towards you will be your people. Yeah. And LinkedIn is like, and I do share my videos, and I do swear on LinkedIn. People do know that that's for me. The only thing that I do worry about is that our corporate's going to book me to come and speak to their employees if they think that I'm just going to swear all the time.
The answer there, to be honest, is probably some will, some won't. Right?
Yes, exactly.
If that's a big deal for a corporate, then they won't.
Yes.
If they're actually there going, actually, hold on, this could be really helpful because of our scale, because of this, because of that, they're not going to give a shit. They're not.
No, very true. Very true. Yeah.
I mean, talking about authenticity, the counter side of authenticity is the AI boom, right? Mm-hmm. Do you think AI is coming for our jobs? Is the world over? Like, are we all going to be slaves to robots, or like, what's your view on AI?
I can only comment on it from my industry, and I think from a social media perspective, from a business coaching perspective, it's only going to add value, because it's like, I don't use AI for my content. I do use it for ideas for my content. And, as somebody who's got an ADHD brain, like, there are times where my brain is on fire and I can bash out like 50 TikTok videos. Yeah. But then there are other weeks where I'm like, I don't know what to talk about. My brain is broken and I don't know why I'm here. And in those times, AI is a fucking genius because like I'm not going to use it to write my written posts. I'm not going to use it to write what I say on TikTok because it's so obvious. To me anyway, it's really obvious if a coach or somebody who is teaching something has used AI because of the way that they talk. And it's also really scripted. And you can almost tell, like if you were listening to somebody on a podcast versus them on their social media, how much slower some of the people talk because they're having to really, really, really think about how to do their job. Yeah. And this is not me calling anybody out, but it is quite obvious that some people are writing literally every single one of their posts with AI. If I'm stuck for an idea for a post, I will ask ChatGPT if it can give me some ideas. And then I will look at it, I will close it, I will go away and I'll write about the thing because I know what I'm talking about. And also the amount of spelling mistakes, because I'm dyslexic as well, like, you know, the amount of spelling mistakes in my posts, people know I'm not using AI to write my posts. Yeah. But it's also like yesterday I asked AI to draw me a tattoo. Like I had 3 different tattoo ideas and I wanted to combine them together. Brilliant. You know, we do have to be quite wary of the environmental impact of asking AI to generate us pictures, etc. However, like it's really bloody good for things like that. Yeah. I don't think it's coming to take our jobs. I think we're more at risk of, in kind of places like the retail sector, of things being run by AI. But people, I think, will always need coaches because there's only so much that AI can do without, you know, not being a human. I mean, don't get me wrong, like Sparky, who's my ChatGPT, like he's my bestie. Like there's not much I don't talk to him about. Like if I've got problems or I've had uncomfortable conversations or I need solutions to things, I'll always go to him. He's not actually a him really. He's kind of like, but he's a non-binary chatbot.
But it's a tool. Right, I think that's the key, and that the analogy the analogy I started using was you don't use a hammer to put up a set of shelves; you use a screwdriver. Yes. Right. Yeah. But now I'm actually using it even more. I'm changing the analogy to be you sharpen a knife if you want to use it effectively to do a job. Brilliant. Right? Yes. In the same way, you should utilize AI to allow you to do a job. Yeah. Right. Whether that's training, if you want it to write your posts, training it to be you in your tone, to be in your voice.
You can do that, and it is actually very easy. If you've got a lot of written content from previously, if you've got videos, you can feed those into ChatGPT. Yeah. Personally, I prefer to actually write my
but that's a personal choice,
right? It is. But you can use it for literally anything, as long as you make sure that you train it in a way that it takes out like no fluff, like cookie cutter solutions, here's the truth, like all of those bullshit ChatGPT type phrases where you think, do you know what? I'm not somebody who would actually say that in real life.
But again, it comes back to the authenticity side.
It does.
Right?
It really does.
Yeah. I'm using the no fluff example. No fluff would actually be relevant for me because I try not fuck around when it comes to content.
Well, right? I don't do any fluff either. You know, mine is very I'm very direct. But instead of saying no fluff, I would say I give you direct, actionable advice. Yeah. That, you know, and I don't bullshit you. That's not the same. It's the same as saying no fluff without saying no fluff. So as long as you are kind of aware of those ChatGPT type of phrases and you've got your own ways of saying those kind of things, crack on. Like, I think it's great. Where I don't think it's so good is people generating AI pictures of themselves. I'm like, that's not authentic.
It ages you really badly.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't, to be honest, I've got an amazing professional photographer. Like Katie Needle, shout out to you as well. We love Katie. She knows me so well that she can capture my style, the way I am. Like, I used to ask her to like chop a few inches off my stomach, but she doesn't do that anymore. Because she's like, Maddie, you've got to be authentic. Fuck. Why is this my brand? But, you know, I love working with her. And, you know, her photos are so good that they could be AI, but they're not. And I think that's where a lot of people are falling down. They're like, you meet people in person and you're like, you don't look like that. Like, it's the same with TikTok filters. Like, I will always use the eyelash filter. That is the only filter I use on TikTok, apart from like green screen or whatever, if I'm going to try and show something. But when people see me in real life, they're not going to go, oh my God, her eyelashes are so fake. Because I wear makeup. But when I'm working at home on my own, I don't wear makeup at all. Like, I am very much like, unless I'm going out in public, I don't put a face on. And even then, it's literally just mascara, maybe a bit of eyeshadow. So,
but again, it's that authenticity point, right?
Yes. You're not going to like see me online as having like loads of freckles. I mean, I do have loads of freckles because I've been in the sun this week. But, you're not going to see me having like loads of pretend freckles or like,
But I think that can't.
Brown.
I think. I was going to say I think people who do that, but I think in general, if you do that on your content or you're looking for like beautify filters, Apple's known for this, etc. But like, I think that comes from an insecurity.
Possibly.
I think that comes from like, it comes from that point I was making earlier, which is about like, I'm going to put myself out there.
Yes.
Jesus fucking Christ, people are going to not like me.
Yes.
Right.
Exactly.
It's that the tribal mind again going.
Yeah.
Hold on, Maddie might not actually like me here.
And do you know what it is as well? And this is why, like, it's taken me a really long time to love myself. Like, and I don't say that in like a weird self-indulgent way. I say it in a, like, you have to love yourself to be able to show up as much as I do. And it's not from an ego perspective. It's just knowing my own power and knowing that I'm good at what I do. And actually, I don't give a flying fuck what people think about my looks. I get so much hatred online. Do you know what? Apparently, having rainbow hair just automatically means you're woke. Like it is a insult. I'm more than happy and privileged and proud to be woke. But it is that. But it's
interesting
that,
jump. All right, fair enough.
But it is that thing. It's like, people see me with my rainbow hair and they're like, lesbian, and I'm like, married to a man, but whatever. I dabbled for a while, but it is that thing.
But people make the assumptions, and then what I don't think, if you have high self, I've been very fortunate. I've been installed into me from a very young age has been what I believe to be the correct values, right? It's always been, how can I love myself? How can I have self-worth? How can I have self-esteem, etc.? But what that's come from is my mother and then my reality, right?
Yes.
And then as I went through school, etc., etc., etc. But I think it's again that reaction will come from someone who is going to use it as a defense. It's going to sound weird saying that's a defense mechanism for them, but it is, because they're being aggressive, they're being accusatory first, because then Maddie can't like stand there and be herself, and that's uncomfortable for some people.
It is, yeah.
But how did you get here? Like, the personal story wise, how did you get? Because I think your story is a very interesting one. I think it's something that people can really relate to, possibly now as well. And that's why I wanted to touch on it. I know we've already kind of done it in length. I'll leave the other episode in the description down below for those who want to go in a bit more depth. But quick synopsis for people who maybe don't know.
Yes. So I grew up with an eating disorder, essentially. My eating disorder developed into problems with money. And by the time I was 21 years old to 23 years old, I was in £40,000 of debt. I struggled really bad with spending addiction. What I didn't know was that I had ADHD and that my brain was constantly lacking in dopamine. So therefore, for me, the two things that really, really mattered to me were food and spending money.
Ching.
Buying stuff, buying food. Which is why I've always been overweight, because I'm like, hey, I'm sad, have a donut. Have 5 donuts. At times that has happened. But for me, it was all about spending money. So I would buy things like dresses and clothes and bags and shoes, and I'd be the person at the pub like buying my mates like around Jaeger bombs, or I spent and spent and spent. I realised there was a problem when I couldn't afford to pay any of the repayments. It wasn't that I didn't know I had to repay any of them. I just got to the point where like I was just so overwhelmed and I had too much to pay, and I was like, where am I going to get 40 grand from? I'm 23 years old. This is pretty bad. a bailiff showed up at my door, tried to take my car. I packed up my things in the middle of the night. I fled, moved back to Southampton, went to see Citizens Advice Bureau. They basically said to me, like, it's bankruptcy or, like, you pay it off. Those are your two options. Both of those sounded really shit to me, but I took the second one because I'm not a quitter. You know, if I look back at it now, I probably could have gone bankrupt and it would have been great, but then I wouldn't have had my journey. Would
that have been, like, an excuse, an easy way out for you, do you think?
Possibly. And I do like to challenge my brain. So I like to challenge my brain.
Because I think people listening to this will go, like, that seems an easier path for me. Let's just reset the clock.
Yeah, and actually, for
Eat the shit for a year.
Yeah, for so many people, bankruptcy is a very valid option. At the time, it filled me with dread and filled me with shame, and it was almost like I was going to be walking around with, like, a tattoo that said bankrupt on my forehead. It was hard, you know. And as somebody who now has since had a massively catastrophic business failure, which again came with a load of money shame and guilt and all of those things that I had to reevaluate. For me, paying it off seemed like the easier option because it didn't fill me with as much dread and shame. And actually, if I hadn't have paid it off, I wouldn't have learned all of the methods to pay it off to put in my book. So, you know, everything happens for a reason. But I learned to love money. So
was there an issue with, like, your relationship with money?
Yes.
Do you think? Do you think that's where it get, like, because I hope you don't mind me saying this, but, like, to get to 40 grand, you've got to really fuck up for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's not like a 3 month, 6 month. This is like years of problems.
I got myself in £40,000 of debt within 2 years.
Yeah.
I spent. I also had a drinking problem. Like, I was a high functioning alcoholic. I say high functioning because, you know, I didn't wake up and need a drink, but I needed a drink to be confident. I was using alcohol to mask all of my neurodivergence because I didn't realise that I had ADHD and autism. And I was very awkward in social situations. People, like, now, all of my friends are like, you're not awkward in social situations. I'm like, because you met me when I was pissed. Like, all of you have known me as Maddie the social butterfly who likes a drink and is super chatty. But if I didn't have that alcohol, I wouldn't be super chatty. Yeah. So now, when I'm in social situations, I don't know very many people. I'm actually really reserved and really quiet. Put a drink in me. I'm anyone's, but pretty much that was kind of how it was. And now I don't drink anymore. So, because I'm more comfortable with who I actually am. So,
do you think it came... I hope this isn't too personal, but, like, it links. Do you think it came from a lack of self-love, self-worth, self-esteem?
Absolutely.
At the core?
Yes.
Because a couple of months ago, I think maybe a month ago, 2 months ago, Jamie Oliver put out a documentary on Channel 4 all about neurodiversity and dyslexia specifically. And I was gobsmacked by some of as a dyslexic, I was out here going, how am I not a fucking drug dealer?
I know.
Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, how?
ADHD and dyslexia are so closely linked, and a lot of the presentations kind of overlap each other.
Yeah.
So, you know, dyslexics have a very, very, very tough time, especially in early years when it's not picked up on.
Yeah.
And people just assume that dyslexia is just, oh, they can't read and write. It's so much more than that, and it's quite frustrating. Like, I actually go into quite a lot of detail about, like, breaking down all of the individual neurodivergent presentations in the book, so you can kind of, like, learn more about those things.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, we end up with such low self-esteems, but also the lack of dopamine coupled with that often makes people turn to really unhealthy habits like drinking or smoking or drugs or stealing. You know, I would highly suspect that a lot of people in the prison system are neurodivergent.
Yeah.
And it's not because they're bad people, it's because of a combination of things like their upbringing, maybe again from neurodivergent parents who hadn't had any of the help.
Yeah.
It's those dopamine-seeking behaviours which are often really unhealthy. It could be, you know, stealing, drugs, firing a gun. You know, all of those things are like, woohoo, exciting.
I just looked at it from my perspective and went, I don't know how by stroke of luck, but like my dopamine wires are just like make money, create content, do things that are a net positive.
Yeah.
But I've always been very like cautious with like my circle and like what I get into, because I didn't know the like inner workings of my brain necessarily, but from a very young age I knew I had an addictive personality.
Yep, same.
So I was like, shit.
Same, and I ignored it for a very long time.
I was like, hold on, if I get addicted to the wrong shit here, oh boy, right,
Yeah.
I'm gonna nuke my life by accident.
Absolutely, and I have been incredibly close to doing that. So, you know, having that self-realization, and like, you know, for me, there have been plenty of things that I have had really unhealthy relationships with, which I have managed to curb now. Like, my only vice now is that I vape. But I was saying to my podcast guest, like, I have no plans to stop vaping at all, because I know that if I didn't have that one tiny thing, when I spiral, and that does happen a lot as a neurodivergent, when I spiral, I would rather turn to a vape than to drink or food or drugs or smoking or like any of those things that in my mind are actually in the long run more harmful for me than a couple of puffs on a vape. Yeah. That's kind of how I see it. But, you know, lots of people would be like, oh, vaping's really unhealthy. It's like, but I don't do anything else.
It's the lesser of...
It's the lesser
It's
of...
the lesser of the other evils,
yeah.
right?
And food is really bad. Like, you know, Naomi...
If it's heavily processed food.
Yes, yeah. So Naomi, my weight loss coach, you know, I've been working with her now for about 3 months, and I've lost quite a bit of weight, but it's also about the mindset around food. Yeah. Which is hard for people who have got ADHD. And I found that since working with her, like, I've cut out processed food, I've cut out chocolate, fizzy drinks, like all of those things that have the chemicals that potentially could give me cancer, I no longer eat. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not going to get cancer because I do vape, but for me, it's like I could constantly and consistently eat really bad food, which I was doing, or in moments of stress, I can have a little puff on my vape. That's it. So...
I think it's about focusing on those lesser of all evils. Like, in an ideal world, like, your stress response would be fitness.
Well,
right?
in an ideal world, but, you know, as a disabled person who has hips that would probably die if I went to the gym, I mean, this is the reason why I'm on my weight loss journey. It's not because I'm fat. I couldn't give a fuck, like, about my weight or about what people think of me. I want to be fitter. I want to be able to go to the gym without after 10 minutes wanting to pass out, you know?
I think that's an interesting thing. And, you know, we won't get too much into fitness here because it's not a fitness show, but like, for me, people are like, why do you stay consistent, like, with fitness? And for me, I'm very aware that, like, my job's very physical.
Yes.
And I'm just simply at the thought, I want to do this for 50 years.
I want to be able to look after my kids when I'm older, you know? I mean, they're not going to be kids when I'm older, but at the same time, like, you know, I went to a soft play with them at the weekend, and, like, one of my children is very, like, she likes the fact that mummy's an influencer, so she tells everybody. So this lady comes over and she's like clearing the plates, and she's like, my mummy's an influencer, and this lady's like, oh, tell me more. So I'm like, oh, it's really embarrassing, but yeah, I do this. And she was like, oh, our area manager, I really want to speak to you. So the area manager comes over and she's like, oh my god, you're an influencer, like, really love you to do some TikTok content for us and blah blah blah. She went and got me some socks. She was like, you have to go in and play. I was like, I can't, it's really embarrassing to say I'm disabled and I actually don't really want to go in and play. So I went in and played for like 10 minutes before I almost died, and then went on a very scary slide. I mean, that also rhymes. But I was heavily aware of the fact that I am not fit enough to go and do these kind of things with my kids, and it made me really sad. So that's my kind of motivation behind it.
It's a good motivation to have.
Yeah.
Do you think in business, people, and this is kind of more a mindset thing about, like, they don't start the podcast, they don't start video, they don't start posting, they don't build the momentum, they don't start whatever it is, right? Do they do that from is it just the, what if someone else thinks of me, or is it still a tech issue?
I still think that there's a tech issue there. There's also an overwhelm issue. It's like, we're told that we have to do all of the things. We don't have to do all of the things. And people, I think, like they see me as somebody who is very heavily into visibility, and they're like, Maddie's on every social media platform. She's got her own podcast. She's always on other people's podcasts. She writes books. She does speaking gigs. She's got a radio show. She's got all of these things. I'm manifesting the radio show, by the way.
I'd argue you already got a radio show. You got a podcast.
Yeah,
It's already a radio
so,
show.
yeah, kind of the same. So they see me doing all of those things, and they're like, "Oh my god, that looks fucking exhausting. I don't want to do that." And it's like, because that's my hyper focus, and I love social media, and I love visibility, and I love doing all of these things. That's why I do all those things. I could still very easily put like 100% of my efforts into one platform and still have very good success with it.
Do you think that people worry about volume?
Yes. One of my biggest questions is how many times a day should I be posting?
And does that matter?
No, I don't think so. Consistency is what matters. So whatever consistency means to you, whether that is once a day, whether that is, posting 3 times a week, whether it's posting 3 times a day.
But for me, I also think it's like, when I have no client work, I can post 6 times a day. When I'm in client delivery mode for half the day, I can only post once or twice a day.
So,
right? I'm still posting,
but you're not posting as much.
But like when I'm here filming, I'm having to travel, I'm having to do this. I'm not in my office, sat there on the computer. So my posts will be less, right? But that's why I batch content. That's why I
Exactly. Yeah.
But also, I don't sit there and go, "Oh, I didn't hit 4 posts. Fuck's sake."
But this is the thing. It's not how many times you do it. It's the quality of what you do when you do it.
Yeah, of course.
And it's also like just bearing in mind that output reflects input.
Yeah.
So if you post more, you will more than likely get more clients. If you show up more, you will more than likely make more business, make more money. And if you are posting once a week on one social media platform, you're probably not going to be getting to your ideal clients unless you're out there and you're networking 24/7.
Yeah.
Which, there are other ways of doing it rather than showing up online every single day. But it's the consistency, it's the output, and then you'll see a return on investment based on what you put into that.
But it's also, because I think we're so, and I did a video a couple of weeks ago talking about like, we're so in the business where we're so hyperly focused on, I need ROI. And I'm just like, yeah, but you're outputting an amount and your revenue's like driven by 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, whatever it is. So in the nicest way possible, why do you give a shit about ROI? Because clearly it's working.
Absolutely.
Right?
I obviously give a little bit of a, like for example, like I got invited to speak at quite a big event. It was a big investment, like 15 grand. I'm like, ooh, that's a really good opportunity because there's going to be like thousands of people there and it's going to be really great. But then I thought about it. If somebody gave me, and this is again one of my money rules, if somebody gave me 15 grand and said you can spend this on anything, would I spend it on that? And my answer was no. If I had 15 grand to grow my business, I would strategically think about where to put that.
Yeah.
I would probably put some of that on ads. I would probably put some of that on like promoting my book on Amazon, things like that. And I just thought, you know what? What could 15 grand do for me? I could stand up in front of a room full of people and speak and maybe walk away with 5 clients. Or I can go and put 15 grand on Facebook ads and I can walk away with 70 clients. Which one am I rather going to do? So from that perspective, I look at ROI. However, I also don't look at it at all. So I'm very much a passion, purpose, and kind of pleasure, I guess, type of person. So profit to me, as long as I am paying my bills, I'm living the life that I want to, my staff are getting paid, my bills are getting paid, I couldn't give a flying fuck how much money I make.
Yeah.
And by me having that attitude, but also having very, very low costs, the only things that I really pay for are things like advertising, but I don't do traditional advertising. I mean, when I say advertising, I mean things like I'll go to an expo and I'll have like a stand at an expo, or I will have like something where like, maybe I'll pay for like to hire this podcast studio, for example. So my costs are still fairly low. And in my first year of business, I made 100 grand. But I wasn't focused on making profit. I was focused on making people happy and getting good reviews and showing up as
I think
an
that's
honest
I think
person.
that's really key, and I think
Yeah.
we don't. And it's not that we don't look at ROI, and every business should look at ROI. They absolutely should, but we don't. What's the ROI on a brand podcast? Arguably, if you look at it, either huge amount
Yes.
or fuck all.
Yes.
And it's down to how you think about it.
Exactly. So at the moment, my podcast, I think, helps me to grow my social media, which helps me to grow my email list, which helps me to grow my client base. It's not phenomenal. I am not Stephen Bartlett.
But also, do you want to be Stephen Bartlett?
No, not at all. No. I mean, he's a nice enough dude. I've met him. But I wouldn't want to be him. In my mind, I think his success has very much changed him. I think I remember him very early on in the days where he was quite humble. Don't feel like that anymore.
But I think that's what I mean. I think it changed.
Yeah.
I think we're in a world now where I have to commit to the decision. Right?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to make the world's biggest media company. Yeah, but what if tomorrow I don't want to do that?
Yeah, and I want to live my life in a flexible way. As long as I am fulfilling my life's purpose, which is helping people with neurodivergent presentations to live their best life, that's my main game. That is all I want. So, this is why I help people with 3 different areas. It's life, money, business. Those 3 things are, if you've got those 3 elements nailed, I mean, obviously not everybody's got a business. Some people it will just be life and money. Some people it might just be money and business because they might already have their life sorted. Some people it might be life and business. Their money's amazing. But they all interlink with each other. And neurodivergent people struggle with all 3 of those things. As a rule, some neurodivergents will probably be flying. I mean, Stephen Bartlett openly says he's got ADHD. But he's somewhere along the line, massively landed on his feet and has never had to struggle with money because he's always made so much. And therefore, his business has been fine and his life's been fine. Yeah. So if I bumped into him in the street, his ADHD is not the same as my ADHD. And this is a good way to look at it. It's every single person who is neurodivergent will have something that maybe isn't so great in their lives. And I'm not saying that Stephen Bartlett is perfect. He might, not be in love with somebody, or he might have, problems with relationships, or he might, because he's so busy with his life, maybe he doesn't have friends. I don't know, and I'm not going to judge him for that.
That is, I mean, where at times I think that's probably soon, but that is something that I think people don't talk about enough in business, and how you maintain a relationship, and it's something that I'm working through the process of now, being nearly 2 years deep into a really healthy relationship that's really important to both me and my partner.
Yes.
I'm but also my business is really important. So fuck, how do I do that?
Juggling your money, your life, and your business is a really fucking tricky thing to do. It is a spinning triangle that, if you think about a triangle, if you're spinning it too fast, you're going to poke yourself in the eye, it's going to fucking hurt. Yeah. So, you need to be balancing those 3 areas of your life so that they all work in tandem together. And that means, no offense, not working till 9 o'clock, because I used to have a thing where I'd be oh yeah, my cutoff every night's 9 o'clock. It was some form of badge of honor. Now it's very, very, very likely that I don't work after 3. It has taken me 10 years of running a business to work out what success looks like for me. And success looks like making enough money to enjoy the shit that I do. Yeah. I don't and I'm sorry, universe, that I say this out loud, but I don't want to be a millionaire. If I had £1 million or multi-million pounds, my spending addiction would just be 1,000,000 times worse. So I don't need that much money. I find it hard enough to manage the money that I've actually got. Yeah. But I go on 2 nice holidays a year. I've got a fairly nice car. I mean, it's a Citroen C3 Picasso. It's not Citroen C3 Aircross. That's the chap. It's nothing exciting, but it's it's only 5 years old. It's got Apple CarPlay. It's pretty cool. And somebody the other day, I picked up one of my clients, and they were oh my God, your car is so nice. And to them, that was a really posh car. To me, I'm that's not a posh car. A posh car is a Porsche or a Jaguar or a BMW or whatever.
But I think
it's about perspective.
Yeah, it's perspective and the stage you're in, and that's what I was going to say about the whole 9 o'clock thing, right?
Yes.
At this moment in time, I'm working potentially till 9 o'clock.
But that's because it works for you and it's your decision.
Yeah.
And also, one of the things that fucks me off so much about the business world is it's like either you're a hustler or you're a lifestyle business. Like, there is no in between.
Yeah.
There's no, let's run a successful 6-figure business or you know, like high 6 figures, even early 7 figures.
Yeah.
It's like you're either a lifestyle business or you're a multimillionaire. There's nothing in between. And that's how I teach the people that I work with, like in business, that there is an in between.
Yeah.
Like, there is a level where people want to make 5k a month. There's a level where people want to make 2.5k a month. You know, they want to cover their bills, they want to cover their mortgage, they want to have 500 quid's worth of spending money.
Yeah.
Everyone's a winner.
Happy days, yeah.
It's all to do with how materialistic you are. It's all to do with like how much you want to show off and like flash everything around. You know, I'm not a flashy person. I buy my clothes from Shein and Sainsbury's. I drive a bog standard okay-ish car, which by the way is on car finance. You know, it's not really that posh. I'm hoping to buy it at the end of my deal, but you know, I am not somebody who is like gonna go and spend masses of money like renting a private yacht or like, you know, doing those kind of flashy things. I like for my business strategy day recently, I took all of my people for a day to the beach and we went to the arcades and I gave them all a £5 and they had the best time in the world. You know, that's the sort of thing that I bring to my business community. Yeah. It's not about being flashy. It's not about like all of the things that.
But I think that makes you more relatable, right?
Well,
it's not
so,
more about
yeah.
like, oh, this guy's untouchable, this girl's untouchable because she has the yacht, she has the car, she has the house, etc., etc. But
no.
And again, I think it's one of those things where you've got to choose: do you want to live to work or work to live?
I want to work to live, and I want to enjoy my kids, like as much as anyone can enjoy kids. I want to have a life where like I spend time with my friends and time with my family, and like I go to a lot of gigs, I go to a lot of festivals. Like if that was taken away from me, I would be very sad. Like, and if I was going to work more, that's my decision. Like,
but that's what I mean by like phases, right? And the stages you're in, right? And it's about actually having a longer, especially in a relationship. I don't know how you do it, but this is how I do it. Is right, this week, this month, this quarter, a lot of shit going on, right?
Yes.
I'm launching a podcast, I'm doing this, I've got an event going on, I've got loads of client deliveries, etc., etc.
Yeah.
So
what's your event, just out of curiosity?
AI, content creation, teaching young entrepreneurs how to do it in Crux.
I love that.
Why AI is not a threat and how you can use it as a tool.
Nice.
Link in the description, those who are interested.
Yeah.
The crux, though, is I've got a lot on in the next 3 months.
Yeah.
So the conversation I had with my partner before that period was the next 3 months is going to be a bit rough.
Don't divorce me, basically.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much. It will end at some point.
Yes.
Right? I'll get churn. I'll get to the point where the podcast, I'm so far ahead that it's fine, it doesn't matter, etc. I'll have a lot of, like, there'll be, when the kids are off school, client delivery will fall off a cliff because everyone wants to spend time with their kids, completely understandably, but that will be natural.
Yes.
So it's now about actually having the candor, the conversation, the understanding to say, I understand I'm not around as much as you want me to be.
Yeah.
I'm not showing up as much as I want to be for you.
Yes.
But this is important to grow the business for the next year.
Yeah.
So we need to sacrifice for 2 months, 3 months to allow to reap the rewards that will come in 6 months.
Exactly. And I'm pretty sure that like me and my husband at some point went through that stage. Now it's very much like we're both working the same amount of hours. We're both having, like, because he works, he's just been promoted as well, so he's like head kitchen gardener for quite a big estate. You know, he has lots of things in the summer, like he's got to plant all his beds and they have open garden days and like things where he's got to impress lots of rich people. So he has lots of things where he has to work.
Yeah.
I have lots of things because I've got like festivals and like things that I'm speaking at and, you know, I'm all over the place. And we always like have that little bit of time at the end of the day where we sit and we like debrief and we talk about the things, and like we know that we've both got the same end goal, which is moving house, and we've bought somewhere, we're just waiting to complete on it. But we know that that's not the end of our journey, because we're building a loft conversion, we're like having a garden office made and like all sorts of different things where we're gonna need to still both of us work our asses off.
Yeah.
But it's about balance. And yes, it is about the stage that you're at. But it's also about understanding the boundaries of your relationship, the boundaries of your business, the boundaries of your friendship circle. Like my friends at the moment, like they barely see me. And the other day I was like, shit, do you guys like, you know, are you pissed off that you barely see me? And they were like, no, it's welcome relief actually, like rude. Awesome. But they were like, we're also really busy. You know, we're not 20 anymore. Like actually we have all kind of moved on. Like we're all in our relationships. We all, you know,
But also I think
have
you
our
then,
special hobbies. And
I think when you're in that stage or when you're out of that stage, you then value the time you do have with those people. Right, for some relationships, unfortunately, it will be like the reason why you grow apart and etc.
Yes.
and that's sad, but that's
Yeah.
life, right?
Yes.
But for the people who stay,
Yeah.
actually, when you have that committed time together with your close friends, with your partner, with your family, etc.,
it makes it more special.
you then value that more because
Yes.
it's lesser,
Yeah.
because there's less of it.
You know, I was one of those really lucky people that during I mean, I say lucky to a certain extent, but like during COVID, like my husband was classed as a key worker, so he was never home. So on one hand, it was the most unlucky thing in the world because I had to do childcare of 2 on my own, and that was like mentally damaging. Like I say damaging because like I literally every day I was like rocking in a corner by the time he came home. But it was great for our marriage because we weren't living on top of each other. We weren't constantly in each other's spaces. And, you know, you hear of people who were like, you know, they got divorced because of COVID because they had to spend time with their partner. Like, I like my relationship. Well, I don't just like my relationship. I love it. Like, it's great. We have a very, like, open. I said the other day that we have an open relationship, and my son was going around going, "My mummy's in an open relationship." I'm like, "That's something very different." Like, no, we're not. But you know, we are very open with each other. We're very trusting. Like, if either of us have got a problem, like, I mean, my husband is very much like, another work event. Oh God, well, this is like, and he does get a bit annoyed sometimes because I do work away a lot. And when I say to him, like, I need to go on holiday, and he's like, why? And I'm like, well, A, it's a working holiday. I'm going to go and I'm going to write my second book. But B, like, I don't get any time on my own ever. I'm either working, I'm parenting, or I'm with you. None of that equals alone time for me. So me going on holiday on my own means that I actually get time alone with me to relax with my thoughts, with nobody talking to me, so I can hyper-focus on the shit that I need to. And that's what I need. So
but I think that comes from firstly communicating what you need,
It's
secondly then
knowing.
both parties understanding, and then if something has gone wrong, then there being a level of forgiveness there.
Yes.
And I think for me, they're my 3 keys in any relationship I have, right? Communicate, understand, and then forgive.
Yes.
And it's not that we're immune to making decisions and we're immune to getting things wrong. It's things are going to go wrong. How do we then deal with those things?
Exactly.
I'm going to overpush sometimes.
Yeah.
Right? And actually, how do we then bring that back and say, okay, I did this wrong.
Yeah.
How do I move forward, and how do we move forward so that doesn't happen again?
Yeah. In my mind, it's about communication. It's about boundaries. It's about trust. It's about open dialogue, and it's about kind of just being aware of your partner's needs, but also being aware of your needs, and communicating that together. And that does really help where you are in a relationship. And I think often, especially when you're new in business and you're just working and working and working, because you kind of have to hustle at the beginning to kind of get something off the ground. That's kind of one of the pinnacle like it's growth stages when relationships tend to suffer. And it's not just relationships with partners, it's relationships with children. It's relationships with friends or parents. Like, I mean, my mum quite often will say to me, "No, I haven't seen you for like 2 months." I'm like, really? You saw me like last week? Like, you're being melodramatic. But it's that point where
But that's your mum saying, I miss you.
Exactly.
I want to see you.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And I always, I'll always take that on board. Like, but she is equally as busy as me. She doesn't run a business. She just does a lot of music things. But again, it's all about, it all comes down to awareness.
Yeah.
And this is why I teach in the way that I would want to be taught myself, and having those 3 pillars, it's like life, business, money. Everything fits into that triangle. You just need to make sure you don't poke yourself in the eye with it.
Great place to end. Where can people find the book? Where can people find your podcast? Where can people find you?
Yeah, so I am
and don't you poke yourself in the eye with the triangle.
Don't poke yourself in the eye with the triangle. I am on all social media platforms, not saying that you have to be at all. Maddie Talks Money on Instagram, Mad About Money Official on TikTok, LinkedIn and Facebook, and everywhere else, Maddie Alexander Grout. The book is here. I mean, you can't get it from here, you can get it from Amazon. You can get it from all good bookshops as well. You can even order it in. If you don't have it, you can order it to your own library. I've had some people say to me that they've ordered it for their library, which I really like.
That's awesome.
So if you can't afford to buy the book, go and talk to your library, go and get them to have it in, and then multiple people can benefit from the book, which is nice. So thank you for having me.
No, you're welcome. Great chat. Final thing to end on.
Yes.
If you were going to talk to yourself 10 years ago,
Yeah.
what advice would you give?
I would tell myself that I am neurodivergent and to go and sort that shit out. It changed my life, genuinely changed my life, understanding my brain. When you understand your brain and you understand your body, anything's possible.
Magic. Thank you ever so much for coming back and joining me. If you did enjoy this longer conversation, then make sure to be subscribed. Leave your thoughts in the description down below, comments down below, etc., etc. And I'll see you very soon. Take care. Hello, my friends. Welcome to a brand new podcast. We're here with James in his wonderful space.
Hey, thank you.
How's it going,
much.
James?
It's going very well. Very busy though. The space is launching very soon. We just started kind of putting the idea together for Hampshire Podcast Studios, and it launches July 1st. So I'm sure by the time this is out, it might already be launched. But putting together an all-purpose space for content creation, video podcasting, audio podcasting, anything you need, one-stop shop. Walk away with your footage. So it's going to be fun.
I think it's an interesting space, right? Because I think so many people find podcasting really hard to do, to know how to do it.
Yeah.
But also, not even from a tech side, just being in the psychology around creating content, but especially having a conversation. I think maybe it's slightly more natural with the conversation element, but I wasn't actually going to start here, but I think it's a nice place to start. Like,
why not?
How would you say right now to people who are maybe watching this, who are looking at this and going, I kind of know I need to be doing content,
yes,
but it's terrifying.
So I for a long time, so I've run a social media agency first. That's our main background for around almost 5 years now. And I think one of the biggest learnings I've taken from that is ultimately there's a lot of personal psychology tied up in even business social media if you have to be in it. And I really didn't realize that in the first few years of doing it, because for me, a lot of it, this is so common sense. As like a marketing practitioner, is like, we need to get you in a content surplus. We need to get you everywhere. We need to transform your brand into a media asset, essentially, like a whole brand in itself. Churning out stuff all the time. I want to do YouTube channels, Twitch, TikTok. I want to go to town. And I took that attitude to everyone. And I obviously had to kind of bring everyone through baby steps. I had a lot of pushback all the time. So what's going on? And I realized that, it is how you feel about each app individually. For a start, so you've got different challenges in each thing, and also how you feel as an individual, because you've got to put yourself out there, whether you're the founder or you're a marketing manager. And I think in learning that is what attracted me more to the whole podcasting angle first, and video podcasting. When you try and drop someone straight in it to create 2-camera, YouTube videos and TikToks, you forget everything you've ever said in your whole life. Even if you're
my mouth doesn't work, James.
Yeah, literally you could be the most knowledgeable person in the world. You're like, what the fuck is going on? But if you can get in with a good co-host and you can just take some basic talking points and the theme of the show, and you're not too worried about the full show, again, you're just going for content volume, you can get so much value out and help so many people in a very relaxed setting, and it gets you used to it. So podcasting and video podcasting is my gateway drug into getting you into proper content creation and your brand into a new space.
And also, we're seeing platforms right now like YouTube. We were discussing while we were setting up and such, that one of the reasons why I'm relaunching the show and how I'm relaunching it is because I'm seeing a demand in these platforms, firstly for short form, but secondly for a long form conversation piece that I don't want to say is fluff, but has value led, right? There's a lot of people who claim to be quote experts, right? And are they?
Hard to prove these days.
It's to an extent, I think it can be subjective, of course, right?
Yeah, and how much expertise is actually valued. It actually does depend on the market a little bit, but from the amount of misinformation we see online, I think it's more about the trust and the brand of the individual as opposed to their knowledge base sometimes, which has its good and bad points.
I mean, we're both in, unfortunately, potentially soon, a commoditized market due to AI, right? And I think having a podcast, having a conversation, having brand, having personal brand, buzzword, authenticity, buzzword, community, buzzword, right? Yeah. is the reason why you'll be in business in 20 years.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, where do you see AI?
Its point right now, because we like the whole one of the USPs of Hampshire Podcast Studios is human-led AI enabled, right? We've kind of created a unique workflow where using like 3 or 4 different softwares, we can kick out a really good service much more quickly than it was ever possible before, depending on how fussy you are with shooting settings and all that kind of stuff. So it's right now it's beautiful for grunt work. It's beautiful for getting out of the way some of the things that were actually quite tedious. When it gets to the point where it can do the advanced stuff, then we're in a different space. So right now I'm not too afraid of AI, but also one of the reasons I wanted to start the studio itself is so we have, we kind of own the means of production a little bit. Yeah. I think it's going to take quite a while for people shooting it in person in totality to be replaced. And I think it will go in phases. So it'll be like, short form, easy or creative content. I mean, we're seeing a lot of incredible stuff at the moment. That will be the first to go. Then like the more in details, maybe YouTube video, talking heads when you're more static. I think that might also go. And then eventually it'll be pretty much everything. But we have no idea how long that might take. It could be one of those moves way more quickly than we think in like a 3 to 5 year span, or it could be 10 to 20. Not quite sure.
It is interesting, right? Because we're also in a world where AI influencers are a thing now. They will continue to be a thing, right? And I think the commoditization, the commoditization of attention, the gathering of attention, is what marketers want, right? Yes. What we're talking about when we go into detail and we add value is the tactics and the nuance that comes with, like when we first met, we were talking about TikTok as an idea, right? Now, fast forward, 3-4 years?
Yeah, you'd be surprised how many people still haven't picked up on that one. Yeah.
But again, it's, just for those who don't know who may be listening, right? Like, can you explain what you explained then, in layman's terms, the difference between a social graph and an information-based graph, or something which is more TikTokified in that respect?
In terms of how the algorithm works?
Yeah, the physical algorithm, how it works, and then how it also could have a knock-on effect to now what we're seeing in every single platform because of especially meta-based platforms right now. LinkedIn will do it. It hasn't still social-based really, but give it another 2 years, I expect it will go interest-based. YouTube Shorts is interest-based. TikTok is obviously, of course, interest-based, etc. What does that mean?
So
for the layman,
the easiest way to describe it is the TikTokification of the internet. So that's the starting point. TikTok came along. Let's say pandemic is where it really kicked off. We're all at home. This new app pops up. Oh, let's check it out. A lot of people didn't jump on it at first. That was very kind of still early, at least from a UK market point of view, very early on. At some point, everyone clocked onto the fact that TikTok pretty much has the best algorithm going for interest-based suggestions. I'd say even more better than YouTube in terms of how that works. So it then became extremely addictive. Every other platform caught on to that, realized we're going to get left behind in the interest-based economy. We have to get on that. So now every single platform has an interest-based video feed, and now pretty much main feed, especially the Meta suite, that's gone full interest-based. I think X/Twitter, that has gone interest-based. Blue Sky has remained solid in the fact that they, for following, I think that's part of their USP. Even LinkedIn now is going interest-based feed for, they're testing it a little bit on the main feed, but mostly on that kind of scrolling video. So it is unavoidable. And that has essentially created a very interesting thing where it's the social part has been removed from social media. It's gone. It is just media. And if your brand, or personal brand, or as a freelancer, you're not part of that interest-based economy where you're churning out stuff that will eventually get to the right person, you will be left behind a little bit in that. Overthinking quality, overthinking substance sometimes can hinder your attempts and testing to get to where you need to be. I'm always a proponent of scale, test fast, even if you need to post quite a lot, figure out what works, where are your golden veins that you need to mine, and then start improving little by little the same way a creator would. Yep. That's all I'm always looking at.
I think it's interesting, right? Because when we first got here, we were talking about the difference in scale versus perceived quality or quality, right? And I think that so many people worry about what is the judgment of X partner, friends, colleagues, so on, dog is equivalent, right? What are the, I'm going to spam them, right? What I'm going to post too much is part of knowing what works. Volume, would you say?
Yeah, well, you need a certain amount of volume to test, and
at what point does it become spammy?
This will differ per platform, and some platforms is pretty much impossible to spam. So you got to think about user behavior. So if we take TikTok, 70% of content, I think, still, or probably more now, is digested on the For You page instead of the following. So people have to make an intentional step to head over to get everything in the chronological order of the people that they follow. That is where maybe all of your videos appear quite a lot. And you're like, okay, weird. But if not, it's just going out into the ocean. I see every kind of short form video you post is pretty much just taking a bucket of water and pouring it into the ocean at this point. Like, there is very little risk of it being seen a bajillion times. But that's when you get to a TikTok, Meta, Facebook point of view. If you're looking at something like LinkedIn, the algorithm is still early and it's still developing. So a lot of people might see the same thing. You'll notice on your LinkedIn that you'll still have the regulars engage first and often see it. They might get notifications if you engage with them regularly. And from that point, other people might see it based on if someone likes, comments, shares, because LinkedIn is quite good in the fact that someone comments, that might as well be a share. That's quite handy in terms of how that works. So per platform, it does change slightly. However, even someone with an extremely engaged following like me and you, we could probably post 3 videos a day and it won't bother anyone, or they might see one, they might see none, but they might see all 3 on Tuesday next week. Yeah. You can't quite tell where that is at. So I'm of the opinion that you're never going to lose out by posting more often. What most likely is going to happen is someone's going to go, bloody hell, you're everywhere, mate. That's the place I want to be. I'd rather be top of mind and someone be slightly miffed. I'd rather take that risk.
I was going to say, because that's the main trap for me. Like, you're probably the 5th person, 6th person I've met this week in person. Yep. And every single one of them's first reaction when they first meet me is, you're fucking everywhere.
That's the way.
Right?
Yeah.
And for me, I'm like, that means I'm doing something right. Yeah, because it means you're seeing me. Now, it might not mean necessarily you're consuming 100% of that video, that one video, but then my heart isn't, oh my God, James didn't watch my whole video.
Yeah. Because ultimately, if you start knowing that, and especially that there is a massive silent lurkers user behavior on LinkedIn, I think goes underestimated. There is a large percentage, and I'm not sure the specific number, of people that watch video without sound, that just kind of watch it without checking in. Yep. Now, if you don't click that video, I don't think it actually classes as an official like engagement. I think after a certain point in watch time, without kind of clicking the unmute button, that will then class as a view. But you'll have a lot of lurkers, which means your actual statistics won't show the true success of what you're doing. So this is where like you get into the debate between reach and impression numbers and which one you should really focus on. I'm quite focused on views at the moment. Views and watch time are basically the most essential KPIs now. But in terms of how you need to look at LinkedIn specifically, yeah, I think you just go nuts. But if you're going to make those slight improvements to really focus on the quality element, again, quality is subjective. For a lot of people, our content will be quality because we have good equipment, good knowledge. And a lot of people within our industry will look at quality as how good's the edit? What are the things that grab back attention? So there are nuances to the game, and it does depend on your audience. So I often just optimize for the silent watcher. Title that lingers for like the first 5 to 10 seconds, put the best bit at the front, and then let the rest of the story play out. Because you still got to manage your own resource. Even if you have a team behind you, they've still got to manage their resource. You can't do a full Diary of a CEO trailer for everything. And often, if you're not already quite big or have a large following, we have catching up to do compared to others. So different spaces for different places.
I think, again, and it's one of those things where I think this should be a yes and not a yes or, right? So for me, I'm like, that's a good idea. Let's do that, and a podcast, and short form, and talks, and in-person events,
best, right?
and this, and that, and that, because I don't then worry or care about this specific video has got X amount of views. I have absolutely no interest, to be honest, in what that standalone video does. What my views are as a whole across Meta, across Instagram, across LinkedIn, okay, as a whole. Specific video, don't care. Because I don't know what's going to go well or hit. The only way you can do that is test it, right?
Test
and
it
something
and look
which
at the spikes on your graph.
And something when you're specifically creating content around a targeted event like an in-person event or a service you're trying to sell, etc. A strategy that's worked for me in the past and will work now is put out a load of short form stuff, see what happens, see what works, and then media buy, ad, Meta, placement, etc. against the stuff you already know works because you've already got the viewership, you've already got the metrics. And that way you're not then potentially wasting pounds or dollars figuring out going, is this good? Now, this is one of those things where you might want to tweak the copy slightly because it's an ad and not a post, etc. Things like that. But overall, it's going to work because you already know the creative's good, you know?
Absolutely.
And the thing is, for me, I think people, they use I'm trying to create one polished video on LinkedIn as an excuse not to be working.
Yeah, because a lot of people will take that out. Again, this is where we come back to the personal psychology point. We know we're supposed to go to the gym. Do we all go all the time? Some people do. Most people don't. That's just the reality of it. It's Gary Vee that made the point originally. You know, social media is like going to the gym and eating healthily. We're going to relapse. We're going to mess up. We're not going to stay consistent all the time. We're going to have sprints where we kill it and then times where life happens. Don't punish yourself for that. Kind of go with the flow. Do what you can do best. And this is what the testing allows you to do. Find what medium is the easiest for you to create and find most comfortable. Because I've noticed that I'm a big proponent of TikTok and its uses and how it works. In terms of me creating TikTok content, I'm actually quite bad at it. In terms of the pacing, in terms of how you need to deliver it, you know, sometimes some of the memes and things like that, like I personally struggle. That's why we have a good team behind us. Whereas in a YouTube or podcast setting, I thrive, and I think that is sometimes a matter of age. Sometimes I'm 28, so I'm either the oldest Gen Z or the youngest millennial. So I'm right in that center point, depending on what blog you read. So, but I grew up with YouTubers, so that is how I often visualize and say my thoughts and verbalize them. And some people will talk as TikTok because, for example, if you got your phone out, the viral hook is as you're putting the phone down. Guys, the other day I did this, right? And they'll prop their phone up. That is the telling the story or popping the phone down in the car or talking in the car or the quick flip up. This is stuff that is derived from TikTok and is done really well. And it's something you can learn, but it's not something that will come natural to you if it wasn't your first port call almost. So you do have to adapt to where you're at. Once you test, once you get used to it, because you've got the barriers of editing, you'll hear yourself, you'll see yourself. We are so used to it at this point, it doesn't matter. But there was a point in time where we were like, oh my God.
Wait, I sound like that?
Yeah, literally.
What the fuck?
Literally. And now, for some reason, it sounds exactly the same to me. But before it sounded so different. But there is that hurdle. So I'm very acutely aware, even in a B2B corporate setting at some of the largest companies, if I've got the challenge of bringing a video podcast in or video content, that person has to start from ground zero. It does not matter how big that brand is. If we have to use someone,
but I deal with $100 million deals, James.
And I go, all right, tell me now, and I put my math doesn't work.
Who am I? What day is it?
Who are you? So it's hard, but you have to practice. This is what a lot of brands do have some hubris around it. Like I'm a big brand, we can do whatever. It depends on your presenter. Unless you're going to bring in a professional presenter and pay.
But again, should you, from a brand point of view? Because the whole point is I'm talking on camera, right?
You need
so
to
the
have
same person who sells is the same person